How are you this morning? I'm thirsty. I can fill it up with water. Luis,
Espera un momentito que tengo que I need to re-sign in. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
okay. Luis, welcome. Welcome.
Okay. Now we're talking business.
Mm,
How you doing, Jairo?
It's cold outside.
We're not in Kansas anymore. Toro?
How are you?
I'm ataraxic.
Are you anorexic?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that sounds like a horrible condition. And and maybe you're not eating food or something.
Somebody told me, I said, that ataraxic word sounds really awful. It sounds like arachnid, like a spider. I said, well, it's close, but it's not the same.
Oh my. So how
Is it that light over
are
there? Yeah.
you?
Doing good. Working hard. Staying away from trouble the best I can. Look at
Oh
that
my
view.
God.
Look at that view you got there. Whew.
The sprinklers are working.
Morning has broken.
Where's the sunrise? It looks like it's coming from over there. That means that's the east.
You can bet your life on
That means that's
the
the
fact.
north,
That's right.
west, and south. Whoa. I thought that was north. But that's south. Wow.
That's what happens to most of us.
Hmm.
Avijja.
Now,
Avijja.
now I have Vidya.
That's right.
Now I know where I am.
You know what you are. You are that.
And where I am.
Everywhere.
I am there.
You're everywhere and nowhere at the same time. So what's
Wow.
the subject of the day?
Did did you realize that South America is not doing too well in the fight against COVID-19? Well, maybe India, the Indian subcontinent is not doing well either. Brazil's not doing well because their the leader is kind of and downplayed it, and the country was therefore not prepared for it.
That sounds like a simplistic thing.
Like maybe
That sounds too simple to be true,
only
right?
one.
The whole country is not doing good because the leader didn't take it serious. So everybody was stupid,
Mhm.
and nobody nobody watched the internet, and of course everybody became stupid, and now everybody's dying. That sounds like I don't know, like a kid's story,
Mm.
doesn't it?
It, could it be? Could it be an excuse, or then could it be something else?
It sounds like an infomercial to me.
Oh, well, see, they said like th 30 or 40% of, well, maybe Canada is behind, but it, well, 30, let's say 40% of the US has gotten the first vaccine. Let's see. And Europe is is doing uh okay, I guess, on the average. Maybe it's 20%. And Asia overall is 5%. In Africa, 1%. And South America is maybe 10 or 15%.
Is this the topic of the day?
No, it's
I
just
better not be because I'm signing off. It's like,
it's just
you know,
the news that
yeah.
I picked up. Mm.
So what interesting topic are we going to discuss today?
And also, so, what do you think about mm, getting an electric truck? Do you know the F-150, the Ford F-150? It's a big
Mhm.
uh,
Yep.
all-American truck.
Yep.
They're coming out with an electric truck
Love it.
for $40,000. Do you want to get
Oh
one?
yeah. Yeah. Give me two. Give me two. One for weekdays and the other one for the weekend.
That's it. Maybe decided to get into the bandwagon because Tesla is
If you really want to
showing off,
go, if you want to be
one.
green, if you really want to be green, walk.
Walk. If you want to be green, walk.
Yep.
Mm.
Or bike ride.
Yes, I walked the other day all the way to a store 2 or 3 miles away because my car broke down a week ago.
Oh, that's when you
Um,
were leaving me that message and you started having a beeping sound. Beep, beep, beep. And you said, I better stop.
mm.
You were calling me,
Well,
you were driving.
I was driving a truck that the seat belt won't
Oh.
won't stick in, so it goes like that. Oh, it won't stay in. Mm. But 'cause I was lent another vehicle,
Yeah.
a company vehicle. Mm. And but I'm getting my car fixed today. Yay!
All right.
This I'm getting my car fixed this afternoon. I bought the parts and I'm gonna get it towed to the mechanic and he's gonna do the labor. It needs a belt, those real long belts that go around like a
The
serpent,
serpentine belt.
and it hooks around this wheel and that wheel and that wheel, and two of the wheels have to be replaced. Well, the wheel and the parts to it, like the wheel that goes with the power steering, pump, the wheel and the pump
Yeah,
itself.
it actuates everything. You lose that one, you don't have anything.
I can't turn the steering with a bad one. And then another wheel to kind of tighten it up. Yeah, the tightening wheel. Yes. So then it'll get fixed. Isn't that wonderful?
Hmm, hmm.
Then I'll be on the road again. Can't wait to get back on the road again. Because in Central Florida, you can't do anything without a car except maybe get on an Uber or get on the link system, catch a bus, but wait an hour for a bus to come by, or you have to walk a long distance to get to the nearest place where a bus comes by. But it's good to be on a bus. You can meditate on the bus or read a book on the bus,
That's right. You don't have to drive around, so
or
they drive you
or,
around.
or meet new people. You can say hi to them. Maybe you can say hi to them mentally because they might not want to be bothered. You can look around and say, hi,
What
hello,
are you looking at?
hello, friend, enemy, kind mother. Oh, Justin Shenryu Williams in London replied, yes, in Facebook. Maybe I can invite him. He hasn't been here in a while.
Justin. Nice.
Hold on as I switch to Facebook Messenger and invite him. Hmm. Hey, Justin, tell to me and Luis on Zoom. Mm-hmm. 486 8642. Thanks. There we go. Now I've invited him. Then we can talk about the Pali Canon versus the Mahayana Sanskrit Canon or something like that. But you say he seems to be very dogmatic.
He is. He's taken Buddhism as a religion.
Oh, is that so?
So the
What
Buddha that was
happens?
anti-religion
What happens when one?
created a new religion. I mean, he
Oh,
didn't create the new religion.
okay.
The
Yes,
followers created a new religion
yes.
out
When
of these
awareness
ideas.
looks at what he was saying early on in the early Buddhist writings, it seems like he's anti any world view, any view that one has. He countered it, and he might say, "Well, what do you think about this?" Like maybe if somebody says, "Is there a God?" and he might answer, "Well, would you like there to be a God?" Yes. Well, there's not. Or is there a God? Mm, and what do you think? No, I don't think there's a God. Well, there is a God. Or he would go to the opposite to make people doubt their worldview. So we should do the same. We should cultivate the the worldview of having no worldview. And if we do have a worldview, then we should counter it by looking at at going to the opposite end of that worldview. How's that? What do you think?
Mhm. Yeah. Always pondering, always searching, always questioning. Uh,
Mm.
and while doing that, seeing how much ataraxia uh, we feel, and if we have peace of mind, either we becoming the village idiot, or we becoming a Buddha. That's the only two ways to have attraction.
Mm. So, what is your worldview? What is your,
Uh,
or maybe you have multiple worldviews going on. Like you have a
no,
worldview in
no,
this
well,
domain
how
and a
many worlds?
worldview in that domain.
How, so if there is only one world, I posit, I propose there's only one reality.
Is there
But
only one mind? Like, do you have one mind or multiple minds?
no, no, because there's only one reality that and encapsulates everything. So every mind within reality is a part of the whole. So you can say every mind is of reality, but obviously we can see it. This
Mm,
mind looks at that mind, he goes, I see things a little bit different from, from what
mm,
that other mind sees. So
mm,
basically, we're looking at the same one reality, but from a slightly different perspective, which makes sense. Because since I also propose that each mind is reality looking at itself through its parts, well, each part is relative to others, while reality is not relative to anything. Reality is the unconditioned. It just is. So uh, there are there are many minds, but they are the mind of the same thing. So basically, each mind is the one thing, if you can call it a thing, the one being, but not as a noun, but as a verb, because reality is the verb. In the beginning, there was the verb. So reality is anicca, constant, change, dynamic, flowing.
mm.
Within that, you have a very, very big amount of minds. And then you have to define what mind is. Does a proton have a mind?
Mm,
Is mind anything that vibrates?
mm,
Is mind any process, any changing? So basically, you could say that although every mind, as construed as a process, is different from the other mind, they all belong to the same one thing, which is reality itself.
That's an interesting phrase you said. Does a proton have a mind? Does this object have that object? Now, this
Yep.
object is considered material, and that object that this material object possesses is non-material. So, does a material
The proton is not material either.
does a material possess a non-material?
But the proton is not material
Okay,
either. The
okay,
proton, the proton is a process. It's a
that's
series
an
of it's a
interesting.
series of things other. So everything is energy when you think about it. I mean, the physics tells us graphically that every mass is equivalent to energy. There's a formula for that.
Okay, so a proton is
It's not a thing,
non-material
right?
on the basis that it's mostly space and energy.
Mostly, no, it is space and energy.
Mm,
You
okay,
know,
it is space and energy with 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 what we can measure. It appears to have to there be something probably somewhere around there.
there's only the vibration of nothingness,
Okay,
the vibration of empty space, of the vacuum. the quantum vacuum. That's all it is. But we say it's material, but it's not really material. It's just energy. Is energy material?
Okay, so that's interesting. So a proton, a neutron, a photon, all these tons, an electron, they're just quantum concentrations.
If anything, energy concentrations.
Quantum energy concentrations.
Yeah, all energy is quantized. That is true. The smallest size of energy, the smallest amount of energy is a quantum, and it has a specific energy. It's the Planck energy, the Planck constant. That thing is constant. From Planck energy, you jump to zero. There's no in between. The reality is not analog, it is digital. So basically, everything is made of zeros and ones, like I say, always.
Okay, so we're living in a virtual reality, and this is a virtual show in 4 dimensions.
But it's real.
And
It's not, it may be virtual from the standpoint of the conventional mind, but it is real as it gets. So if you want to call it virtual,
it's not it's it's not real in the sense that
from the human perspective,
there's something there by itself. Everything,
that's right.
every single object depends on the rest of the universe. So
Right.
what we are seeing is not real, but it's important to us because
To us, yes,
we're not real.
it is important to us from the
Justin,
conventional perspective.
Oh, wow.
Justin
Sorry,
in
it's
the
really loud.
house.
Oh, that was really loud. Sorry. Hi,
Justin's
Luis
in the
and
house.
Cairo. You asked me.
Justin,
Here I am.
Long time no see. We
good
have
to see you.
special guest Justin in London. Welcome back, Carter. Welcome back, friend, enemy, and kind mother.
Am I a mod? Am I an enemy?
Yes, you're both an enemy and a friend. And
Why
a
am I
kind
an enemy?
mother.
I understand the friend part. I understand the mother part even, although that can sound
Because
strange. But
in Facebook, I made you my friend, but there wasn't an option to make you an enemy.
if we're not enemies on Facebook, then we can't be enemies, right? Because Facebook is the real thing.
Is the real thing. So if it's not on Facebook, it doesn't exist.
Allow me to try to improve my picture a little. Oh, I need alcohol to clean that, really.
How's the weather in London?
Foggy.
No. I don't think I've experienced fog in the last 10 years, have I? I'm not sure. I know it's funny when I see like foreign cartoons or something, like the French cartoons, like Asterix, when they come to England, it's always foggy. I don't know what that's about.
Because England was very foggy when they started the Industrial Revolution. Everything was super dirty,
smog.
the coal.
That was
and everything.
smog. That's like a combination of fog and
what was that?
All the pollutants from the coal industry. Yeah.
What was that famous inversion that happened under Churchill? And a lot of people got sick. Yes.
Churchill was a terrible war criminal.
Wasn't he?
Terrible. But there's something very interesting for
great politician.
for fundamentalist Christians can learn a lesson from the English smog. Do you know what that is?
Play nice, clean
It's
up the air.
it's very interesting because there was a kind of moth that was I don't know, like a white or like light gray or something. And then during fog, this species actually changed, and they're almost all dark. They became dark because the buildings were all so blackened by the smog that their light bodies could be easily seen, and they were easily eaten.
Right. So they were adapting to
So through natural
darkness.
selection, all the light ones were killed, and only the dark mutants would survive. And then soon enough, like almost the whole species was dark for that small period. Yeah, it's very, very nice illustration of natural selection.
All right. So
that was an interesting conversation Justin had on Facebook that he started off. He posted something to the effect of that he was on a train and he hadn't been in public area for a very long time. And so a person that came into his area, he didn't have his face mask.
He wore it like a beard
under
hammock.
the chin.
Yeah.
Beard.
Like this.
And then you politely said, "Could you kindly put your mask on?"
Yeah.
And he said, "What?
As is the law.
Fuck off."
Yeah.
He was very rude.
Fuck you! Don't talk to me. Oh,
that was interesting. So are people in the UK generally rude like that? Or is that just
compared to Japan, we can definitely say the English people are generally rude relative to Japanese culture. But you know, the being so aggressive and verbally abusive to strangers isn't the norm in England. But you know, there are some quite unpleasant characters here.
Or maybe you hadn't noticed it before because you'd been in the under lockdown for so long that when you came out, then you assumed everyone was equally nice as you are. And so
well, maybe it's shocking because let's say if you have a sample size of that's extremely small, let's say you interact with only one member of public and that member of public is extremely rude and aggressive, then yeah, it can throw off your
then you
data set.
You overgeneralized. You got one sample and then you generalize for the whole UK.
Well, no, I didn't,
UK people are rude.
But as a felt experience, it's like, oh, you know, oh, this is a public experience here. But one has to widen the data set to really feel what's going on.
So that was a fallacy of
not a fallacy. It was a genuine experience of a small data set.
A small sample. There's a failure in taking small samples. It could lead to erroneous conclusions.
I could have built erroneous conclusions from it. I'm not sure that I did, but it did impact my experience.
It could affect your worldview. We were talking about worldviews.
Yes.
Don't you think in Buddha's early scriptures or sutras, he was trying to get people to undo their worldviews or to even doubt their worldview?
He was actually replacing. Oh, Lewis has disappeared. He was part of his activity, I would say, was replacing unskillful worldviews with skillful worldviews. And
or maybe if someone had the worldview that there might be a God, and then someone, and on another occasion that there might not be a God, then he would go to the opposite end to make them think the other way of whatever they think.
Well, I think the key is, so it's a little different. Like in for example, the scientific approach is to try to create a worldview that is most in accordance with the evidence. And that's very good. That's, in a way, that's noble, but the Buddhist approach is not like that. Oh, that's very nice water. Can I see again, Jairo? No, on the, you turned the camera around. Oh, nice. Is it a canal or a lake?
It's a very round lake.
Nice.
Where I live.
So the Buddhist approach is not simply, I mean, there is a direction of trying to bring our worldview in conformity with reality, but that's only sort of part of the project. Maybe a more significant part of the project is actually having a worldview that the effect of which, by holding that worldview, you are sort of, how do you say, encouraged or tended towards happiness and away from suffering. So you could develop a very accurate worldview, very much based on evidence that could lead you to suffering. For example, if you spend all your time studying all of the terrible things in the world, all of those nasty people who are aggressive to people and so on, you could generate a worldview that's really evidence-based and sort of accurate, but that leads to depression or how do you say, despair and so on. Now, that wouldn't, from the Buddhist point of view, this would be unskillful. So actually, what's more important than simple truth is actually the effects of views. This is very significant.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think?
For example, you called me your mother. Lewis seems to have gone.
No, I'm here. I'm here. I'm typing something.
All right.
Trying to do two things at the same time, which I'm very bad at.
So, Jairo, you called me your mother. Now, that is a particular worldview that is designed really to move from suffering to happiness. Because if you consider that we've all had, let's say, limitless lifetimes, and we've all at some stage been each other's mothers. Now, you could say, oh, if we've had infinite lifetimes, we've all been each other's murderers. So everyone is my murderer. But that would not be helpful, because that would not generate good feeling towards others. So instead, we focus, okay, you've all been my mother, so then I should be compassionate and loving. Now, the effect of that is generation of positive emotional affects, and it also encourages smooth social relationships and harmonious society. But more significantly for the Buddha is the harmony of the internal experience.
Yes, I agree with that. That worldview would be most beneficial.
Yeah.
So that's why I say hello, friends, enemies, and
the enemies
and kind mothers, because we could, even though we could at one time be a friend and be friends, it could change to becoming enemies.
We could, it's potentially.
Or it could be, well, we could end up being neutral.
Yeah.
We could ignore the others.
You asked my opinion on this, Jairo, so I'm just gonna repeat my I think we've discussed this before, my view on rebirth, transmigration, or whatever you want to call it. So, and we were just talking about that before Justin joined in. Yeah, well, in other, from another perspective. I asked the question, does a proton have a mind, or does a proton have consciousness? And so that intrigued Jairo. And he said a material object that has a non-material object. And that's the way we look, the conventional mind.
Just before you, this sounds very interesting, Lewis, but just before we proceed, would you mind briefly defining what you mean by consciousness?
Okay. Consciousness would be a knowing, perception, and well, what is consciousness? It's a knowing. In a mosquito knows. It goes from one place to another looking for blood, for example, or for shade. If he sees a lot of light, it goes into the shade. So it knows, but it knows very little. And, so you can say that consciousness is immanent of reality, and it's everywhere.
Wait, but you're totally straying from defining consciousness. If you start saying this, that.
So let's talk about the consciousness.
But if you talk about knowing,
know.
For example, in the way a mosquito knows, this like a, for example, would this have to include the how do you say the mental differentiation between self and other?
Well, okay, so that's so knowing is from a function from 0 to infinity. Let's put it this way.
No, I don't accept that.
Zero knowing to enlightenment.
Zero knowing would not be knowing.
Well, but it's some knowing.
No, zero knowing is by definition zero, so that's not knowing.
Okay,
it's zero.
It's a function between 0 and infinity. Okay, so two asymptotes where you go very,
this
very
is
close
totally
to zero.
Conceptual. It's not based in reality because there's
isn't consciousness conceptual?
Oh, Mike can help
no.
us. He's
well, it depends because you've not defined
he
it
can
yet.
define
But
zero.
let's
and
say hello
define
to her.
Infinity. Welcome, Mike.
Morning.
Hi, Mike.
Good morning, Mike.
Mike was a professor of mathematics at UCF.
Oh,
he
cool.
Can help us with 0 and infinity.
Oh, no.
Are they undefined or defined?
I'm a former professor. I'm what they call an extinguished professor of mathematics.
That's very funny.
Now it's like the Marines. Once a professor, always a professor.
Lewis might be about to give us his working definition of consciousness. We are yet to hear it.
Yes. So consciousness is knowing, right?
And what is define knowing briefly?
Knowing is receiving data. It's like input, processing.
Receiving data and processing. Okay, then I can definitively say protons do not have consciousness because they do not receive and process data.
Well, not that you know of.
Can you even conceptually try to explain any possibility that a proton can receive and process data? You have 3 things: receiving and processing data.
Well, you are a whole bunch of protons.
Not only.
You're a whole bunch of stuff. You're a whole bunch of energy.
Yeah.
And then from that whole bunch of energy, there arises knowing. Right? But you need a whole bunch of input.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have any input, you just
that doesn't mean that all the parts have consciousness. For example, the wheel of the axle of a car is not a vehicle. We can say a car is a vehicle, but we cannot say therefore all of the parts of a car are a vehicle. No.
In essence, yes.
In essence, yes. What? They are a vehicle?
Just like you cannot say that you're not reality.
So in essence, you said in essence, yes. What? In essence, yes, they are not a vehicle, or yes, they are a vehicle?
They are a vehicle in essence.
Please try to get just an axle of a car and demonstrate for me that axle is a vehicle.
Yes. But let's go back to, for example, me saying, are you reality or you're not reality?
It depends how you define reality. If you define reality as the totality, then I have to say, no, I'm not the totality of everything.
You're part of the totality.
Yes, I'm a part. That's the difference. A part of a vehicle is not a vehicle.
So basically, you are
Different.
reality, not in its totality, but in its part.
I am a part.
Reality is holographic. If you read David Bohm,
to your words.
David Bohm is a physicist, and he says reality is a hologram.
Oh,
in every part
he's
of reality,
a physicist? Then
yes.
Everything he says must be true.
No.
Is
But,
David Bohm real?
yes, he is.
If he's not
Yes, he is.
real, can we discard his statement?
Yes, he is. What I'm trying to get to here is that the whole is made of parts.
Yes,
and
the whole is
parts,
greater than the sum of the parts. It is not merely the parts stuck together. It is something other than the mere collection of parts.
What is greater than the whole?
God.
What is greater than the whole? Where does it? Why is this question relevant?
Because you say that you have a whole bunch of parts that make a whole, and the whole is greater than the parts. So what is greater than the whole?
The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. Well, what is greater than that whole would be if that whole is a part of another complex system, which that is a part of. For example, the liver is a functioning organ, and yet the sum of the organ systems is greater than the whole, the whole organism, the whole biological organism is greater than merely the collection of organs.
And what is greater than the whole?
Well, for example, the economy is a complex phenomena.
Yes. I understand.
Consisting of many parts.
Keep going.
Well, it's a holarchy, but it doesn't mean that you can find the attributes of a whole in the parts. For example, you cannot predict the fluid dynamics of water by just examining oxygen and hydrogen atoms. And this is the whole process of complexity and self-organizing systems. They are non-reducible to their parts. Would you agree? I forgot. Mike, would you agree?
That they're non-reducible to their parts?
Yeah, like that with a complex system, you have emergent properties that cannot be reduced to the properties of the parts of the complex system.
I have no idea.
Oh.
It depends in part on what you mean by such a term as reducible.
Oh, okay, well, let's say, can the properties of a complex system be generated by the individual parts when they are not part of the complex system, for example?
I'm sorry, I tend to find the picture rather fuzzy.
Yeah, sure.
Now, let me ask you, what question were you starting with? This was something about explaining
what is consciousness. Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
so I wanted Lewis to define consciousness before he went on his
the first thing that strikes me is I'm not at all sure which terms, which ideas are more basic than consciousness. That being so, how do I go back to some term which is presumably right on the bottom of the set of terms, one of these terms in which we define other things, and how do I go beyond the bottom of the basement of the words and understandings and give a definition?
There you go. So you cannot stop anywhere. In the definition of consciousness, you cannot stop anywhere. You cannot stop at the proton or the brain or the body or the society.
Why
or
not?
The country.
That sounds like an idea not based in evidence, Lewis.
Because if I cut you in half, You know, where is your consciousness? On the left half or the right half? Where is
if you
your
cut off
consciousness?
my legs,
yeah,
then my legs will not. So you already defined consciousness as, was it receiving and processing data? Now the way in which my amputated legs will receive and process data is entirely different to the way my the upper part of my body, if I'm still alive and conscious, will be processing data. It's totally different data processing.
So if you put it like that, where is your consciousness within you? Where is it? Yeah, it must be somewhere. If it's not in your leg, where is it?
Right here is.
Well, again, we've
Cheetah.
not.
Cheetah
I don't think we
is,
satisfactorily.
oh,
sorry.
heart.
Yeah, that's one idea. But we've not satisfactorily defined consciousness. But I would say that the vast majority of data processing, which you define consciousness as, occurs in the brain.
Where in the brain?
Well, that depends on what type of data processing you're talking about. There's certain areas that are more used in visual data processing, for example, or sound processing, or smell processing.
Is the brain not connected to the body?
Well,
is there a brain
my
without
brain
a body?
personally is connected. You know, it is not separate from my body.
What I'm trying to do is to delocalize the very concept, the very idea of consciousness.
But I think you stray into intellectual speculation which has no basis in evidence.
But nobody has seen consciousness anywhere. There's no evidence anywhere.
Why would you expect to be able to see it?
Like you're saying, you are the one who's trying to say that, you know, it's all a thing. You know,
did I say it's all a thing?
Your leg is a thing, but your consciousness is not.
I never said it's all a thing. I never said that.
So, you know,
let's take, for example, where can you find the fluid dynamic characteristics of water? Can you find it in individual water molecules?
You find it in consciousness.
You cannot. You can only find it in the aggregation of a multitude of water molecules.
If there is no mind to look at the water, there is no fluid dynamics.
What do you mean there is no fluid dynamics?
Because there's nobody to look at the water. Who's going to come up with that idea?
The water doesn't suddenly not behave in a certain way just because no human is looking.
It behaves, but nobody gives it a name. It doesn't matter.
Yes, but that doesn't mean that fluid dynamics doesn't exist. Fluid dynamics is a human term as a way of communicating a phenomena in nature. It doesn't mean that the phenomena stops existing if a human stops looking at it.
I'm not denying any. I'm just saying.
But still, I can ask you, where are those fluid dynamic properties? Can you find them in any individual molecule? And the answer is no.
Don't. It's the mind.
It is a complex phenomenon. No, not because it's made in the mind. It's not made in the mind. It is an aggregate of water molecules behave in characteristic ways when they are together under certain circumstances. And that is non-reducible to the individual. I'll give you another example. Ants have very complex behaviors. They can even build air conditioning. Or was that termites or ants? I forgot. Well, let's say one of those creatures. They can build air conditioning systems in their homes. They farm algae and so on. They have very complex behaviors. And the old school thinking, this sort of linear causality thinking, is that, oh, the queen must have the blueprints. The queen must be giving out these specific orders to the workers. But in fact, what seems to have been demonstrated is that if the individual members of that society operate on really relatively very simple rules, then by the interaction of many of them with simple rules, you get emergent properties.
There you go.
Very complex phenomena resulting that are not found in any of the individuals. It doesn't mean that when the human stops looking at the ants, they all just behave chaotically.
No, they're still there. They're still there.
It doesn't mean that those properties don't exist.
I think we can agree on this.
They're not simply understood by this very linear
consciousness,
causality.
let's see if we can agree on this. Consciousness is an emergent phenomenon within reality.
It seems so. To me,
There
it
you go.
seems so.
Where it is, it's everywhere and nowhere at the same time, just like
No.
reality
Now
itself.
you are straying into intellectual, like speculation that's again not rooted in evidence. You're saying, oh, it's mysterious, therefore it's everywhere.
But where
that's
is
not
it?
based in.
Where is it? It's there and in here too. Consciousness is in your brain and in my brain.
Where is the capacity for ants to build complex structures? Where is it? If you try to look, where is it?
It's another emergent property of reality.
It's not
nowhere.
Just everywhere.
It's nowhere.
Not infinite and zeros.
So consciousness.
It's a direct property of the the coming together of the individuals.
Let's try to agree on this.
For example, if the brain is a very, very, very complex organ,
yes.
Together with the body, let's say the whole body system,
yes.
heavily dependent specifically on the brain for complex, then you can say that if you ask where is it, you can say it is an emergent property of that biological organism.
Okay. Let's see if we can expand this. We agree that consciousness is an emergent process within reality.
Well, yeah, and anything that we can talk about,
and it
is
emerges
reality,
pretty much anywhere. It emerges
thing.
Anywhere, right?
No. What's your evidence for that? What's your evidence for that, Lewis? It emerges everywhere.
I know it emerges here because I know what.
Okay, that's one specific place.
I know it emerges there.
I get it.
Does it emerge out of a fart?
I know it emerges in many, many brains.
Yes, many brains. Okay.
Okay, there we go. So
very specifically limited.
How many brains are there in this planet, which is, a very tiny part of the universe?
A brain doesn't mean everywhere. Like there isn't a brain in my toilet, for example.
But when you say consciousness, are you talking about human consciousness or mosquito consciousness?
Actually, we're working on your definition, which is the input and processing of data.
There you go. Universal, because
my toilet does not have this function.
Well,
a computer
that's the deal.
Therefore,
that's the deal, that consciousness emerges.
But a computer has consciousness. Therefore, according to Luis's definition, that's why he wants a proton to have consciousness, that it's everywhere, so that he can prove that consciousness that we have is an emergent property of protons.
So, but I'm trying to look not at things within reality, but at the nature or the essence of anything. That way I can generalize.
Okay, so please explain, how does my toilet input and process data?
Because you believe the impression that Justin and Luis are both fighting from totally different positions, philosophical positions,
without a doubt,
and are both somewhat bewildered every time their saber thrust does not hit home.
How can you not see, Justin? How can you not see? But we are looking at the two perspectives, the two fundamental ways of looking at reality, the conventional and the non-conventional perspective. Conventional perspective looks at things. The non-conventional perspective, the metaphysical perspective or transcendental, looks at the essence of anything. And that includes anything from zero. From 0 Kelvin, anything is in there is considered. And since
0 Kelvin?
Yes.
Can you explain to me any phenomena that you are aware of at 0 Kelvin that receives and processes data?
Well, at 0 Kelvin, 0 becomes a quantum, and a quantum becomes a 0.
I think you're talking nonsense.
No, I'm not making this up. I'm not making this up.
Let me ask, what is the connection between consciousness and information processing? I keep hearing both of you talk about information process.
Oh, Mike, I'll just explain a little. So Lewis was about to go on a long spiel about consciousness. So in order to make my own effort to listen, then I would have to know what he means, you know, by his term, consciousness. So I asked him to give a definition. So he defined consciousness as the I don't know if it was the ability to, or just the phenomena of inputting and processing data. So we're working. So that's the Lewis's definition that we're working on, because I know many different people can mean something very different by consciousness, almost as different as people can mean by the word God. So I wouldn't want to have any rigorous, detailed conversation unless I understand the term that the person is meaning. So I'm taking his definition.
Mm-hmm.
So you're both understanding that consciousness somehow or other involves data processing.
No, I'm not understanding that, but I'm taking that understanding because that's Lewis's understanding, and I'm in conversation with Lewis. So I'm discussing the validity of his concept based on his definition.
Let's break that down. So you do not agree that consciousness is data processing, input, output.
I'm not saying I don't agree. Consciousness is a word, and we all use words to refer to different things. We can use the same word to refer to different things. So if I'm to have a meaningful conversation with you, I will adopt your meaning of the word that you are using to express your concepts, just out of politeness and convenience.
Sure.
Otherwise, we'd be having a conversation about two totally different things. So I say
consciousness is a process where information is exchanged, you know, and input, output, and processing, analyzing, and everything.
Okay, exchange. So we've added to the definition now. Exchanged, so inputted, processed, and also exchanged. We have an expanded definition now.
I mean, input is exchange.
Input is exchange. Going on everywhere. Like
exchange usually, I think, means going back and forth.
Back and forth. There you are, back and forth.
Isn't a stoplight a process of information? Red, green, and yellow. Isn't that a process of information? So where's the consciousness in the stoplight? Or in a computer?
So I think we can agree also to say that consciousness is not a human thing. It belongs everywhere. It's a.
I think you mean not only a human thing.
It's a thing of reality. It happens everywhere.
Now, this is, again, for me, this is where you leap to evidence-less intellectual speculation. It's an assumption, not something that's derived on.
Are animals conscious?
In my opinion, they very obviously input and process data.
Where do you stop the concept of consciousness? For example, is a virus conscious?
According to your definition, well, I would have to check with maybe a biochemist if they input and process data. I'm not sure. But when it comes to a proton, I know of no evidence of them inputting and processing data. Processing is already a complex phenomenon.
A proton is made of the dense,
and that's why, again, when you go to 0 Kelvin, I find it hard to imagine any processing at 0 Kelvin, since there's no movement.
And yet, zero is not zero for more than a quantum time, a time so small that you cannot really talk, about time there. Zero is never zero for more than a quantum time to become a quantum bit of energy and then fizz back into zero.
Again, I worry about a very far-fetched speculation, and I challenge you to provide any evidence, evidence of data processing at 0 degrees Kelvin.
I refer you to the latest quantum mechanical theoretical physicists that study the nature of the quantum.
I welcome you to send me by email or whatever any evidence of data processing at 0 degrees Kelvin.
I'll give you all the lectures that I've listened to. I'm not a physicist. I'm not a theoretical
No,
physicist.
but just that one point is enough. That one point, data processing at 0 degrees Kelvin, or data processing carried out by a proton.
Isn't data made up of zeros and ones?
Well, computer data is. Yeah.
All data.
Human created.
Data.
No.
All data.
No.
You are made of zeros and ones.
No, I'm not.
No.
No.
What are you made of?
All sorts of things.
And what are those things made of?
What define 0 and 1? If you insist on this very peculiar, fanciful idea that I'm created of zeros and ones, please define what you mean by zeros and ones briefly.
Reality is quantum in nature. It's not
could
analog.
you very briefly define what you mean by that statement?
Reality is not made of a line that is continuous. It's not analog.
Again,
yes.
You're leaping from like
okay, the fabric,
unexplainable concept to unexplainable concept.
Let's put it this way: the fabric of reality, what we're made of, the fabric of reality is not analog. It is quantized. The smaller you look in space-time,
yes,
the more you see that everything is either a 0 or a 1 or a combination.
Define what is a 0 and what is a 1, because this makes no sense to me whatsoever.
0 is where there's nothing. 0.
So I'm composed of a series of nothings and a series of something else.
I'm gonna give it to you.
I'm very interested how you conceptualize a series of nothings.
I'm gonna take you back to the Buddhist tradition. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form.
Yeah, emptiness does not mean 0 in that context.
Well, form is anyone, right? Form is anyone.
Emptiness in Buddhism is very specifically empty of something very specific.
Of what? Of being?
Of independent existence and of permanence. So we don't say something is empty means it's nothing. Something is empty in Buddhism means it has an absence of being permanently existing. Yes. It has an absence of being independent from everything else. So nothing is independent. It doesn't mean it's 0. There's nothing about 0 there.
You are agreeing with me, because when I told you that I don't look at things, I look at the essence of anything.
You hope that you're looking at that, or you think you're looking at that.
And the essence of anything is 0, is empty.
Yes, I think that your concept of 0 and 1 is redundant and ridiculous.
The Sanskrit word for 0 is shunya, and shunyata is emptiness.
It's not 0. It has nothing to do with 0.
Well, 0,
you tell me. You tell me.
0 means
I think you're too influenced by computers.
No, you can't. See, this is the thing where you have to see things from both conventional. Well, it behooves you to see things from both the conventional and non-conventional view, because
Lewis, it's also possible that you think that you are seeing things from conventional and whatever other view, but it might be that you are not.
Yes. We are exchanging here
intellectual speculation that doesn't have a basis in Buddhism or reality.
Justin, we are just exchanging here.
Yes.
That consciousness and this consciousness, which is the same consciousness, because
because Lewis says so.
It doesn't have a label on it, right? My consciousness is this is Lewis's consciousness and not Justin's.
Actually, it does. I can see the label, Lewis Del Pino.
But if you look through it, we are the same. We are reality talking to itself through its two.
From one perspective, I can agree with that particular statement.
There you go. So basically, this is not me or you. This is reality trying to understand itself with a better.
That statement I would disagree with.
You would.
Yeah. We are the same. This is reality talking to itself. But to say that it is not you is also I would disagree with. You are separate from me, and you are not separate from me. Both.
I'm going to propose something to you. I'm going to propose something to you. 0 is 1 at the same time, and 1 is 0 at the same time.
But
see
you
if we
have to
can.
define 0 and 1 before I can even
Okay.
judge
all right.
whether that makes any sense or
Okay.
not.
So 0 is no thing, no dash thing, no phenomena, no
What do
energy.
you mean? What do you
zero.
mean by thing?
No energy.
No energy. That's
Right.
okay. That's getting a bit more specific. Because
Okay.
if 0 means no energy, okay.
Yes.
And then what's 1?
1 is energy, so something, right?
Okay. How?
So
what is the maximum number of no energy you can have?
0.
Okay.
If there's
So you
nothing,
can't
is
have
nothing.
more than
There is
one
no object.
0.
There is no phenomenon because there's nothing observable, and hence there's no consciousness because there's nothing to see, there's nothing to think, there's nothing to receive, there's nothing to exchange, there's nothing to process.
So 0. Okay. So you've defined 0 now as no energy. And what's 1?
Energy. Very
So
tiny
you're saying
energy.
I'm made up of energy, but I'm also made up of no energy. So
You are
like no
both- you
energy
are-
plus energy.
You
So
are
it's kind
and
of
you are
like
not
when
at
I
the
ate a
same time.
banana. I ate a banana and I also ate no banana. So no banana plus a banana is a banana, obviously, because 1 plus 0 equals 1. So basically,
It's
in
true.
fact, I ate 5,000 no bananas this morning. In fact,
In a sense, yes.
yeah.
In a sense,
Basically,
also.
I'm talking nonsense.
But reality is
You understand
nonsensical.
there is a national shortage of no bananas.
But to say
We
I'm made up
cannot
of
not
energy
communicate.
and no energy is simply nonsense. It's like saying I have a car and no car. Oh,
That's correct.
so you have
That
a
is
car.
correct.
So someone who has no
conventional-
car just has
Listen,
no car, but someone who has
you-
a car has a car and no car.
You're getting it. In conventional terms,
Okay.
you have a car. You
No, I don't have a
conventional-
car. I only
in
have no
conventional-
car.
Okay.
I don't have
In
no
con-
car and a car.
But listen to this. Where I'm just trying to lead you to my perspective of things of the world. In conventional terms, you may have a car if you have a car, but in transcendental terms, you do not, because car and me and having are of the mind, of the consciousness, interchange of data, but the whole is greater than its parts.
So actually, you have all the cars. What?
It's just, in a sense, reality is all cars and no cars at the same time. Reality is and is not concurrently.
No, you so when you say no cars, you mean 0 cars?
No cars is no phenomenon. 0.
Yeah.
500.
But
So we know there's
itself,
not 0.
Do
we
you
know
not
that there is not
realize
0.
that all cars are made of zeros and ones?
No, this is nonsense. You can't say that a car is made of. You've already defined 0 and 1, by the way. So now you're saying a car is made of no energy and energy.
Yes.
That's just like my breakfast was no banana and a banana.
Just think
it's
about
no
this.
Different.
You see the car.
Different than
You
saying
see the car.
a banana.
See the car. You cut it in half, and you cut it in half, and you cut it again and again and again.
Then you totally broken it.
Where is the car? Where is the car within that car?
Well, there's no more car now. There's just a pile of junk. Because a car is a whole.
Was never a car.
There was.
You call it a car.
You already said it was a car.
It's your consciousness that sees a car there, but all there is in there is a whole bunch of 0 ones.
No, there's not no energy plus energy. and you can't say there's no car. You're saying there's no whole. It's like if there is a whole, there is a whole. Yes, a whole can be divided into parts, but if you try to divide a self-organizing system into parts, the self-organizing system will cease to exist because you have broken it into parts. I'll give you an example. If you get a cat and you cut off its tail and its legs and its head and its ribs, all pull it apart, you don't have a cat still. You have a corpse.
Where's my cat?
The whole is not
in
the parts.
Can you make reality disappear by cutting it into parts?
Reality?
Yes.
Do you mean the totality?
The totality, yes, which is made of parts. So you're cutting parts. You cut the whole into an infinity of parts.
You can't.
Is reality
cut
gone?
apart.
Is reality gone?
You're asking for the impossible. You can't cut reality apart.
At 0 Kelvin.
At
At
zero,
zero
what the fuck are you
Kelvin.
talking
At
about?
0 Kelvin, is reality there? Yes.
Reality is not 0 Kelvin. So your question is
reality is everything
invalid.
And nothing at the same time. You cannot say that 0 is not part
You're
of
just
reality.
repeating the spiel about everything is zeros and ones. But again, it's I can see nothing but
you understand the term
preconception
anicca?
behind your idea.
You understand
Nothing
the
but
term
that.
anicca?
There's no basis. Huh? Anitya, impermanent.
In an impermanence, for something to be something else, to change, doesn't it have to stop being what it is?
No. What? If it's ask the question again.
For something A to become B, doesn't A have to stop being A to become B?
Only if B is mutually exclusive with A.
So what is that space between A and B?
No, maybe
0
F.
Kelvin.
What the fuck? What are you talking nonsense? So let's say, okay, I can't speak French. So I'm a person who can't speak French. Let's say I want to transform into a person who can speak French. You don't have to freeze my body to 0 degrees Kelvin in order to teach me French. It's total nonsense.
That 0 becoming 1 is in everything, including changing from French to German.
It's only in your head, Louis. It's only in your head.
It is indeed, that's for sure.
It's your concept. You're so attached to your 0 and 1 concept, but you have no way of even theoretically, let alone physically, establishing this any validity to your idea, so far as I've experienced.
Well, I still ask you, where is your consciousness, and can you cut it in little pieces?
And or how does that establish the 0 and 1 hypothesis?
Is that like a fuzzy ball that goes from one place to the other, so you can't get rid of it?
What's this got to do with your 0 and 1 hypothesis?
Well, I define consciousness as input, output, data exchange.
And processing.
And I say it is an emergent quality of the whole, so it's everywhere.
Yeah, this is a speculation that has no grounding in either reasoning or evidence. But, so far that you've demonstrated.
Every sentient being has consciousness.
Yes, that's the definition of sentient being, assuming
there you go.
I'm understanding
there
the
you
definition.
Go. So, you know, anything that moves around or changes is a sentient being.
Really? Who, according to who?
Well,
I accept that all sentient beings have consciousness because the definition of sentient being is that it has consciousness. So it's just, this is only a matter of dictionary, really.
So this
but
emergent,
to say that everything that moves around has consciousness, now that's something that I would not agree with, obviously.
Why not? It may be a tiny piece of consciousness.
Because I would have, let's say, if a piece of dust is moving in space, then it's moving. Now, that doesn't, to me, prove that it is inputting and processing data.
Not
just because
that you
it's
know
moving.
of, right? Not that you know of.
No, so because I don't know it, then I would
still
certainly not
part of
assume
reality.
it to be so, because to assume things that I have no knowledge of is irrational.
Well, what I try to do is not to stop anywhere, because there are really no holes in reality. There's no escape in reality. A piece of dust flying in space is still reality. So the property of emergent consciousness is potential there. Now, how much does it potentiate? And that's why I said that it's a function from 0 to infinity, you know, between 0 and infinity.
I think your intellectual ideas are trapping you in a loop, Luis.
I just cannot say that consciousness is only me, or only mosquito, or only this or that. Consciousness is a property, an emergent property of the whole. So it can be anywhere, potentially anywhere.
It's an emergent property that we find within the whole. I can agree with that, because within the whole, we have Mike and Dominique and Jairo and yourself. And within this whole universe, we can observe consciousness has emerged within the whole. To then extrapolate that and say, therefore, everything must be inputting and outputting data and processing data. That is a massive leap of preconceived intellectual speculation.
At least we can agree that it is an emergent property, an emergent phenomenon within reality,
Yes.
which could be described as a function between 0 and infinity.
No.
Where
Again,
do
you've
you
defined zero and zero. Oh, we haven't defined infinity yet, but you've defined 0 as no energy and 1 as
no exchange,
energy.
no
So it's
exchange of
already
data.
kind of useless concept.
Yeah. So basically what I cannot say is, I can say that consciousness is an emergent property of reality, but it's not for me to, it's not for me to say what consciousness is or is not, because it's emergent of the whole of reality, of the infinity. Who am I to say?
You've already said what consciousness is. You've already defined it.
An emergent process.
Not totally,
but then can I say that I have consciousness, but the dust traveling in space doesn't have? Or it has so little that I cannot define it as human consciousness?
You say it has so little, but I don't think you have evidence that it has any. I don't think you have any evidence that a speck of dust is processing data.
What I'm proposing,
it would be like saying, like, if I thought, oh, I can speak English and other people can speak English. Maybe every life in the universe can speak English. I think I will fix my mind on that.
But potentially,
conclusion,
you would agree that yes.
Because I haven't checked and I have no evidence for it. Yeah. But since I can speak English and Lewis can speak English, yes. I think that I will strongly, tightly cling on to the definite conclusion that every living being in the universe can speak English. And does speak English, whatever. However extreme you want to make the absurdity.
That is the difference. That means that with a certain degree of probability,
with a certain degree of probability, my aged dog could speak English.
That is correct.
I would have to disagree with you.
But it's just everything is a probability. Everything is data, an exchange of data. So everything is probabilistic. As a matter of fact,
then there's a probability that you are wrong, Lewis, about your ideas.
Yes, also, yes. Yeah. So maybe we can define consciousness as an emergent property between every 0 and every 1. If
you're welcome to do so, but you have to do so without
if we say
my
that
agreement,
1 would be infinity and 0 would be 0. What I'm trying to portray here or share here is that I cannot say that I have consciousness, but the chair does not.
And you can't say that. Why?
Because with the proper factors and elements, there could be some consciousness.
Is the reason why you can't say that because you don't know that to be true? You don't know that the chair doesn't have consciousness. Therefore, you can't say that it doesn't. Is that right?
I think the way
why?
to put this is that you cannot say it doesn't.
Yeah,
but you cannot say it does.
Could you try to give me a yes or no answer? Is part of the reason, or part or whole of the reason why you cannot say the chair does not have consciousness, because you do not know the chair to not have consciousness. You're not sure that it doesn't have consciousness, therefore you can't say that it doesn't have consciousness.
So it's like being agnostic.
But is that
I can't say there is a God. Fair? I can't say there is one.
Okay, so it sounds like you're agreeing with me. So on that same basis, if you refuse to say that the chair doesn't have consciousness because you don't know it to not have consciousness, then similarly, you should not say that the chair has consciousness because you do not know it to have consciousness.
Let's agree on this. Consciousness is like autism.
Wait, when you say let's agree on this, do you mean what I just said?
Yes. So
in that case, you can't say everything is conscious. You've already excluded the chair. You can't say the whole universe except that chair.
No, wait a minute. I'm just trying to agree with you.
Yeah.
Or at least to find coherence or concurrence in what we think. So we have agreed that consciousness is an emergent property of the whole.
or within the whole, of or within the whole. I wouldn't be sure which
It
word to
emerges
choose,
within
but
the whole,
something
of the
around that.
whole, by the whole. If there's no whole, there's no nothing. So it's all one thing. It's an emergent property
I would
of
agree
reality.
that it is an emergent property that we find within reality.
And emergent, emergent means that there is no consciousness, zero consciousness, right? Or a little bit of
that's
consciousness.
Not what emergence means. What?
Emergent is that when something gets together and becomes, a phenomenon.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
Like a car.
I mean, it's
like
a little
car,
bit more specific than
like
that.
a car before it's a car, it's a piece of metal, and then this and this, and then you have bolts, and now you have a car. A car is an emergent phenomenon within reality too. Okay. So
I won't slow the process down by defining emergence, but let's continue.
Well, emergence is to come out of something. Everything comes out of reality, but it's not. When you come out as a baby, are you a grown-up human? No, you're just a baby. Or your consciousness, for example. Do you know a lot when you're born? You don't know shit. And then, your consciousness evolves and starts, more data input, output, more analysis. You become more abstract, more subtle. Ooh. So every phenomenon is emergent of the whole. And as such, every phenomenon.
I don't know what that means.
I'm sorry?
I don't know what emergent of the whole means, but
you're
saying everything is within reality. Everything in reality is in reality. I think that's what you're saying. Is emergent of
reality. Yes, yes. And then because everything is constantly in change and impermanent, you cannot really say that a car is always the same car. It's always changing.
I don't think anyone has ever said a car is always the same car.
Well, it's always changing. So it's also an emergent thing. And the same thing happens with any phenomenon within reality. It is constantly changing. It's never the same thing, same phenomenon from one moment to the next, because, something changes in it.
Not necessarily. Wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
You wouldn't?
No.
So things are...
I don't know.
Things are set and permanent.
Again, it partly depends on the level of examination.
That is correct. It depends on the perspective. If you look at a car at the car level, human level, this is a car and it's a car and it's a car. But if you look at it from a different perspective, it's a bunch of energy that is constantly changing. The components of that car are always changing. Some are decaying, even at the molecular level.
Yeah,
to some extent,
some degree of change.
The particles, the fundamental particles that it's made of, are constantly changing. I mean, a car is a car in your mind. But as an object, it's just a changing thing. I mean, you have to go with nature.
But even in your mind, it can still be a changing thing.
That is correct.
That is changing.
That is
stop
correct.
It existing.
So this thing about the constant change in evolution, this emergence, applies to everything.
So emergence and change are not the same thing. And when we talk about emergence, I think we have to differentiate what we really mean by emergence, and whether we're talking about the kind of emergence in complexity theory within the
if there
field
was
of
no
mathematics,
change,
or whether we're talking about some like
if there was no change,
like coming out of.
Wait a minute. In the whole, if there was no change, would there be any emergence?
No.
Okay. Reality would be a picture.
I'm not
it
sure.
Would not be a movie.
I'm not sure what the reality
would. You look at a picture.
I'm not sure what the term would mean if there was no change.
So basically, emergence and change are one and the same thing.
No.
Because if there is no change, there's nothing new coming up.
Yeah, but that's like saying if there was no potassium, there would be no bananas. Therefore, banana equals potassium. But that's not true.
I didn't say that.
Well, I think you said emergence is change.
In order for a banana to appear in reality, there has to be change.
It sounded like you said something like, like emergence needs change, therefore emergence is change, or something.
They're tied together. If there is no change,
but they're not.
There's no emergence. And if there's no emergence, there's no change. So basically,
no. Again, that's like saying if there's no potassium, there's no banana. But if there's no banana, there's no potassium. No,
I'm not saying the same. We're not saying the same thing.
You can have change without emergent properties. You can't have emergent properties without change, but you can have change without emergent properties. One is a more they're not the same level of phenomena. Again, this is why it's important to be careful of what we actually mean by emergence. If all you mean by emergence is change, then obviously change equals change. If you define emergence as change, then that's like, you know, banana equals banana. Yes.
What I'm
no
trying
banana,
to
there
go
is no
to
banana. Yes.
is that
But
consciousness,
emergence in any
consciousness
context does not mean simply change.
Consciousness doesn't go from no consciousness to consciousness. There are various degrees of
course, consciousness
because
doesn't
it's
go
emergent.
from nothing to something, because
Okay,
if there's no consciousness, then there is no consciousness. So consciousness can't go from its own absence.
Well, now we're
because
going
then there is no.
Now we're going somewhere.
You're like,
now
no
you are
banana,
agreeing.
Change it.
Now you are agreeing that consciousness is in the spectrum. There's a little bit of consciousness, a little bit more consciousness, a little bit more consciousness, a whole bunch of consciousness, self-awareness.
Actually, I wouldn't necessarily agree with that. It could be the same process. It could be totally black and white, that there is either consciousness or not, based on your definition, because you said consciousness is the input and processing of data, and also the output. So actually, on that basis, we could potentially not have a spectrum at all. We could either say that is present or absent.
Okay, so now we're going to mix both things, the spectrum of consciousness and where this analog change, the analog function, changes into non-analog, which is either something or nothing. And
before I can follow you, I actually have to know what you mean by spectrum. Are you saying like the more data processing that occurs, the more higher consciousness on your spectrum?
The more consciousness, the more awareness. Like, you know, the mosquito has a little bit of consciousness, the human has a lot of consciousness, etc.
The computer has a vast amount of consciousness, according to your definition.
Say so. I don't know.
Not according to me. I'm not working on my ideas. I'm examining yours.
Okay, so if the computer has a lot of consciousness, so does the chair, in a sense, you know. Because there's exchange of data in the matter that the chair is made of. But in any case, I'm going to present this. Where does the autistic or the spectrum of consciousness change? I use the term autistic spectrum and consciousness spectrum is the same thing. So basically,
so you're saying what? Sorry, what has consciousness got to do with autism?
To use the term the term spectrum, because the
spectrum doesn't mean autism.
No, but they describe autism in the spectrum, meaning that you can be a little bit autistic or very autistic. So I use that to say you can be a little bit conscious or very conscious. You see, I'm just to
it's a greater and lesser degrees of data processing.
There you go. So where do you say that it's not conscious because it's very little?
Well, working on your definition, then if there's no data processing, then there would be no consciousness, according to your definition so far.
But that only happens at 0 Kelvin.
Now, this is where you leap into the irrational.
No. I continue adding zeros. I continue adding zeros and zeros and ones, zeros and ones, zeros and ones, zeros and ones, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. So if you have a whole bunch of zeros and ones, you have a lot of consciousness.
Again, and 0, 1, you've defined as no energy and energy. So
there you go. A very tiny amount of energy at the Planck scale.
The building blocks of your concept are flawed, in my opinion. And that's why it breaks down when you go into sort of more complex thinking of your ideas. The very building blocks of the concepts that you've generated are very peculiar. You're conceptualizing something about zero energy and energy, and then this data, and you're saying that you have so far I can see no.
Let's make
like
it this
I said,
way.
No intellectual or physical evidence of
let me put
inanimate objects processing data.
And we'll let somebody else talk. But let me put it this way: consciousness feels analog to us.
What do you mean by analog?
It changes. There's more or less. It's like a symphony. You know, there's no holes in the music, but you hear in the symphony of the music. But I'm very well aware.
When you go to sleep?
I'm very well aware that no matter how analog consciousness feels in the spectrum, it is still made of quanta, which is a 0 and a 1. And the combination of zeros and ones feels analog, but the whole thing is still quantized.
So taking that back to your definition of consciousness, which is processing data, are you saying that in your personal experience, you observe that you process individual units of energy or data?
Yes.
I don't know what you mean by data,
Yes.
but you got the 0 and 1 hypothesis, but then you got the data. So individual packets of data, you directly experience yourself processing individual packets of data. Is that what you're saying?
And because between every package of data, between every 0 and 1, consciousness is an emergent process in the spectrum.
Are you still talking from your direct experience, or are you again?
This is my direct experience. Yes. No. This is me.
Can you describe to us the experience of processing a single unit of data?
Yes.
Please do.
You get out of your own mind. You go a little bit crazy, like in the Kula Sunyata Sutta, where the mind says any 0-1 is also anicca, dukkha, and anatta.
I don't feel like you're explaining experience. I feel like you're explaining concepts. Can you explain us?
That's my experience.
Can you recount to us the experience of processing a single unit of data? Describe us the process.
Okay, so let's say that I take a trip in my mind into 0 Kelvin. Okay.
Okay, so you would be dead.
No, physically, yes, but in my mind, I can go anywhere.
So you're saying
anytime.
You're imagining 0 degrees Kelvin.
My consciousness, to be
That's
specific.
already a massively complex processing
task. This consciousness, i.e. this process, this emergent process, which comes from reality, which is reality looking at itself. Reality gives itself, through this consciousness, the freedom to travel all the way to 0 Kelvin and to infinity. And realizes that there is no real jump, because 0 is infinite and infinite is 0, and everything in between is just the same change, the same chains of data. So it doesn't matter how much data you look at, it's always made of zeros and ones.
I don't feel like you just described to us the experience of processing a single unit of data.
It's freedom.
I feel like you described a very complex imaginary process and a lot of speculative intellectual commentary.
That's release. That experience is release. That's true nirvana, true enlightenment, where you are able to squeeze between a 0 and a 1, just come through again and go back in and out, in and out, in and out. And it doesn't matter.
Now you're between a 0 and a 1. This is no longer binary. You now have a third.
Consciousness is emergent of reality, and reality is made of zeros and ones. It has to emerge somewhere, and it's in the space between 0 and 1.
I haven't heard anything close to what I was asking for.
I know.
Maybe someone else has something to say.
Don't cry, Dominic. Don't cry, Dominic.
Dominic cannot talk today.
May I intrude with a different opinion?
Yes,
please, Mike, please, by all means.
Okay.
I have 5 minutes left, by the way.
All right. I'm going to be taking off shortly, too, because I got stuff to do. But this business of consciousness is an emergent property. I would be much more comfortable with the idea that consciousness is some sort of basic building block of the universe or reality or whatever it is.
Mike, I'd love to hear what you're about to say, but first, can I just ask, are you using the word the same as Lewis, which means receiving and processing data, or are you using consciousness in a different way? I had the sense you might be using it in a different way, which I might even find more palatable.
When we talk about consciousness, I would not give a definition of consciousness.
You're already in a safer position.
I would say, hey, I know what consciousness is, and so do you. We all know what consciousness is. We experience it directly.
Direct experience, yes.
From my point of view, consciousness probably ought to be identified with some sort of awareness. Okay? I'm not really thinking of information processing. As a matter of fact, I recall an interesting experience I went through where I had a minor medical procedure and they put me out. And I remember going into this darkness, as it
La La
were,
Land.
and I was there and I experienced it and I was aware of it and there were no thoughts passing.
Sure.
Okay.
Pure being.
There was no processing going on.
Pure
and yet,
being beyond the mind.
From my point of view, I was completely conscious.
Yep.
So, as I say, I am not at all sure that we, that I would like to think of consciousness as being something identified with data processing, although we can certainly be aware of data processing and lots of other things.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd say data processing is very much a part of the specific cognitive functioning of the especially the human mind, the prefrontal cortex. Well, no, that's maybe an exaggeration.
I can certainly imagine, but some sort of automaton that had data being input to it and it was processing the data.
Yeah.
But I certainly wouldn't think it was conscious.
Yeah, absolutely. Like computers.
See, that's the special thing about human consciousness. It's a knowing that knows it is knowing.
But again,
computers don't know that.
I am not at all sure that I would want to think of it as an emergent property. I realize that this tends to be the accepted, the quote unquote scientific, the majority opinion that this is what consciousness must be, but I'm not at all sure I believe that.
So you think that matter is the emergent property? Matter is the emergent property of consciousness.
Maybe. But Mike, I find your ideas much more palatable. But I would say data processing may be an emergent property, but what you're talking about is not Lewis's consciousness. What you're talking about is something other, and so yes, depending on what that is, then I could perhaps agree with you. Yeah, but I think it's that this brings maybe it highlights the importance of knowing what we're really talking about. So, because we could argue, different people could argue about what consciousness is, but they may be not really disagreeing or not even really agreeing when they think they're disagreeing or agreeing, depending on whether they're talking about the same concept. So your consciousness and Lewis's consciousness are two separate things, which is why disagreements with one argument may not apply to disagreements with the other. Do you see what I mean?
I can put an input.
I'm curious as to whether or not Luis would say, I'm not talking about consciousness.
When I talk about anything, I'm talking about the whole and the parts at the same time. In a sense, you just said that there are two different consciousness. I say that what is, which is reality, so the observed, the observer, which is, let's say, our consciousness, if we agree on that, and the observing, which is the very act of sharing input, output, and analysis, are the same one thing, the same whole, with different aspects, but it's the same one thing. Me, entity separate from reality, I'm not looking at reality. This is reality looking at itself through itself. There is no separation anywhere. The only separation exists between the 0 and 1, and it's just a quantum leap, nothing else.
If I can share, guys, it'll have a lot of subdirectories to it. First of all, the fact that I'm sharing it out loud, I'm going to be talking from the conditioned mind. Consciousness has many variations to it. One, Lewis, you're talking about it. You can gauge it numerically. You can gauge time with a clock in the watch, but you don't see time. Also, the fact that
Dominic, will you be giving us a brief definition of what you mean by consciousness?
Consciousness is anything that you're aware of things,
Dominic,
whether, yes.
I have to detach, I'm sorry, but I am definitely going to look at the recording of this conversation so I can get your input.
Sure.
That being said, namaste, everybody.
Bye, Louis.
Always a pleasure.
Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
To entertain you, Justin, about the definition. Once again, I've already said, but I will entertain it. We're talking from the conditioned mind. Everything everything that we're sharing is conditioned. So even when you use, and I've shared with other people in the group before, when you look at an object, you live in a material realm. So everything that you say, hand, tree, you don't see the language, let alone when I say the word, you don't see the thoughts that you're actually perceiving. Let alone do you see the sounds and frequency coming from. That's consciousness also. So
what do you mean when you say you don't see the thoughts? You mean visually?
When I hold up this piece of paper,
yeah,
and I say blue piece of paper, where do you see the word blue piece of paper on this? You don't.
No.
So we're all constantly associating, describing something that's undescribable. You live in a material realm. The old teachings of good and evil, this meant spiritual and material. The spiritual is anything that you can't see. That's what will be classified as spiritual. So
like music.
There is sounds and frequencies in there, and there's even the different frequencies.
Why I say music is because you can't see music, but you can hear it.
I'm not sure
if that's what you mean.
You are. Well, I'm going to. Since you're going to go on a tangent, I'll go with you on this. So when you actually have sounds and frequency in music, you also have sodium in your blood. There's memory stored in it. Schooling system's not going to teach all that kind of stuff, but that's consciousness too. So an animal, if me and you could strip our mind, we would maybe become aware of high-pitched noise that animals can pick up. We might even be able to pick up what we can't see with our five senses. Air, prana, chi. That's consciousness too. The energy around us, the memory cells that's in salt, that's consciousness too. That's all consciousness. But the fact that we're using a language to describe it is its own consciousness. So for example, English is a meaningful language. It's not a comprehension language such as Greek or Sanskrit. It's a healing language. Healing language in what sense? Healing the fact that if you do mantras enough times, you can change the molecule, which is another consciousness. And when I say consciousness, you're aware of those are energy. This whole concept of oneness, it sounds nice when we say it, oneness, but are we talking about oneness within our own vessel? Because the external world is that. Like me, you, Justin, and Mike, and Jay, when you go in the shower, you're still in here. When you're making love to somebody, you're still in here. When you're in a car, you're still in here. You have your own kingdom, which has 12 receivers. We just don't, a lot of people never become aware of that. They're too busy debating, and this is the whole fun part about this. We have senses, but me and you cannot see each other's senses. Well, what we're really doing is we're peddling our own views. That's all we're doing, our own perceptions. When I was sharing you,
all that we're doing.
Well, maybe, thank you for correcting me. It's just parts of it. So when I showed you this piece of paper and I described it, blue piece of paper, four corners, none of it's there, but each of those description is its own experience. The literal experience is this one. So when we have the alchemy of language, steel, plastic, we don't see plastic, we don't see steel. We associate it by giving it a language that we don't see, which is its own consciousness. The materials is the same, meaning that this is where we get into esoteric when they talk about symbologies. If you didn't know how to speak a language, you would have to use mimicking words. You'd be going, you'd be grunting, pointing, all that. But that's also
I think that's the origin of language.
Could be. It could be. We can only
maybe the vocalization even of maybe early on. Maybe the vocalization of affects. You know, before the cognitive mind got so developed. Now we can, you know, verbalize complex, abstract, intellectual thoughts. But I would guess, yeah, maybe originally like feelings. You know, like even now we still make certain noises for sexual arousal or for anger or for scorn. But I think maybe, yeah. Sorry
Most of, no, anytime. Most of us get caught up in the fact that all of our senses, our thinking capacity are all attached to emotions. And unfortunately, most of them are never developed because there's usually a developing age that you start learning about emotions and mental capacities, let alone physical development. But that's because people just aren't aware. So they can say the word consciousness, they can say the word love and hate, but they really don't, it doesn't resonate with them. So what they do is they end up settling, or settlement, use the word Latin mind. They're always playing with the hemispheres, the king and queen, but never really uniting them together, which is its own consciousness. But when we, like Lewis, I get it. I've always asked him curiosity, why do you just play with zeros and ones? Why don't you say black and white? Why don't you say unknown and known? It becomes his own mantra, which if it works for him, all the power to him. But unfortunately,
I'm not sure if it works for him though.
Even if it doesn't, you know what I mean? Hopefully he'll learn something from it. You know, because I think that's how we can be of service and avail service to ourselves, by saying it over and over again. And if he realizes maybe I was misleading myself, then he'll learn about humbleness or maybe pride. Either way, it doesn't matter. And even that, I'm only using two descriptions. We're multidimensional beings, but I get the duality part. You know, whether the Buddhism talk about attachments opposed to resistance, people can be attached to pleasures, let alone they can be attached to pain. You know, but both of them are suffering if you allow yourself to get caught up in it. I'm my own hypocrite, so it's not me saying, well, I'm enlightened, because if I am, how would I explain it to other people with a meaningful language? That's the whole ideal. You know, that's why we have so much conflict in our language, because it's a combination of 4 other languages, but at the same time, it's a meaningful language. It's not a comprehension language. So if I was going to philosophize about things, the first and foremost, I would have to understand, am I presenting myself in philosophizing on a biased point of view or non-biased? Non-biased, then I'm philosophizing.
Is there a non-biased point of view?
There can be, but then you have to be the observer of those things. So you have to be observer, you know, the old teaching of know thyself. Who's the knower and who's the self? The self is the onboard program. Well, I'm going to use data information here, where the language we're using right now, Justin, is a program. Where we get this ideal that reading is the way to go, we're not born in these forms like, you know, when a baby horse is born, within a certain period of time, he knows how to walk. We're not taught. We have to be taught or conditioned or dumbed down to learn how to read. It's a very linear procedure of reading. If we were designed to a certain point, same with belief system.
You're communicating love with writing behind your picture. I appreciated that when I saw it.
Well, true. But you have your association to what the word love means.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. But that's what the words are for, right? Even writing, there's to trigger in us these sort of mental clouds of categories of experience. You know, I was going to say categories of meaning, but I switched to experience, because in a way, we're just trying to trigger the sort of recollection of experiences in each other, aren't we? Like even when you said there's a four corner blue thing, and really that's, you're trying to trigger in me what I have accumulated from my experience, so that I can somehow have a reference to sort of the kinds of phenomena that you are referring or that you are experiencing, so that we can share that experience, you know. That's the way I see language.
That's how I do it. I'm sharing. I guess where I was going with that is,
people, I'm gonna have to leave.
Ciao, Mike. Have a nice breakfast. Have a nice breakfast, my friend.
Mike, it was nice to meet you.
And thank you for sharing that consciousness is the building block. I like that one.
Oh,
that's my opinion.
That's right. Thanks, Mike.
Okay, or I shouldn't even say it's my opinion. I lean in that direction. I'm open to other possibilities. But
Mike,
anyway, good meeting you, Justin.
Mike, before you could go, would you mind, and I'm sorry to if this interrupts Dominic's process, but since you're about to go and I might never see you again, would you be willing to share just for a minute or two some more details of the experience of that medical procedure, not the medical procedure, but the characteristics of the mental experience within that? Like, for example, was there any, what parts of your felt personality were functioning, or how much identity was present? Do you know what I mean?
All I can say was that I seemed to be in a kind of I would like to say darkness,
Yes.
but this is misleading because it was not darkness, it was absence of light.
Mm,
I would like to say I was in a great stillness, but this would be misleading
mhm.
Right.
because it was rather just an absence of sound.
Mm.
In some sense, it was awareness without anything of which to be aware.
Was that
There
including
were
any
no thoughts passing
Yeah.
other than just waiting.
So Mike, for example, it's possible to have an absence of thought, but still a let's say some presence of personality, for example, or some sense of identity, if you know what I mean. But in that case, was there even any awareness of Mike, or of, you know what I mean? I'm wondering like how stripped down it was. Did you have any sense of Mike?
Aware of Mike,
Yeah,
then it seems to me I would have to start thinking
Mhm.
about some of the details
Oh, I can see
of Mike,
how one
and I
could
wasn't
think that.
doing that.
Yeah.
I
So
was
there was
just
a kind of a
there.
great
I was just
great
waiting.
simplicity.
Huh?
You were waiting, did you say?
Yes.
Was there a sense of what
Perhaps
you were waiting for?
for things to be done.
You mean the medical procedure?
Yes.
So there was awareness of the medical situation, or the medical procedure situation to some extent.
I can't say that there was anything other than this just sense of waiting.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that I can recall.
That's very interesting. I'm very glad to hear those details, Mike.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Mike,
Okay. I hope that's of some use or interest to you.
Yeah, definitely. I had a friend who died during a medical procedure, but then kind of came back to life, and they were also their you know, certain things were stripped away, certain things were not. It's just interesting to hear some of these details. Our mental experience can be so varied and under different circumstances. So I'm very grateful for sharing your experience, Mike. Thank you.
You know, it was almost a pleasant experience.
Yeah. Almost.
Anyway, have a good day.
so Mike.
You too.
Thank
Mike.
you.
Thanks.
Continue to have pleasant experiences.
Okay.
Maybe not in a coma, but something like that.
Dominic, I'm sorry if that intruded.
No, never have to apologize, Jason. Never have to apologize. I can even elaborate on that actually, where when people see the light, they don't realize the unknown is the darkness. This is why we have yin and yang. We have subjective, objective. We just can't pick it up. So if people could see thoughts and emotions, they would see the light. Because we're experiencing thoughts. Like when you're saying thoughts and personality, those are both conditions. We've been conditioned from birth. To elaborate a little bit more about reading, wasn't really talking about words itself, but reading. If you were aware, and we all can become aware, that you have 12 receivers in your bodies, the oral teachings opposed to reading teachings, you would even go to reading. Because with reading teaching, it teaches the two hemispheres to be very linear, left to right, up and down, or vice versa, depending on the hemispheres. The crown above us, it's not fully engaged, because if you're listening to oral, you're teaching about it, you're allowing your other receivers, your insight, your imagination, your intuitive side to engage in the kingdom. So that's why nothing wrong with reading, but it has its limitations. So back in the days when people would do, and even today, people do oral teachings, you're engaging other things. So when people used to speak in old days, they knew enough that reading was just a dumbed down version. Now, when you used to do paintings and all that, you can have your imagination kicking in. You can have many interpretations of a drawing. Same with sounds and frequencies. So it's just a limitation. It's like when people talk about free will. Free will is one of many, many choices that the mind has. Many. But to narrow this to free, I'm like, okay, so what about open, narrow, receiving mind, or intuitive mind? There's many variations. Same with the heart. It's not really the heart that people have an issue with, or they'll lean towards it. It's the blood that goes to the heart, because there's memory in it. This is why when, I forget the Japanese gentleman or Chinese gentleman, he says, you can communicate with water. I said, yes, but you never,
Masaharu Emoto.
Yeah. But even that,
I have to say he's a fraud. So,
well, he could be, but he was doing baby steps. To talk about that, you can communicate with liquid. Like, think about when people do liqueurs. You can run it through the memory cells. We all have our own. This is why when people do blood transfusions, they take on memories of other people. That's why when we're around strong magnets, you can change people's positive to negative on their blood types. There's a lot to be said about, we've introduced a lot of things in the last 100 years, like radio frequencies, electricity. We've introduced Wi-Fi. That plays a major havoc on us energy beings. But because we're caught up in the material, and this is why I was using the simple example as a paper, a guy will say he's a scientist. I said, so you went to school to get 1 degree? Well done. Well, what about the 360 other degrees that could be out there? So this is why when you have club members, they get 33 degrees. I'm like, is that what you guys went for? 33 degrees? Why don't you be
talking about the Masons?
Masons, skull and bones, and all. They're actually very low degrees, Justins. That they're just very low degree. They're here to anchor, whether they know it, the ones that get to a certain level, they're here to anchor this realm. This realm is ruled.
I had a friend who went up to, I don't know, the second highest degree in Masons or something like that. He was totally disappointed. He found it quite useless.
Well, like again, it's like if me and you, Justin, we'll go to the police academy. They're going to find out certain technology, certain things with their technology, to find out we have certain gifts. So then we would probably work for CIA. So that's just a schooling system. So they want to find out whether or not there's anybody coming back that has old understanding. Whether you're like one of the channelers of old days, or a descended or ascended master. But when we're trying to talk at it from an intellectual level, then a person has to say, okay, if we're going to have this intellectual conversation, have you ever questioned reason? See, if people don't question their own reason, you know what they're going to do with their reason? They're going to use reasons for justifications. When we live in a species that we have lots of wars, because most people that go to war or are caught up in wars are underdeveloped emotionally.
When you say questioning the reason, do you mean questioning their line of reasoning, or their process of reasoning, or their? Have
you ever questioned your thoughts? Do you ever see paper? If you can't see paper, then you have to realize you don't see hand. You see the objective, you see the material, but where do you see hand? Where do you see my hat? Where do you see this? Where do you see all that other stuff? You don't see language. And as I'm saying the language, do you see your thoughts? No, and if you realize you don't see them, then you're experiencing those things. This is where people say, I'm not the...
I guess I see language as a very secondary phenomenon. Like I don't take words or language to be, sort of real in themselves, but just kind of useful, rather basic tools to for the sake of communication. But even thoughts in one's own head, we can think about things, but I would try not to take any of them too seriously. I mean, like you say, thoughts are not reality. So we can get so attached to certain thoughts, or believing everything is zeros and ones.
But Justin, or do we have it backwards? Or do we have it backwards? See, we use the word. What do you mean by that? We use the word reality because we're in the known realm, but we don't see the unknown, the essence to the known. This is why when people say question things,
I don't see almost all of the so-called known realm. Like, my known realm is extremely small. These days, mostly limited to my flat.
Well, it helps the fact that we're living in an age of information right now. We're not living in an age of reason. And even that, the men back in the days like Socrates, Kant, and all these characters, they were from a very limited point of view. It's like me talking to Jay. I said, if Buddha was living today, how many fucking attachments would he have? He would have many. And even that, would he be having it because he was living like me and Justin or Jay, or would he be having attachments like living like Bill Gates and maybe Elon Musk? And even that's public wealth. That's not elite wealth.
I think maybe there's ways that we can change the functioning of our mind.
I'd be becoming aware of it.
Such that it's such that the result, if taken to a certain extent, can be independent of surroundings. Actually, this thought came to me when I was the first time I trained in meditation was in Thailand. I was about 18, for a month, and then I went into the jungle for a month. I couldn't handle the city, and I lived with a very nice family in the middle of the jungle. They didn't even have a dirt road, let alone anything else. No vehicles, and people seemed so happy and so nice. And but even this question, like, you know, how does that relate to concepts like enlightenment and so on? And I realized so much is to do with conditions. For example, people in another village, you know, through the forest, they had a road, and their mental quality was much lower. There was more dissociation, I could see, more distrust, more greed. And it was so, like you're saying, you know, like the surroundings are different, and people can be very different, like your hypothesis about if the Buddha was living today. But I think there's something beyond that beyond just the way our minds can change so much depending on even what material possessions are around us. I think it's possible to reorganize the operation of our mind such that we are not so pushed and pulled by, you know, the external circumstances.
Well, the external situation only does a small amount. It's the unknown part that's actually pushing you. So I give an example. People that are happy aren't searching for awareness. People that are sad aren't searching for awareness. So you just said openly that you practice meditation. Okay, meditation is actually the concept of listening. Unless you're doing the two other practices, which is prayer, which is inquiry, or peace, which is silence, what would you be listening to? You see, when me and you are sharing, and Jay, we're hearing each other. The listening should always be going on inside. So when a person gets into a meditation, for a lot of people, when they do Vipassana, they spend too much time worrying about the posture and all that. And even that, I joke with them after we broke our silence. I said, when people are talking at nighttime and you're laughing, did you realize you broke your silence? Because they're not inwards, being intuitive, let alone all the other different receivers in their bodies. What most people end up doing is they play the part. They do all these rituals. I wear an orange cord, so I'm a monk. No, you're just an idiot. I'm a guy that goes through a Wailing Wall. You're just an idiot.
So
I only say that for them to become aware, to say, listen, is it my role for you to question you, or is it your own role? People should be debating like they do masturbation alone. That should be done on their own. Same with prayer, same with being in silence. You know, the Muslims, when they talk about peace be upon you, silence be upon you. Why do you need to be in a silent state? Because your ego, yourself, has been not conditioned correctly. So it's going to interfere. It's not about killing the self. It's about making it know its place. I was saying
when
earlier,
you say that you should be debating with yourself,
yes.
But are you saying that you shouldn't debate with other people? Or are you saying you should do both, by yourself and with others? I think it is extremely useful to debate with other people, because if I would only debate with myself, then it's possible that I would actually avoid trying to defeat my own arguments, and that I would be stuck with myself just being my own bitch and just saying yes to myself. You know?
So let me ask you something, Jack.
I would rather have other people that would disagree with me.
That's very non-philosophy view. When a lot of guys do that, I get it, because we live in a sport in the age where there has to be winners and losers, opposed to we're here to participate. Where when you go to sleep, who functions that vessel? If you got into, I don't wish this upon you, but if you got into a comatose state, who functions that body? If you fast for 40 days, who's functioning that body? Your conscious mind does fuck all. It does fuck all. It picks its likes and dislikes. But when it comes to functioning in that vessel, that's another being inside of you. And this is the whole concept of seek from within, because we're like a cell phone, but more high tech. We have many receivers in our bodies, and it's picking up many informations. So when we're going to debate teacher students within ourselves, the reason why we have this slave master mentality is because the intellect wants to overcome the emotion. That's why we have sociopaths, narcissists, we have psychopaths, but it's usually the people that are dating them. They're very undeveloped, and they're always poor me. They use their emotion as a weapon now, where your debate, if there is a debate, is within oneself. If there's a debate
when I said my own bitch, I didn't mean like a servant and master. What I meant is, maybe it was not the best expression, but what I meant is like what is it? A yes, sir? What do they say? Basically, just I could always agree with myself, you know, and I could be so sure of myself if I'm only kind of debating with myself. Of course, we can take a very different approach, and we can deliberately try to really challenge our own ideas within ourselves, which I think is very, very helpful.
So then why do people even go into why do people even go into a meditative state if they think they're the only being that can function in that body?
Now, for me, debate and meditation are two very different processes, because the kind of meditation that's from the subculture that I belong to, meditation would actually be specifically disengaging from the sort of cognitive functioning of the mind. Mm-hmm. I would employ that in what I would term contemplation, but in terms of meditation, the kind of meditation that is in my world is non-conceptual, just holding one's awareness on specific objects. It could be a multitude of objects. Often it's actually purely emotional object, like generating the emotion of loving kindness, for example, or going into tranquility, in which you need to make all of the more gross functions of the mind actually cease until just allowing the awareness to clarify on the much more sort of I want to say subtle, but that could sound pretentious, but I kind of want to say the subtle functioning of the mind.
I guess if you choose to go into that state, like you're saying, to do reflection and all that and become a better human being, which is great, but to become that student, then you have to actually start inquiring. And if you're going to inquire, you have to go into a silent state, because something else has to present itself to you. So most people, and I say this with all kindness and sincerity, most people never get to that point of being a student. What they end up doing is to do all the rituals, and it'll make them a better person in the sense that maybe, or reinforce themselves. You can do contemplation.
Like tribal identity, kind of tribal belonging, similar to being a football supporter, I think.
Yeah.
So a lot of those mala bead wearing, shawl wearing.
But if somebody wants to be a Buddhikara, or maybe even elevate himself to, like we'll say, to a Buddha, there's a lot more work in front of that. And I don't think a lot of people, unless they actually have a lot to lose, most people aren't even aware.
No one wants to do that work. Yeah.
What's that?
Almost no one wants to do that work.
Well, it's not a matter. Well, we can only speculate that nobody wants to do that work.
No, I said almost. I didn't say nobody. I almost. If one Buddhist teacher said to me said in this small private teaching, he said something quite interesting. He said about the Tibetans have this idea that you can become enlightened in one lifetime, and he said yes, it's possible, but he said, like the famous story Milarepa, he used all of his effort, 100% of his effort, and he became enlightened in one lifetime. But if you use 50%, maybe it takes you to, you don't want to take this too literally, but it's a nice analogy. And then he's saying, but most of us, we don't even use 1%, so you shouldn't be expecting that you can attain enlightenment in one lifetime if you're only using 1% of your effort.
I guess for me, because Jay knows me well, I'm an agitator. For the sake of just being an agitator, I would have told that guy, I said, so when are you going to become the essence to that enlightenment? Because the light, that's all people ever see when they get to that point. I don't give shits. The Dalai Lama himself, I said, listen, we have poverty with or without you. Life exists
with or without you, sir?
We have poverty with or without him.
Poverty.
We have so much crime going on. Has it put a dent in the world? No. We have so many books written in the world. Has that put a dent? No, it hasn't. It's always been a journey of oneself. But who is the self, first and foremost? And once you realize the self has its limitation, then you have to say, well, who's the knower? Now, that could all be us playing a game with ourselves, but that's the seeking part. If there's even a seeking to be done, this is where I say one has to be able to question reason. But if a person can't question reason, then it's an indicator for them, their bias.
So why would someone not be able to question reason, or just because they're kind of unwilling?
Well, okay, for example, I'm telling you, okay, you're using a meaningful language called English. Do you know the other 4 languages that actually it's a subdirectory of the English language? There's 4 other languages, and they're all meaningful languages. They're not healing languages.
4 other languages? You mean in the world?
No, there's 4 other languages that becomes English. Spanish, French, Spanish.
Well, I mean, it's got Saxon in it. It's got Norman French.
Well, we had rulers. We've had rulers.
Roman. It's got a lot. I mean, like any language, it's a continuously evolving phenomenon. For sure.
We don't even use creation or formation language. So because we have so many languages, there's sounds and frequency in it. Because I'm saying the word out loud. It's a meaningful language. It's not a healing language. It's not a comprehension language. If we're using
When you say all languages are meaningful?
No, we're using a meaningful language. English is a meaningful language.
Okay, I can agree.
Well, it's not about agreeing.
Okay.
It's not about agreeing. See, this is the whole idea. This is the game. The whole idea of debating, agreeing. I have many senses. Sleep is a sense. Resting is a sense. We have many senses, but people, for some reason, this is us again. We create God in our image. We create consciousness in our image. We do all this, but we don't question it. So examine 1 + 1 = 2. Okay, 2 and 2, and a person will say 4. I said, did I say plus and equal? No, I said, you're not following within yourself. It's like the number 9. Why is the number 9, when you multiply with any number except for 0, always adds up at number 9? Because people, more times than not, as a collective, aren't aware that number 9 is the indicator for spiritual in the material realm. That's why the Chinese love the number 8, because it's the material realm. They enjoy being more in the material realm. That's why they excel more. And I'm not saying individually, it's a collective thing. It's like karma. Karma is a collective thing, not an individual thing. If me and you were in a police academy and all of a sudden we commit a crime or done some other injustice to another human being,
I get rewarded for it.
Maybe our system will reward us or protect us. That's karma. You know, we put too much value thinking that it's an individual thing that's going to destroy the whole. No, first of all, there's rulers on this plane.
I would suggest there might be even there in that police academy committing atrocities, even when getting rewarded for it. I think that there may still be a negative mental consequence on the individual.
But there's the example, Justin. I'm saying a statement that it could be karma. I'm questioning the system. That's the reason part. Because remember, humanity. Well, we should question, ponder, reflect. You know, ponder. You could do many different things, but people don't want to go there. What I usually do is I do critical thinking, deduction. So I see a lot of people not doing this stuff. So I can't assume that people are actually pursuing wisdom and understanding. Most people are caught up in belief systems or knowledge.
Yeah,
that's fine.
I agree,
But the thing is, belief system has this value, but it has this limitation. Same with knowledge, same with wisdom.
I absolutely agree with that statement.
Well, if you agree or disagree, but if it resonates with you, all the power to you, my soul, my buddy. But outside of that, it comes down to each individual person. This is why when the ego kicks in and it says, I agree, be prepared to hear the disagreeing part. I could give two shits what other people think. I told my buddies many times, I said, I don't give a flying fuck who you are. They might try to say, but why? I said, because I don't want any qualms down the road. When you say, but Dom, you said you care. I said, who's responsible for you? You, not me. Not the Buddha, not the Pope, not the Queen. Now I can now study things from an outside observer. So they have many corporations. Well, they talk about channelers. They talk about how certain kingdoms have been formulated. They can print fucking money. This is why when you vote for somebody or you chose state or religion, in this case, Roman Catholic, you can't be biased. You can't be non-biased now. You've chosen a side. So you can only go in that direction. It's when a person says,
you don't have to stick with that choice. That, you can later change your opinion.
Yes.
When you update your sort of knowledge, like, oh, actually that guy turns out to be a total bastard. I'm not going to vote for him again. Well, or I'm even going to protest against the person who I voted for. That would be healthy, I think.
But I encourage everybody should carry a mirror in their back pocket all the time. So every time they talk to somebody, they can put it in front of their face. I said, now you're projecting. Now you know who you're talking to. Because that's who you're going to learn from. Because really, the outside world, we're never there, Justin. We're never there in the outside world. We're always in here. So our kingdom is within ourselves. That's why they talk about.
I would suggest that it's possible to view that in a slightly different way. I'm not saying that I disagree necessarily, but that maybe I find it useful to think in a way that how much, so let's say on the one side we have like we are in here and then the other is out there, but let's say if it's a little bit more fluid, that to some extent we can become less only in here and a little bit more out there. For example, if the three of us are interacting as we are now, it's possible for me to be totally absorbed in myself and obsessed, or not obsessed. It's possible for me to have, let's say, all my attention. Maybe attention is a good word here. My attention inside, but I could also, to varying degrees, put my extension into awareness of our relation between the three of us, or put my attention sort of, for example, into Jairo. I wonder how Jairo's doing. Jairo's quiet. Is Jairo satisfied? Is Jairo okay? And so I can shift my awareness sort of in and out to some degree. I'm not saying it's literally going into that room in America, but you know what I mean? One can shift one's center of awareness more or less to the outside.
But is by doing that, is one actually moving from in here to out there, or is
I would say not
still
physically, but
in here, but thinking about out there, and then we're using our conceptualizations of what that other person is thinking?
Well, Jairo, you said thinking about there, but there's also feeling about there. And then these two are actually a little, it's possible to separate them to some extent. I can think about you guys, or I can sort of feel into you guys. Or that's kind of the basis of empathy. And that actually can go to such an extent that you can feel in your body what other people are feeling, or, really feel the emotions. For example, even in work as a psychotherapist, sometimes someone could be appearing, let's say, angry, but I might even feel a very specific, deep sadness, for example, that I can't even, if I use my eyes, I can't see it manifesting in the person. But sometimes you can actually feel feelings which are not even, evident from the outside, that are going on in the other person. But that's kind of a more mysterious thing. But we can, even in a less mysterious way, when we just consider each other's feelings, I think it leads to a more healthy, caring society.
Well,
when you're doing psychotherapy with a client and they're angry, do you try to get into their anger, or do you just feel sadness for them? Do you I
try to do whatever feels the most useful for them at the moment, or what I feel would be the most useful for them. So, I might really welcome their anger. I might be very glad for their anger, and, really feeling it with them, or it totally depends on the situation though. But let's say if I can feel a sadness and a pain that's underlying the anger, I might entertain the anger for a while, but I also might direct the client into the underlying feeling.
Could you have you ever done any breathing exercises with them? Like,
well, sometimes awareness of the breathing, but I don't really manipulate their breathing.
Breathing awareness to calm them down, maybe?
Yeah, sometimes to calm them down, but sometimes also to act sort of in opposition to dissociation, to bring awareness into the body. And it can actually even help get in touch with emotions, and getting in touch with emotions can really help in processing them. Hi, Joel.
Morning.
I can say something. There's people that are gifted, that are empathetic. That's usually a projection of themselves, so they've experienced their own feelings. And then there's clairvoyance. There can be those are people, usually they're observers. They're observing that they're seeing the energy of anger. Like that's why we have the word express emotions. We don't actually see anger or sadness. When my buddies say they went to anger management, I said, did you go to Joey management? Did you go to sadness management? Whoever told you that shit, tell them to fuck off. I said, it's an emotion to express. Now, you need to understand, use your thinking. Hopefully you get critical thinking, because if you don't have critical thinking and a developed emotion, you're going to be always reacting opposed to having the ability to respond. You had touched on something, Justin, a little bit earlier. There's self-absorbed, self-centered people, and then there's the people that can become aware of those things. And it can even be people that can be rationally selfish. A self-centered person is different than a self-absorbed person. Now, respect is, another word for respect is considering. If you consider other beings, now that means you would have to elevate and become aware. Do I treat others like myself, or do I treat others better than myself? Because I even value the concept, if you're going to treat yourself like shit, treat other people even worse than you. Be that friend, be that enemy, because you're there to challenge. Because if you're
sorry, I am listening, Dominic.
Bertasilia.
No, esa.
Hi, sweetheart.
Esa.
Oh,
Hi.
I said Dominique.
Hi, Bella.
My mother, Bertasilia. My biological kind mother, Bertasilia.
Oh, hello from England. Hello from England.
There's my kind friend and an enemy and mother, Justin, in England. And my mother, Dominic, in Toronto, and my mother, Vinci, or that's the game, Vinci.
No.
He changed the name from Darwin to Vinci,
Nice
and
name.
his sales has increased tenfold. One person
Yeah.
has bought it. Yay!
In fact, because of the advertising, I will depart very soon. But Dominic,
Nice meeting you.
I just to warn you, I'm going because I have an aversion to advertising within my flat. So, or you say apartment. You would say.
Ciao then.
But if there was,
This
well,
is
you were in
kryptonite
the middle of a thought.
advertising.
No,
You
I'm
were
okay.
in the middle of a thought, so
No.
I'd be interested
Quick.
to-
Quick, Joe, turn off your camera, or Justin will go away.
But
Hey,
no,
That's
love.
it's
better.
still there. It's
Hello.
still there.
Hey, love.
So, but anyway, you were saying, Dominic, that if you treat yourself like shit, you should treat others worse than that.
I value the concept. We should help elevate each other. If we lived in a world where everybody was kind, you would need agitators because it reinforces a person why you're kind. This is why
Agitation is necessary. Yeah.
Yes,
I would agree.
you know, when you have children being born from, you know, their offsprings and all that, they're there to re-educate their parents and say, are you truly valuing what you've been taught? Because belief systems can serve a purpose. You know, we have so many dogmas in the world, which is fine and all that, but it doesn't help elevate our race. Now, whether or not there's another species playing behind the scenes, that could be another story all by itself. But we still have to
Maybe
take
it
a.
does. Wouldn't you say maybe that both factors are important, like the conservative nature of preserving traditions and beliefs, and the creative process of, you know, breaking them down and forming new ones? To me, it seems like those two factors are necessary. In complexity theory, it's called the edge of chaos. You know, between chaos and order. You know, if something's totally ordered, it's like a crystal, for example. There's just no change. There's nothing. If it's totally chaotic, then, you know, it's just it really, you don't even have a self-organization with only chaos or with only order. But when you have that balance, and I think in human society we can see that as well. You know, the conservative nature plus the creative nature. So we've got like change, but it's not all change and it's not all stagnation. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I'm hearing you. What I'm picking up is the fact that I never like the idea that people play in this, where Lewis gets caught up in the 0 and 1s.
Yeah,
where's this no, but you're saying the same thing. You're talking about duality, chaos and order. Like nature, what nature just means, it means untamed and wild. Laws just means land, air, water, and space. You just don't see some of it, meaning that you don't see how it's formulated. It's like time. You don't see time. The sun and the moon is not time. Those are gauges. Regardless if it's a magnetic force, an energy force, it could be whatever it wants, but it's its own existence. So now when we play this game in chaos and order, it fits comfortably in our dumbed down version of thinking, well, then I'm going to have balance. Well, how about there's a chance there's many possibilities, many alternatives. Now, what might be a truth to me might be, and I share this with Jay and even with Joel, I can only share it as a possibility to you. My truth is only mine. And even that, it varies. I might have many variations. So when a person says order out of chaos and vice versa, I said, that's like somebody saying they're black and white. I said, I tell my buddies all the time, I said, whoever told you you're black, tell them to fuck off. Do you look like you're black? No. You're dark skinned. Do I look like I'm white? I said, no, if we're going to play fucking checkerboard, at least become aware of the game that you're playing. That's all that is. And when people play this game, they're not going to elevate, whether they only want to be stuck in this material realm, they don't value the concept of reincarnation and all that kind of stuff. I said, at least understand the realm that you're in. Understand why you do what you do. This is why I'm talking about questioning reason, because most people, regardless if the person has a grade 1 education, you should be able to question it. That's your role. Now, if a person goes in there, but I want an answer, I said, then you can't really truly question it because you're already looking that there's an answer. Questioning means control. The opposite of control is trust. You trust whatever you ask out there, whatever happens, I hope I can bear it, regardless of what dogma teaches that shit. You know, when I hear atheists talking about religions, I'm like, why don't you attack commerce? That's number one religion. Why don't you challenge science? You know, when somebody says science, I say, give me a fucking name. Give me
Science does share some interesting characteristics with religion. It's true.
Well, human factors. It's human factor, Justin. It's always going to be human.
Yeah, this is fascinating, but I have to go and I have to eat. So, Cairo, it's lovely to chat with you, and Dominique.
Thank you, kind mother and friend and enemy, Justin, in London.
Sorry for my swearing, Justin. Sometimes
and
I get a little passionate sometimes.
Bravo with the questioning and challenging.
What have we learned today? That consciousness is everywhere and nowhere at the same time.
Could be. Okay. Could be. Ciao, Justin. Have a good day.
And it's the building block of everything, maybe.
Joel, come back, buddy.
Joel.
Come back, buddy. We need to see you.
Joel, say something.
Am I allowed to turn on my video now?
Yeah, you always have.
Now,
I don't know if that
because
I didn't want to make anyone else uncomfortable. Are you sure we have unanimous consent for me to turn on my video?
I was uncomfortable when you left, so now when you're coming back, I'll feel comfortable now.
Well, thank you. You're a defender of freedom, justice, and the American way.
No, Canadian way.
Advertising.
That's Jay. Jay represents that part.
Yes, because Justin, it looks like Count Dracula. So
That's right.
So Vinci scares him.
Too much
it's
light.
Like the cross.
Too much light.
Oh, the light of Vinci.
Yeah, the light at sunrise.
The light of an enlightenment.
The light of truth.
The light of genius of Leonardo da Vinci.
So where's the cat? Will the cat beat us today? I still don't believe that's Kant's cat. I think we should do a 23andMe on Dominic's cat.
Well, I think
I don't have a cat.
The cat itself.
Oh, Dominic has a cat.
Yeah, two cats. The other cat's actually it's royalty family.
So we could have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, your mother could play.
That would make it 6.
No, but we just have your mother and Dominic's cat.
Actually, you know something, Joel, if you don't mind, maybe not today, if you don't mind, maybe next time we come when Luis is here, if you could change all the board there and put all 0s and 1s on there.
Yeah, it's a fair bit of work, but I can put a blank board on. But Luis won't play a game.
But you feel good knowing that there's 0s and 1s.
Well, no, we've already discussed with him, and there are a lot of people that don't want to try something that they're not familiar with yet. So I don't know how they get familiar with new things, but they must have their own methodology.
Well, unless it's on an app form, I can't see a lot of people playing nowadays. We're talking old school here. Play Monopoly and all those games. They're board games.
Yeah, people to people, human contact. That's a whole new concept for the 21st century.
Wow. To be fair to when my buddies talk about their kids, and I say, well, unless your kids are stealing, how do they get the video game inside the house? It's just technology. That's all it is. Like in our day, I remember I used to have handheld little video games, like the small Coleco games or the Atari. That's just the mind always being reconditioned. Like we have cell phones. Think about how many of us would actually go back to the old ways of having a camera, have a flashlight, have a calculator? We have to kind of go with the wave, right?
Well, sometimes, but sometimes you resist the wave.
You can, but then that's like trying to tell a person that has a drinking problem, but meanwhile, you don't. We could tell them privately or publicly, but they're going to do what they're going to do, whatever struggle. It's like, to me, it's like when people used to have this debate about, oh, well, I'm a true artist and I used to do in the dark room and all that. I said, well, why don't you go in the dark room and in a fucking cave and start doing it on the wall? It's just different technology. People today can cut and paste with artwork. But I admire the fact that you're doing a game and you're promoting it, because I know there's, I thought one time you had the word Darwin. It sounds like it's changing its name now. What is it now? Is it ancient?
Vinci.
Vinci. Okay, Vinci, yeah. Now if people have a repel towards the name Darwin, maybe that's why and as opposed to just play the game, it's.
Well, I don't know. All I know is I'm here now. The game is here now. The cat is somewhere.
No, Kat wants to go out. Give me a second. She wants to go out of the room.
She's afraid to play. She
Oh.
thinks she thinks Hyro will beat her, or Hyro's mother will beat her.
My cat's been doing ticket parades since last time we played, so she's just running off all the winnings she got. I think she got sponsored by Nike. Dora's wanted her and Adidas, but she took the bigger bid and all that, right? And
smart cat.
She wrote it. She's writing it. You know, she's going around. Hey, did you see me on YouTube? I'm like, okay, one of the cat videos? No, when I was playing Da Vinci or / AKA Da Vinci. Scientists are going to use that as their main premise to see cats are smarter than humans.
Well, some are, or some may be, but
yeah.
Hey, I got an idea.
Hyro, how old is your mother?
99.
Honestly?
Yep, 99. Yep.
She would be the oldest person to ever play Vinci or Darwin.
Wow.
And if she gets any older than this, she needs parental consent to play.
But don't isn't there in the instructions for how to play the game? Isn't there an age limit of
no, there's
5 to 99?
No, there's no age limit, but anybody over age 100 needs parental consent.
Oh,
so you got to find somebody that's over 100.
No. What do you think she'd play? Honestly, she will be. There was a lady in Naples who's 104. I was at her birthday party and she was completely with it, but her eyesight was too bad to see the board. And I was desperate for her to play, but I would love if your mom would play. You asked her.
She's actually 100 now because she was conceived. Yep. And the Chinese, they count age, including the conception. So she's actually 100.
Wow.
They count the 9 months as another year.
Yes.
So that means she's 100. So no, she can't play.
Nobody will give her yeah. Besides that, how you doing, Joe, by the way?
I'm good, thank you.
¿Quién es esa? ¿Esta? Sí. Esa es Berta Cilia. No parece. ¿Y este? Ese es yo. ¿Y este? Ese es Dominique. Yeah. No, este no es porque nunca ha estado sin pelo. Uy. Vea. What happened?
I was just trying to show your mother a larger size board. I'm trying to encourage her to play if she will.
¿Quién es? ¿Ese quién es? No, no, she likes to play, but it's too complicated, she says.
No, it's not.
It's got how many data points? It's got
3.
8 on one side and 8 on the other, and 1 in the center.
Right.
That's 17.
Yeah. That's right.
Can you create a mini Darwin board instead of having squares of 9, make it a square of 4, and put them together like side to side with one common point? That would make it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points.
I'm not sure what
that would make the game 4 times easier.
Well, then you play tic-tac-toe.
She likes easier games.
Well, yeah, that's why it's so interesting for her to exercise neuroplasticity.
Maybe you could create a mini Darwin board with only well, it would be 3 and 4, 7 points. Yeah, get rid of the 2 rows on the sides all around. And so you'd have 2 diamond shapes touching each other. It'd be 0.128 and 0.81 and 2, and the dice in the middle. And then you would have the games go faster.
Hey,
Wouldn't you?
Jay, your mother, I could tell she's a looker. So the only game I can see she used to play, she was a player. She was a cutie. I could see
She
it.
was a cutie.
She is, still is.
They called her the temptress.
Oh,
Look at that, the temptress. No, I don't think a woman usually, it's usually what comes out of us. You know, we reveal something about ourselves. You know,
Oh.
I don't know. Your mom's, she's an angel, I could tell, but she's a cute looking angel. But back to the game. I'm kind of not in the mood today, guys, to play the game. I'd be an observer if we had another person here, but I'd be the observer. No offense, Joe. I enjoy playing it.
That's all right. We can play with a random number generator and find out if Hyro and I are smarter than the random number generator.
Well, let's see if you guys are smarter than Siri or maybe Google.
Exactly.
Good luck with that, eh?
I bet you either one of us would beat the random number generator.
Oh, do you have a random number generator physically there, or do you go online to a website that generates the random number?
You can do it either way.
You
can do it either way.
What's the physical random number generator?
3 dice.
Oh, that's right.
You just roll 3 dice.
What's the smallest number that you can get with 3 dice?
Well, 3.
So what's the largest?
18.
3 to 18. So that means that the range is actually 16.
No, what happens is you use the 18 to start counting 1 again. So 18 is actually 1 because there's only 17 space. Oh, my water's boiling. Hold on.
Because I want a random number generator that will generate numbers from, oh, I forget.
The 6 numbers to win the big roller, so you can win the big lottery.
No, hey. I have a book here that's got some 200 pages, and so I want to generate a number so that I can go to the magical page indicated by the random number generator.
Yeah.
See this book here?
Yeah.
It's got over 200 pages. Oh, it's got 370 some pages. So I want a random number generator that will take me to a certain page, because I'm too lazy to go like this and flip through and then stop and then there. So I want to find a spot in that book through a random number generator, and it will take me to a certain point in that book for me to read. So if I go to a website that generates numbers, I can say, give me a number from page 1 to page 380. And then it'll generate a number between those two or including, and then I can go to the right page in that book. And then I can study that page, but not the whole page. I want a particular portion of that page. So I have to generate another random number. I divide the page into 4 parts. So I generate a number from, maybe 8 parts, from 1 to 8. And then I can go to a certain section of the page, and then I select that part, and that's where I study.
It sounds very random. but maybe it doesn't matter because everything is everything and nothing at the same time.
Oh, that sounds Luis del Pinion.
Poor Louis. Poor Louis. He's not even here. He's not even here to defend himself.
That was brilliant, Tyro.
Uh-oh,
Tyro.
but he's gonna see it.
He's going to see it, and then he's going to come next week. He's going to probably spend a half an hour explaining himself to you about that.
But that's only if he watches it. You don't really think anybody's watching it.
I do. I watch it.
Wow.
You watch Lewis's lecture.
We watch.
I watch whoever's on. Yes, I will listen to it, guys.
I haven't been putting up the last few lately.
Yeah.
I've been lazy, but I'm gonna get them all up.
Mm.
And I have the podcast audio version of these. Have to
Nice.
get work on that too.
Well, thank you for doing
So
that.
it'll be
brother.
on Spotify and
What?
Apple Music. No, Apple Podcast. And where else will it be on? Yes, we're going to be world famous philosophers one
Hey,
day when
hey.
we're dead.
Hey, Joel,
Yeah.
maybe being both from Canada and from Ontario, maybe you can convince to play the game with Ford, and maybe the three phase he'll reduce it to 2.
No, I'm not. I'm playing the game with a group of kids from across the province next Friday. I think next Friday, the Friday after,
Nice.
and then the following week is a community group down in Parkdale.
Who's Mr. Vince? Hi, Vince. Vincenza.
Howdy.
There's 2 Vinci's.
Oh, that's Joel.
There's Vinci, the ancient 21st century game. And there's Vinci, the actual
Is that your twin
inventor
brother?
of the game.
Is that your twin brother there, Joel?
That's him.
Oh my goodness. He seems kinder.
He is. He's less animated.
He's less.
Hmm.
So you think, Jairo, that your mom would have too much of a challenge with 3 shapes?
Hmm. Yes, but I got her working on her what side of the brain is used for drawing. Well, I got her
Right, I think.
there's these books like this one. It says Amazing Animals, a coloring book. And you got all these pretty drawings without color originally, but look, she's been coloring. Oh no, that's not her. Yeah, she's coloring them. Well, no.
Does your mom count?
Let's see.
Ask her, teach me to count in Spanish.
Bertasilia.
Ay, mira. Sí, eso está Celia viendo esa.
Mire, ese es el Joe, y Joe pregunta,
¿Ese quién es?
este es Joe
Pero-
en Canadá, y él pregunta, ¿cuánto es 1 más 2? A ver,
1 más 2,
sí, a ver.
3.
¡Uy!
Okay,
One-
so you said
plus
1
two.
1
is
plus 2 is 3. Okay,
Muy bien, ganaste un premio.
Ay,
So-
qué bien.
3
Ok.
más 1,
¿Y ese
4.
quién es? Este.
3 más 1 es 4.
3 más 1 es 4.
Sí.
¿Sí? 4 más 1 es 5. How do I pronounce it, Cairo?
5.
5.
5 más 1 es, how do I say 6?
5 más 1 es
6.
6.
So it's like
Okay.
French. French,
Yeah, you
similar
know.
to French. Okay.
Wow, it's like French.
Yeah. So it's very similar to French.
You know French
¿Quién es?
because you're a French Canadian.
Yeah.
Hmm. Wow. Mire, 2 más 3.
5.
2 más 1.
3.
3 más 4.
3.
Says
3 más 4.
7.
Muy, muy bien. Hay que darle otro premio.
sete is 7, right?
7. Yes.
Siete is 7.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's her prize. She gets to drink water. Let's see if she can subtract.
But if she's drawing, she can recognize shapes.
3.
3 menos 2. 3.
0.
Uy, 3 menos 2, 1. Uy, otro premio. Ahora, 4 menos 3.
1.
1.
Uno.
Oh, ahora, 3 menos 1.
2.
Hay que darle un premio. A ver.
So you're
Yo soy muy rápida.
your mother has all that she needs to play Vinci, except
Does she recognize shapes?
that's
A ver.
the question that we don't really know for sure.
Mire,
But
Es-
I'm thinking yes.
esta figura tiene 1, 2, 3, 4 puntos. Esa figura se llama cuadro. Porque tiene 4 puntos. Cuadro.
Y así se llama.
Ahora esta figura de aquí a aquí, así, 1, 2, 3. Ese se llama triángulo. Ahora y ahora déjeme, no, de aquí, acá. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. ¿Cómo se llama esa figura? Cuadro. Déjeme ver. Mira aquí. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Triángulo.
Have you
No,
spotlighted the Vinci?
Triángulo.
Spotlight the Vinci so it's more visible.
Yes, I'm pointing 3 numbers. 1, 2, 4. What is that? Triangle. Triángulo.
Triángulo.
In English,
Triángulo.
triangle.
Triángulo.
How do you say triangle in French?
C'est la même chose, je pense. Triangle. No?
Triangle.
I'm not sure. I think it's the same.
How do you say square in French?
Gee, I don't even know,
You're a poor French Canadian.
It's true, I am. It's true. It's true. I'm not sure how to say it.
Man, it must be rough living in Canada. Half the people speak French and only want to speak French, and half the people speak English and only want to speak English. How do you keep them together?
We keep them together with the Newfoundlanders. They speak a different language altogether.
Yeah, that's true.
The Newfoundlanders.
It's kind of like, Jerry, probably even with Spanish, there's probably different dialects.
Yeah.
It's like in Italian, there's certain parts of Italy, like Bari, where even the people Barese, they don't even understand each other.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a strong accent. I guess even England could say the same thing, Scotland.
Yeah. Well, in England, they can actually identify people by the valley that they live in.
Really?
Yeah, people who are lifelong studiers of language, they can tell what part of England you come from by your accent. Quite amazing.
Triángulo.
Not based on the horse poo underneath their boots.
Triángulo.
It's quite amazing.
2, 3, triángulo.
You know who's going to win this? You know who's going to win this game, right, Joe? Our elderly's. She's going to win. She's going to win. If she doesn't,
¿Dónde hay más cuadros? Aquí hay otro.
If she plays, but first she's got to play.
She's a player. I told you. She's a player.
Otro cuadro.
She's the oldest person. I've had one man who was 90.
Cuadro.
He could play it.
Uy, ¿cuántos
retired
cuadros hay?
school principal.
1, 2, 3, 4. Ahí va 1.
But I've never had anybody. One of my neighbors in my building promised to play, but she never
6
did.
cuadros. Pero este se cuenta como un cuadro también. Este es una. I can't count the squares in the Zunzi Darwin board because of now I can see. Now she can see the
But you didn't spotlight it. You got to spotlight it so it'll be full size.
Yes, I have.
Oh, you pinned it. Oh, okay.
I pinned it. So now she can see how many squares there are in the whole board. Let's see, there's 1 square here. That's the square made by 3, 4, 1, and 2. Then there's the square next to it made by 4, 5, 6, and 1. That's another square. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 squares. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4 squares. 4. 4 cuadros. Mira, aquí hay un cuadro. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 cuadros. No, hay 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5 cuadros. Wow.
Sí. ¿Y ahí lo dice?
Ahora, aquí, ¿cuántos cuadros hay aquí? How many squares are there on the right side? 1, oh my gosh, those are bigger numbers. 16, 17, 10, y 15. 16, 17, 10, and 15. That's 1 square, un cuadro.
1 square.
Let's see, 17, 9, 11, and 10. That's another square.
I think Jay's cheating. He's colluding, like how I colluded with my cat. I think Jay's mother used to date cunt.
The count. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 squares. Mire, 1, 2, 3, 4 cuadros.
Hey, Joel,
grande.
Yeah.
The big square.
Have you ever pondered or inquired about maybe putting your game on, like, on an app?
Y aquí.
Yeah, it's about $20,000 in
4 cuadros.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? That seems like a lot. Wow.
It does.
No, aquí hay 1,
Would
2, 3, 4, 5
would the payback be worth it? Like I don't know. Like I have apps on my iPad. I just don't know how it usually works.
Yeah. Well, the question is, can you get a million users to give you a penny?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And it's just a number.
Yes, hay 10
nobody knows.
en todo es. Ay, mire este cuadro aquí. Pero ese no cuenta.
Hit and miss, I guess. Hit and miss.
Porque
well, it's a luck of the draw.
Pepitas.
You might hit it big and you might lose 20 grand.
Sí, se pusieron números ahí para
like back in the days, if you can maybe patent it and maybe put a whole bunch of them in Toys R Us or something, and then people would buy them.
Ese es el número 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Steps involved in making it work.
10.
I can imagine.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Oh, you're promoting it. Well done on your part.
17 huequitos.
17 huequitos.
Sí. 17 holes, or that's what you call them?
Yeah, spaces or playing spots.
Espacios?
Sí.
Nodes?
Gnomes. Who's a gnome? Who's a gnome?
No parece.
No parece.
There you call me a gnome. I'm not-
It doesn't look like 17.
Yes, it is.
I'm
Let's
saying.
see.
It
Uno,
is.
dos, tres, cuatro,
Cinco,
cinco, seis,
seven,
siete,
eight,
ocho,
you know
9.
what? Jizz.
Aquí es número 10. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Ese ya lo contamos. Uy, hay 17 puntos o localizaciones.
Hey
en
guys,
ese-
Yeah.
sorry for
Ese
bothering you,
cuadro.
but the cat's in the room now, just in case.
Oh, does he want to play?
Well, I don't know. See, my cat has a very strong restriction to playing against elderly, so there's a lot of respect on her part.
He's just a chicken. He's afraid he won't win.
No, I've told you a couple times. My cat's it's a cat. She's a scaredy cat, but not a scaredy chicken.
My money is on Hyro's mom, and I'll bet you $10 she beats your cat.
Hold on. First of all, we're playing with Canadian money. It's useless.
But which one speaks more, my mom or your cat?
I don't know. I've seen Buffy do some 16-hour sleeps. So
Look at-
I don't know.
Look at it. My money is on Hyro's mother, and
No.
I'll bet you $10
Cairo,
Canadian.
Whoa, time out there. We're doing this online. That's almost like that's prostitution. You just offered money there.
Well, there you go.
Oh my goodness.
$10 says Hyro's mom will beat your cat.
Este
Oh,
quién
Jay,
es?
just in case you want to know, $10 is like $1
¿Quién
American.
es?
Aquí está el nombre. Dominique Tersini. Dominique Tersini.
Hey, easy now. She's gonna probably tell me she dated my
Italia.
grandfather. Yeah, committed. Yeah.
Sicilia. Mafioso.
Who's a mafioso? Look at that, poor me.
¿Y este?
I'm
Mafioso.
already being
Vinci.
accused. I'm being accused as
The
a mafia.
ancient 21st century game. Hello, Vinci. The ancient 21st century game. How are you? Oh, and there's Vinci up above. Vinci. He's pinned, or he was. Well, if I double tap on him, no.
What happened? Did he go off?
Remove. Oh, I switched to active speaker. Oh no, I switched to gallery view. That's why Vinci is in position number 2. If I go from left to right and top to bottom, so I'm in position 1. Then Vinci's in position 2. Then Vinci, the ancient 21st century game, is in position 4, and then finally, last but not least, Dominique Tersini is in position 4. Wait a minute, I said position 3, or I should have said position 3 for Vinci. Dominique is in the lower left at position. I wonder if I can move him around. Well,
Is that
I think-
better? Is that better to see? Easier to see? Less numbers?
Oh, you changed boards.
Yeah, one board is numbered with one
that looks-
8 on each side of X and Y, and the other board is numbered 1 through 17.
Let's see. Let's see what my mother thinks. ¿En dónde está el número 1? Oh no. There's 2 sets of 1s.
Yes. The
Número uno, pues.
X side and the Y side.
No.
So how do I say red in Spanish?
Rojo.
Rosso, mi placa, Y1. Y1. How do I say yellow?
Yellow.
Amarillo.
Amarillo, mi placa, X1. See, mismo, each side, the same numbering.
Mire. ¿Qué color es ese?
Amarillo.
¿Y qué color es ese?
Rojo.
Uy, muy bien. Hay que darle un premio.
Por lo que
So you're putting $10 on your
Distingue
cat,
bien los
Dominic.
colores.
Dominic is just negotiating. He wants a handicap for his cat.
Actually, no, my cat's right now speaking to the PR person over here, deciding what to do next. You know,
I invited Rami Kutene. I haven't seen him in a while,
What's
but I
happened to
saw him
Rami?
on Messenger, so I invited him over to Zoom with us. Then we'll have 3 people to play with that can do it in English. Her English is not that good.
¿Cuál?
¿Puedes contar los números en inglés? 2
Dos.
en inglés.
Sí. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I already know I'm being played by
Uy.
her.
That's
I'm
it.
being played.
No, ese es 8. 7,
Ocho.
6, 5, 4,
He's playing us already.
3, 2.
Uy, el Juan está escondido. Le pusieron una ficha.
Ah, sí. Lo pusieron bien distinto.
No, esa cosa roja es una ficha, un disco plástico.
Hey Joel, one thing is to take advantage of the elderlies. Nothing is the elderlies taking advantage of us. She's playing us.
She's
Oh.
not, she's not.
Playing us.
I'm happy to have the oldest person play Vinci on the planet Earth. And if she's playing me, I'm happy for it.
Wait a second. I thought you were going to do your main one through NASA. Are you going to do it on the moon or Mars?
Well, that's for a future, but this is real.
This is real.
Not imaginary. This is Jairo's mom. And if she can play it, she will be the oldest person on the world, to my knowledge, who has ever played Vinci. And you will be there to witness it.
I'm a witnesser. I'm like one of the Jesus Christ witnessers.
That's it.
I'm gonna
Can I
have
get a witness?
That's me.
Can I get a witness for Jairo's mom?
I don't know if the Americans will endorse the fact that it's 2 Canadians, but hey, you know, gotta give us a shot.
Well, I believe Jairo's mom can play it. And I believe that she can beat a random number generator every time.
Oh, are those game pieces the ones that are yellow, red, and orange? Are those the ones you place on the board?
Those are
Yes.
potatoes. Those are potato chips.
Those are the game pieces.
Those are big, aren't they?
Yeah, well,
For your mother. It's for your mother.
easy to see. We can
That's
play
right.
with smaller ones if you like, but it's not necessary.
Oh, okay.
If
Those
you
are
want
the ones
smaller-
you always used, right?
Yeah. Standard.
Hey Jay, zoom all your siblings so they can watch this live.
The siblings.
All your brothers and
My-
sisters.
My brother is, where is he? I have 2 brothers.
Oh, of course
One
you
is
do.
in South Orlando. The other one is in kind of northwest of Orlando, about 20 minutes away.
How far are you guys away from the space shuttle?
Maybe we're an hour or an hour and a half away.
She should take her right now. Jump in the car, go down there. She can go up in the shuttle, and then Jay can play. Joel can play her while she's shooting up to the moon.
Yeah, but that's not real.
Ooh.
This right
Oh,
now,
easy.
Jairo's mom is here now.
I know. I'm just
She's
teasing.
real.
Yeah, but are we real, Joel?
I don't know. We're real enough. If somebody can tell me if they want to play, then we got a game. If they don't want to play, we don't have a game.
Those-
Mm.
No
Mm.
force.
Probably not now, but maybe next time.
Yeah, you never know when the mood strikes. I'd love. She would actually be the oldest person that I know of who's ever played, if she will.
How about we leave
She
this?
keeps falling asleep on me. Look.
She's tired. She's resting. Maybe not. We can leave the Zoom on. Maybe the cat could play your mother.
She rests more than a cat.
She needs it. She's pacing herself. Well done.
Is she dreaming? ¿Estás soñando? ¿Estás soñando? Okay.
She's probably
She
telling
says
you,
she's not dreaming.
but she's probably telling you it's like Bert and Ernie. Come on, I'm trying to sleep. Leave me alone, son.
I said, are
Hey.
you dreaming? And she said,
To change it just a bit, if you don't mind, Joel.
Yeah.
Jay was talking earlier. Well, we were chatting on the chat box while Luis was on the sermon. What's your view on consciousness, Jay? And Joel, if you want to chime in, go right ahead, because you were putting questions out there, Jay. If you want to share. If you don't, I get it.
Yes, I like what Mike Taylor, the mathematician, said, that he's leaning towards consciousness is like our awareness, and we all have it. So how do we define something that's so principal to, like, if we don't have it, then we can't do anything. It's like fundamental. So it's like more important than what's out there. That with physics we can determine that something must be out there that's independent of us, but then we use consciousness to know about it. Well, we look at it and then we write down information on it, and then we share it. It becomes more and more abstract. But anything that we experience, isn't that consciousness? So what does that mean? We all know what it is by experience, but we have a hard time defining it through words.
Well, my view is that consciousness is a personal experience. When we try to share it with others, we're trying to make it a communal experience. So the idea of like just watching an electron changes its course, discussing it changes the nature of consciousness. At least that's my view. And not that that's good or bad. And I think we have no choice but to try to do that. Because that's how we've progressed. Thinking is something that we have evolved a way of doing communally. And that's why I'm always so anxious to hear from Mike, because thinking is learned through mathematics. That's the closest we've come to sharing consciousness so far in our evolution.
That sounds interesting, that thinking
that's why we
evolves from mathematics. Like thinking is the same as as what mathematicians do. They do thinking
yes,
in such an abstract way and with symbols that they, I guess they use the symbols so they can keep track of what they're thinking about, and they look back and say, okay, this is what I thought, and does it make sense, and is it logical, does it break the rules of mathematics? Or I guess it depends on what domain of mathematics, because maybe there's many different kinds of mathematics. Listen, there's algebra, there's calculus, there's geometry, and there's sub species of those.
And there's
maybe they make up mathematics. They made up Boolean algebra. That's an algebra that uses two numbers, 0 and 1. Maybe that's the mathematics that Luis del Pino uses, Boolean algebra. Well, no, but the inventor of Boolean algebra thought that maybe that's the laws of thinking is Boolean algebra, that we think in yes or no, in true or false ways, true as 1 and false as 0. What do you think, Dominique?
Oh, I'm hearing you. And by the way, I thought I heard a mic drop there when Joel was sharing that. That was quite insightful. Thank you for sharing that, by the way, Joel.
Listen, Dominic, I didn't spend 10 years studying nothing in philosophy, just
No,
for
I know.
nothing.
No,
I
I'm
learned
glad.
something.
Regardless if it was 10 years or 2 days, Joel, thank you. That was very insightful. Thank you very much for sharing that. That's why I like when people share things like that. You know what I mean? You didn't come across that was it, you know, but the way you shared it, it was very humbling. And I thank you for sharing that.
Well,
I guess because we use numbers, because I always look at time in numbers, like they're just gauges. So if we had one, say, predominant language, would we be using language as a way of gauging what we call consciousness? Like I get it when we try to use everything numerical to describe things. You know, it's like, you know, we spend so much emphasis, you know, well, we don't know what material is, but hey, we use these long board equation, then that what must be. Well, no, the numbers are just gauges. It's like looking at a clock. That's not time. Those are just gauges, you know, and consciousness could be all of those things, you know, like I was sharing earlier, like because we're in a human form, and like Joe was saying, from our own personal experience, and then there's that communal things that which is humans. But how do we not know we're limited with our consciousness because we have a mind where an animal could be conscious of air, conscious of sound, you know, like are we truly acutely aware when there's going to be an earthquake? But meanwhile, there's certain animals are. So consciousness could just be an energy form. Again, I'm using words to describe the undescribable. But, you know, it's like when people use the word reality. Like what is, if there's 6 billion or 7 billion people, then we would have many different interpretations of what we think reality is. And like you were saying, Joel, there's that personal experience. And even that could be everybody's own story. And then there's this communal thing, but is it really a communal, or is it this us giving up our own personal view and then adhering to the group, the collective? Because, you know, it's like going to a church, that everybody believe in what they're hearing.
Well, you know, I see that a little differently. I think you're talking about when it becomes enforced. But if I want to, as a true desire, have my consciousness communicate with Dominic's consciousness in a non-coercive way, we would look at how can we compare our consciousnesses. I'm not a threat to Dominic. He's not a threat to me. I'd like to consider him a friend to me. And I say, look, in my consciousness, I see this as a single item. Can we agree we will use the number 1 to describe a single discrete item?
Yeah, the condition will start kicking in at that point. We're going to condition ourselves to say that item is going to be used for that particular task.
That's right. And that will map the inside of our consciousness to the point where we can then confidently have a shortcut to say, I have 1 red dye. And then we can move on and discuss more complicated things. And mathematics, to my understanding, is the only thing that has been able to do that to this point in our human evolution.
I think because there's a lot of resources spent on it. Like, for example, you say the word, when did it ever become mine? You know, consciousness, you know, in this case, the language, like when you said the word red dot or whatever, that red thing, whatever, consciousness, if a person was aware of all the different individual parts, would say, I don't see the red dot. I see the material that you're holding, but I don't see the red dot. So now I have to reinvestigate everything I've ever thought of as red. And I said, okay, but I'm using a language that I don't see. That's its own consciousness. The material is its own consciousness. So when I describe something like it's a red square or red circle dot, both of those have more flexibility in language than actually the material. The material is still linear. It's like if I saw my fridge, I can call it a white fridge, a white kitchen fridge. Each of those language I'm giving on the same material, there's 2 different things going on, but I'm aware that it's not mine to own. So the collective is the energy, the language I give to it is not mine. So when people spend a lot of energy trying to look at a tree and then start giving numbers to it, it's like the sequencing sequence. They'll use numbers as a gauge, but that's not the material itself. The tree itself, it stands by itself, but the word a tree does not stand by itself. So if a person forgets that the tree, the word does not exist there, then that's how they get hoodwinked. And they say, well, now I'm going to use numerical numbers to describe it. And they're going to say the sun has...
We're rushing a little far ahead for me. I'm still at numbers as being a common understanding of our personal consciousness. How they got there, I agree, is another issue, but I don't think it's pertinent at this point in time to our discussion. If I say one, so I use my ears and I use my voice, and you hear one, and you use your ears and your consciousness, we're more or less at the same place. We can proceed with confidence beyond one and go into two. And human beings have evolved that in multiple languages over thousands of years to the point where we have an established and agreed. Now, if someone says, no, that's not one, that's seven. Okay, they're free to do that. But I would then back away from them saying they have a different worldview that is difficult for me to interact my consciousness with their consciousness.
But if you've never seen the number 1 and 7, and I said the number 1 and I said the number 7, your hearing would see, okay, I hear number 1, I hear number 7, I see a consistency. But if I show you the object, in this case, write down on a piece of paper the number 1, and I say the word 1, and then I see the number 7, that's another validation. And of course, the fact that we're talking about sound, hearing, we're limiting consciousness by only one of its senses.
Correct.
Because if I said the word hammer, and a person will say, well, that's not a hammer, it's a screwdriver. I said, no, you just become aware of conditioning. I can condition one society to think that a hammer is a mallet, or a mallet is a boot. So that's conditioning. So that means consciousness stands outside of all of that, or around everything. Sorry, I was trying to continue it because it could be many possibilities. So I could say either A, it stands by itself, or it can stand around everything or within everything. But we do use gauges. So number is a gauge. So this is why when people say mathematics, this is how we interpret things. It's no different when people talk about the double split experiment. If you become aware of consciousness, or in this case, conditionings, that's more because it's within conditions within consciousness, it might actually shift, it might shift itself because it's an ever-going program. I'm going to use the terminology because we live in an age where we have to associate with programs. So if I see something, that it might shift itself. You know, this is why when people say you can either do the free throw or you can think about it, and then they do the study. And for some people, if for some reason or another, them thinking about it before they actually do it have a better result. So that means consciousness is not always just about the physical. You know, and like I said, if we didn't have numbers, if we didn't write down numbers, we would be talking about numbers. The fact that we write it down, we're actually going down to a lesser version of us because we weren't created to come out of the womb to read and write.
That's right. I agree with that completely.
You know, so that means it's a dumbed down version. So and when I say dumbed down, because I was talking to Justin about this earlier, if we're limiting in our choices, knowing that the oral teachings opposed to written work, one is by far more superior than the other, and it would have to be tested. This is why when people read things, they become well read. But if a person has actually been taught and as an apprenticeship with oral teachings, because they're going to engage with their insight, their intuition, all the other receivers in the body. It's like only using certain parts on your phone, opposed to using all the different applications to the phone. But if the collectors are only using certain applications on the phone, people are going to think, well, that's the only thing that phone does, but ignoring all the fact of all the other potential that the phone can do. So our bodies, knowing that science, for whatever reason they say we're limited, or they've somehow gauged it, say that we're only using 10%, then we have to say consciousness has never truly been explored then. And if it has, it's been very limited, meaning that we don't see air. We don't see the sodium in our water, in our blood that stores memory. But I hear other people say, well, it does. They could be picking that up intuitively, or they could literally be using devices. But for the naked eye, we can't see all that kind of stuff. So who's to say that in another 100 years they'll say, okay, what you guys called molecules, we call it aura now, or those are live beings. But a long time ago, you used to call them demons and angels. So we're in a form that it could be just parts of consciousness. If I'm going to use the ideal that it's the unknown. But math is part of it, and I get it. You get enough people talking about it's numerical, you're going to convince people to think it's like no different than everybody else telling, well, the scribes are the only ones that understand the Bible, this and that. I said, but aren't you actually teaching our kids that they can't learn how to read and write? So aren't we at a disadvantage? And then not realizing, maybe the people that set that up realize we're playing a game on them. We're going to try to convince them that writing they can't do. But meanwhile, if they actually realize it's the talking that you're using, that's actually the teachings. It's a game that we play on ourselves. So I don't even value the concept.
I don't know if I would use the word game. I would think of it more as a common understanding. And what are the things that we can agree have common understanding? And so far, I think we agree, you and I, that we've both been conditioned or programmed to understand 1 and 7 and probably everything up to the number 17, which enables us to communicate about other things as well. And colors, we've learned what red was, so that we can share that part or those parts of our consciousness with others and believe that we are all understanding the same things.
Thank you for sharing that. I value the concept for literally what it means, understand. You know, in the tree of life, there's wisdom and understanding, and then there's knowledge in the middle, and then there's the belief system. They all have their values and all have their limitation. Literally, for me, to understand means I'm under something. I'm under my crown. Left hemisphere, right hemisphere, wisdom, understanding, feminine, masculine, whatever we want to call it, you know, because there's many different teachings out there. But if consciousness, whatever it is, I can only speculate. This is typically of us. We make God in our image, so we're going to make consciousness in our image. If it can actually adhere to all the variations of language, I might not understand Mandarin, I might not understand Sanskrit, I might not understand this, but I'm aware that they exist. So I can't understand it. I can't even comprehend, which is another way of saying understand, but I'm aware of it. So this is where a person will say, I can only become aware of things if I understand it. No, awareness and understanding are two different things. Wisdom and understanding are two different things, you know, and I only say that because it's all under the envelope. So I might not understand you, Joel, because you have a story going on there. You've lived in that vessel for 40, 50 years. I'll say, I gotta be polite. You're 22 years old. So you've lived 22 years, you know, in that vessel. So you're the one that's been there the whole time. The external world, whether it's numbers coming at me or letters or a car coming at me, that's what that is. It's an external world. My internal world has always been me. When I jump in the shower, I'm actually in me jumping into another device, which is a shower, let alone a car or a bus or a train. And if people don't become aware of that, what they're doing is they're caught up in the material and they don't even see the material you're describing. You don't even see the fact that the language we're using to describe it doesn't exist there. It's just a play on words with stuff. I use the word game because I don't want to, you know, some people might use the word it's a prison or it's a matrix. I call it a game. It's like a chess game. You know, there's different pieces on the board, checkered board. There could be all the different pieces, and they've even changed some of the pieces during the pre-end time. But it's a game nevertheless. Whether it's you playing against yourself on both sides of the board, or you think delusionally or illusionally that there's another opponent across from you. It's like when we play in this game here, I could be playing it, but I'm not playing you, I'm playing me, and how I feel or think about it. It'd be no different if I could read the game in ahead of time and say, Joe, I really don't want to play the game. Why? Because I've already saw 15 moves ahead, meaning that intuitively or whatever, and it's not worth it. Why? Because either A, you're going to win, or B, I'm going to win. And if I'm pretty low key and I'm trying to be non-biased with my emotion, then it's kind of like, okay, am I playing it for the sake of playing it? Am I playing it for Joel? You know, like I always say to people, we're thinking it's an external world, in which there is, but we're always living it from the internal view. You know, philosophizing can only philosophize with all sincerity is if you really become the observer and try to be non-biased. Bias is kind of like saying, I kind of want an answer. Well, then you're not going to philosophize then. You're going to try to fit it into a square. You know, even like the number, all the numbers we have. Why is the number 9, when you multiply with any number except 0, why does it always add up to number 9 again? Because some people would tune in and they realize it's because that's the number that indicates the spiritual meeting the material realm. Number 8, Chinese love number 8. Why? Because that's the spiritual, that's the material realm. Number 7 is it's a completion number. It's the spiritual realm. So that means one came after the other. So we get to experience well, in the Bible, they talk about the evil realm. The material realm. That's all the word evil means. Good means spiritual, unknown. Like I can't see my thoughts. I can't see language. I can't see afterlife. When people say, I see the light. I said, well, how do we not know the light is all those things? I can only ponder it as a possibility. This is where philosophy can play a mind fuck on one's own head. Because unless a person says, but I went to school, I became an academic, this and that, I'm like, okay, but can you walk away from yourself and question reason itself? A lot of people would have a challenging time with that, because then they will say, why? I said, because you're using reason to justify your decisions, not questioning your decisions. And that's a tough one, because as we get older, I think we become a little bit more dumbed down. Because then we lean towards the ideal that I become smart, but do I lean towards being wise, or do I become clever? You know, if a person understands language and they understand the oral teachings, then they would be very hesitant to say, why would I actually write a book knowing that it's actually going to dumb down the nation opposed to the oracle teachings? Because that's the ego saying, if I sell enough books, because we live in a world where it's been changed to an economic realm, where I'm only going to work if you pay me. You know, I get the old days of bartering. You know what I mean? You start becoming a community. Okay, I'll raise the chickens, you raise the egg, because it takes a lot of energy to me do the chicken and the egg. So now we're bartering, we're working as a community. But we live in a world now where I don't have to do nothing. I could just print the damn thing if I really had the printing machine. And you and Jay can go around doing the grapes, doing the apples, and I laser print a whole bunch of bananas. In the end, in one lifetime, you'll find out, but wait a second, there's no nutrients in there. It's like going to an Indian tribe and say, listen, you're going to give us this silverware? No problem. Come back in a week. We want to see what we can do with this thing. Because we're giving you something we know that works for us. And then they say, well, we've tried this thing on our boats. It doesn't work. We try to give it to our kids. It doesn't work. This is why we become dumbed down. You know, and when I say dumbed down, I'm talking more from the direction of we become unaware of certain areas of our lives.
I have a question to Dominic and Vinci, the ancient 21st century game. And to me, I would like to know, is it possible to be aware of our awareness? Is it possible to be conscious of our own consciousness? Because we can be conscious of all kinds of objects. Like this, I'm conscious of that flower. Oh.
Hyro,
I'm conscious of my body.
I have to go to the consciousness philosophy group that's starting up now in Ottawa.
Wow, let's join that.
Yeah, just go.
Send me the link.
Do I have your email, or you can get it on Meetup? It started, I forgot that it started 15 minutes ago. So let me.
You're being unconscious.
Yeah, I got so wrapped up in Dominic's exhortation that I lost track of time.
Sorry about that.
Wow, that can happen with Dominic.
No,
see?
I go on a rant, but I'm hearing myself. I guess by hearing what you said, Jay, I've never really shared this too much. There's awareness, and I think sometimes you can turn awareness on itself and realize how much more I'm unaware. This is why to question things.
You're hearing the music?
Yeah, no problem.
In other words? Oh, you must like or love Frank Sinatra because you're Italian.
I like new wave music, but I do appreciate when I do hear other singers. You know, it's a craft that he has. And but I think being aware of consciousness from a point of view that, and it is literally, I'm saying from a point of view that I'm only grasping ever so lightly. I'm only speculating that its extent. You know, like when I say about air, I can't see air, but I do realize we use a language. So, you know, whether I say the word air and I can't see air, or I say the word tree, but I can see the tree, I realize both the word air and tree I can't see. I use the language, and writing it down does what for me? It just what validates that I have to literally write it down because I can't see it. That's why I'm saying the written work and the oral teachings, they're coming from two different perspectives. So using numerical numbers is no different using the alphabet or using Chinese symbols or a painting. That's why when you hear people say you see a painting, they use a small descriptions. You can use 1,000 words to describe what you see on a painting. Why only 1,000?
I get it. I get your point.
Yeah.
Like I can't see air.
Mhm.
I might be able to feel it go through my nostrils and down my throat and into my lungs.
Mhm.
So I suspect I can feel it in some other of the 5 senses, and maybe I can conceptualize it. I don't know if conceptualizing it is knowing it. Maybe it is.
Back to the elephant, where different guys are touching the elephant. No different. Try to use your 5 senses to touch water, smell water, lick water, taste water. The senses. There's some senses overlap for other ones, but some of them just the reason why they're overlapping is because they're not being used. You could look at something and say, okay, but I do see it. I see the sun. No, you're seeing the object. But if I know
so
that,
I get it. Yeah, I get it. So you're suggesting that whatever we think of knowing, we only know it partially, but we can conceptually say, yes, I know something about air or this or that. So in the same way, maybe we cannot be fully aware of awareness. We cannot be fully conscious of consciousness itself, but we can kind of sense we have it. And so we kind of sense that something is happening that we could call consciousness, but maybe it's impossible to perfectly know that we are knowing, but we infer that there's something going on from memory. Like we do something and then we look back, oh, I did that. Like, oh, I just did this, or I just did that. So that's mindfulness. Mindfulness is another way of defining mindfulness is recalling what you just did. So we go around, sometimes we go around like a robot and not remembering what we did. But if we recall what we just did, then we can say, okay, yes, I just finished doing this. But if we are working like a robot and just being busy, then somebody stops and asks you, okay, what did you just do? It is, let's see. Oh, I can't remember what I just did 5 minutes ago.
That's right. We get lazy. You said a statement, and this is where we get lazy, where a person will say, I think I know what consciousness is, or another person might say, because you just said it, maybe there's no way we can know consciousness. That's laziness on our part, because whether you think you do or not, if you're truly seeking or searching, that's an ever-ending changing story. It's like when somebody says at the end of the day, I said, how do you know the day ends? You don't know. This is where humbling by saying, I'm going to profess I don't know everything. When some people say, I don't know nothing, I say, that's no different than a person saying he knows everything. That's just being clever. That's pride speaking at that moment. I don't know what consciousness is as a whole, but I do know parts of it. And I know the other parts I'm going to still investigate. And I'll probably reinvestigate the ones I think I do know. Like I don't know what air is. I really don't. Now, somebody can say, yeah, but that's what you need to breathe. I said, but I don't know what air is. It's like looking at all the different leaves on the plant. I've questioned it for myself. I see all these leaves. How do we not know when we move on to another realm or come back? All those leaves are all medicine for some reason, but they're all different for different people. So we don't know. I don't know. So when I even say we, I'm talking about the kingdom that I have inside of me. So it's not about other people. So I don't know what those 2 spheres in the skies do or don't do. Now, somebody else could turn around and say, but NASA or whoever says it's heat up there. I'm like, okay, so I've gone in a plane, I've jumped out of it, it's colder up there. That's me playing my own game, saying, okay, they're saying one thing, but I can only live by my own experience. Now, if I want to be lazy, then I'll go to the church, or I'll go to the Church of Science, or I'll go to the Church of Biology or the Church of Commerce and let them do everything for me. Then I might as well still be on my mom's tit. Where we live in a world where once a person becomes aware, when they question reason, Oh, I don't really have critical thinking. Why? Because wouldn't critical thinking tell me that I should question everything that I've learned and even why I use numbers? This is why in plain sight, we don't see the language. We don't see the thought. When I say the word tree, you'll have the thought tree. So is that telepathic? Or is that this regurgitating a memory that's within you because you had to be conditioned? But if I talk to you, Jay, and you never heard the word tree in English, but you know the object in your own language, you would look at it and then eventually you'll say, okay, Kiko's, what is he talking about? Because I'm seeing him pointing at that object. And are you talking about the leaf? Are you talking about the tree? Are you talking about the bark? Are you talking about the bird on it? This is why when we do gestures, then we use a language to narrow it down. It's like if me and you were talking, or I met you at the flea market, but I didn't call your name. How do you know I'd be talking to you? Unless I'm literally looking at you, and that's a different consciousness. This is why when people make it in one bowl, well, science says this. No, throw that out the door. If you're not going to question it, throw it out the door. But if you're going to question it, take away the name. When you see the Buddha, kill it. When you see the science, kill it. Meaning that challenge it.
So how does one challenge trees and numbers? Like I have a question that because you're talking about if I don't know the word tree, but I have another language and it has its word for tree, but we will still be pointing at the same object. So, and what about numbers? The object's numbers are different from trees because because animals can grow up and whatever they use, they can identify trees somehow because they always go to them and pee on them. But maybe they don't have the word tree. Maybe they go woof, and that's the word for tree. But I'm thinking, which objects are more fundamental to all sentient beings, trees or numbers? Well, actually, for an ant may be walking on a tree, but it might not know what a tree is, but it just will think of it as another thing to walk on or climb. It has different textures and uses. Maybe their eyes are limited, but they can maybe smell better. And so I don't know if they have an idea for tree, but what maybe for higher animals, maybe up to apes or maybe even dolphins, maybe they have some idea of counting. I don't know how they would count. But what is more fundamental, trees or trees, things that we can touch? Are they more fundamental or numbers that are
Well, the fact that you're asking
non-material, but we still kind of use numbers for counting somehow. Maybe maybe animals count, but their numbers only go to 3 or 4.
So let's go with this, okay? Because you're using fundamentals, so that's basically you're going to narrow the conversation. So let me. I'm going to take one language and the numbers. English has 26 letters. Numbers have, we'll say 10, include the zero, number 0, okay? You can use many combination with the number 0. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to 9, and you could do the alphabet up to 26. Now, let's play the game of, let's make it 11. Let's make it 344. Now, let's go with letters. You can say the word tree. You can say this. Now, you can use all different combinations. And when you're using different numbers, there's sounds and frequency that's within each of those combinations. Same with lettering. So when you have all the different languages, now, which one, the number or the alphabet, which one affects what hemisphere? See, this is where people don't realize this, and this is where their lack of awareness and consciousness. Numbers affects the left hemispheres, letters affects the right hemisphere. So now, most people, men, lean towards the left hemisphere because they've never united them together. And women do the opposite because men are too busy hogging the left hemisphere. So unless you realize there's sounds and frequency that comes from those base fundamentals, you're playing with 10 numbers opposed to 26 letters. Now, you start going to other languages, there's might be more letters, and some of them even have symbologies in it. That's all consciousness. All of that's consciousness. But a fundamental person will say, whatever they teach me, it's another version of a belief system, I'll do it like a trained puppy. Opposed to, when are you going to break away and start questioning reason, questioning language, questioning emotions? People get upset if somebody, when they get angry, because they're not ready to question their emotions. A person that abuses alcohol doesn't question why they drink, because if they truly did, they say, I'll do everything in my power to resist drinking alcohol, but they're not going to question the emotion that's with it. This is where people play with the ideal of the word consciousness. No different, they play with the ideal of love or hate, but they never question what's the resonance when you say the word consciousness? What's the resonance when you say the word love? Number is very symmetric. When people speak with numbers, it's very straight box. It's like trying to tell an artist to paint with numbers opposed to an artist paint with letters. So two different hemispheres being used. Can you use them together? Yes, when you have your own hemispheres harmonizing with each other. So that's why when people are trying to fit into a square box, that's all they're doing, but they never question all the different possibilities in that box. And that's, again, is consciousness. You can change the word if you want. Reality, awareness, possibility, this realm. You can use all kinds of words to describe it, but as I'm describing it, if a person can't see the tree and the material, two different things, they're not going to become aware that there's actually sound behind the word tree, or T, or R, or E, or like the word free, F-R-E-E. There's sound in all of that. And our body, because there's blood in our body and there's sodium, it gathers that information. So this is why when people meditate, what are you listening to? What should you've always been listening? You should be able to walk around constantly listening from within. The outside world could be a distraction, or you could hear it for what it is. It's, oh, it's beautiful nature. Sounds good. Why is it making me feel good? Why is it making me feel? Because sometimes feeling good, it just could mean you're getting a tune-up. You go into the woods, you go barefooted, you walk in there, you're grounding yourself, because people forget you're both negative and positive, but you also have to be grounding. We live in an atmosphere that has lots of energies in it, but we're too busy saying, I'm only going to look at this, but I'm not going to look at anything else. You know, people put one eye over their eyes. Okay, why are you restricting one hemisphere?
So do you think that if one is listening to a conversation in a language that you absolutely can't even capture one word, like an Asian language, and like on YouTube you get to a channel and they're just yapping in their language?
I lost you there, Jay. Sorry. Are you there, Jay? Say that again. Are you there, Jay?
Which then, but you're hearing only sounds. Yes. You're hearing only sounds of that language.
Yes.
And then you're out of those sounds, you're picking up energies. So that would be interesting to see what you get out of a language that you only know the sounds. You can only capture sounds from them, but you can't capture meaning from them because you don't know the language. So would that, whatever you capture, vary from person to person, or would there be a
could be different gifts. You can have different gifts, Jay.
The free.
Sorry, Jay. You can pick up from other people, not just because of sound. You can be conditioned to one sense, but you could literally pick up body motion from somebody. No different if you, for whatever reason, weren't able to play with your right hand. You might be able to play with your left hand or with your feet. You know, this is where people that were blind from birth and somebody else can communicate with them the colors, because colors does not exist in the physical realm. We associate it and we'll say, but I see the color red. I said, no, not unless you don't realize you don't see the word red. If you can't see the word red, the person that's blind already is at an advantage. He doesn't see the red because the other person has been distracted thinking, but I do see red. I said, do you see pen? No, you don't. So if you only see the material, that person's being limited, that he doesn't see the material or she doesn't see the material. But the word pen, you can explain to them on a different level of awareness. We're using the word pen on a different level of awareness, but we think that it's associated and attached to this object. No, it's not. This material is what it is. But if I say it's a pen or it's a pencil that you use for dabbing on iPads, I'm using different descriptions for this. So when a person's blind, so you're using an object to what, hit a thing called an iPad? I've never seen iPad. Have you ever seen iPad? Not really. I've never seen iPad either. But what are you looking at? I'm looking at the material. What are you looking at? I'm just seeing darkness. At least they're inwards. And if people become aware of that kind of stuff, then and only then they can explore philosophy, consciousness, reality. Even Lewis, when he's talking about zeros and one, that's his mantra, which if it works for him, that's fine. But when he comes across that he's trying to convince others opposed to sharing with others, if it makes sense to him, fine. But if he's always saying, okay, guys, we're going to talk about this. Okay, it's zeros and ones. We're going to, okay, zeros and ones. I was talking about cars. Everything derives back to zeros and ones. You know, unless you're going to change up the word and say the known and unknown, subjective, objective, spiritual, material, yin and yang, you're changing different words. So then you're going to be able to say, listen, you're using this more than just one lure to catch many different variations of people, you know, because this is where people want to save each other, but they never question, how do I not know I'm not being manipulated as you're saying that you're trying to save me? Because people don't question those things. That's part of the program that we've been denied of, you know, but people can become aware that they're in the program. And in that program, you got to be conditioned. Now, a person might say, well, what do you mean by conditioning? Well, how did you learn the language? How did you learn numbers? You weren't born and be able to write the number 0, let alone 1. Unless your parents spoke it to you, but the only thing you would be able to do is maybe that'd be the first word that comes out of your mouth, but you won't be able to write the damn thing. And if you did, that opens up another can of worms. If there's worms involved here, well, then how is he able to write the 0 by the time he's 1 year old? Is he an old soul? It's no different. Some kids can play a Mozart by the time he's 4. Now, some of them are probably from parents that probably played music, so the child would hear the parent play it or whatever, or the mom would play it, and the child would actually pick it up inside the womb. This goes back to, you don't have to play the guitar instrument if you're somewhat good at it. You can just think about the notes and all that, and you'll be that much more further ahead opposed to just struggling with the material. The material has a limitation only because the mind and the emotion has not fully developed. This is why we started aging sooner than we should, because other parts are already decaying or never developed. You know, I would lean more towards it's never been developed. So if your emotion has never been developed or your mental mind's never been developed, well, then your physical body is going to think, okay, the absence of these two things or not developing, then we must be in decay mode. That's why most of us are dying at the age of 60 or 70 years old. And the ones that are living a little bit longer saying, yeah, but I'm living very unhealthy. I said, well, then what's the sense of living then? Because it's an unexamined mind. That's like me saying questioning reason. An unexamined mind is not a mind. It's not a life to live. It's not worth existing in life. You know, because that's what happens. People are counting on the few that become aware, realize, yeah, the rest of the people don't give a damn. They don't care about that. So, hey, let me abuse them. Opposed to, yeah, they don't care. They don't want to learn. Then go live by yourself. It'd be no different. The same thing with me. But I've chosen, who knows whenever, and I chose to reawaken myself at a certain point because I got to enjoy being a child, that I want to share with other people. Now, whether they grasp it or not, who am I to tell them otherwise? If a person wants to be an alcoholic or abuse drinking, that's his choice. You know, he has many choices. One of his choices is to understand why he chooses to drink. And if he's honest with himself, Tom, I don't want to quit drinking. Why? Because I truly enjoy it. Okay, fill your boots. But now if he turns around, but my wife wants me to quit, and I'm like, okay, so how important is your wife's decision over your decision? Because a lot of yours has a lot to do with your story way before you met her. Unless you grow up in a community, then you were raised and conditioned in the community where there's rules that we follow. And most of us do not live with each other. We move from community to community. Sometimes we move 3 or 4 different communities within one lifespan. So we don't even understand each other's story. And how could we? You know, and the story might not necessarily be mine or your story. It could be the community's story. We all grow grapes here. That's just the way it is. Okay, but can we at least question why we grow grapes? Forget about questioning why I want to grow oranges. Why do you grow grapes? Well, that's just the way it is. Well, fuck. Then there's no room in that conversation now. You know, you're talking to somebody that's unaware of choices.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
so
and that's another variations of consciousness.
So is there such thing as consciousness expansion? What does that mean? Does that mean that the more we know, the more languages that we know, the more traveling we do, the more people we meet, the more likely we have expanded our consciousness, our awareness?
Well, I lean towards awareness is within consciousness, So you can become aware and you can practice different languages, but I think language is already engulfed in consciousness. So no matter what me and you do, we become into the whole, whatever that may be to somebody, where it gets stored. You know, there might be a reason why we have a big bodies of water called oceans with salt in it. Maybe that's where memory gets stored. Don't know. I can only speculate. So, so can consciousness expand itself? I would lean towards, yeah, maybe. You know, it's like when Mike says, I could lean towards it. I couldn't prove it. You know, this is where we get caught up, where a lot of people already have this condition. Well, Don, what's the point? I said, so you're trying to figure out the whole with points? You can speculate with the points. Okay, could it be consciousness? Maybe. Could it not be? Maybe. Should I took the vaccine? Maybe. Shouldn't I? Maybe. Everything's a possibility. But for somebody, you've taken the vaccine. So you're going to lean towards that it's favorable for you. Now, if it gives you harm, you're still going to lean towards that. Not too many people are going to question while they're doing it. Let alone people are going to say, well, Dominic, I don't want to do the vaccine. I said, well, then aren't you going to speculate why people do it then? That's being inconsiderate to other people. You know, there's too much information out there that humanity's shown that they really have no lack of consideration for the whole. Individually, yes. The rich even care about themselves. Crooks care about themselves, you know, among their own groups. But as a collective, we're pretty ignorant. That's why we have so many different languages and all that kind of stuff. Now, is that consciousness doing that? Maybe, because there's so many different trees out there. If consciousness really was about having everything one, then we wouldn't have variations of trees. We wouldn't have variations of grasses. We wouldn't have variations of rocks. So then it's always expanding then in that way of thinking, if we're going to put thinking behind it. But most people are going to get stuck with their feelings, so they're not going to use critical thinking. If they are critical thinking, they better make sure they actually use some of that critical thinking to develop their emotions, because their emotion is the one that actually fuels critical thinking. It's like having a parent that's mature, but meanwhile you have a sore spot for your child that's not developed. He's going to pull you like a tugboat across the ocean. Opposed to, no, I got to know my boundaries. I got to be the example to the child, regardless if that child's emotionally developed or not. I got to be the example of emotional development. Son, you're crying, good. Go in the other room. Once you're done, come back. We can talk about it, but you're still going to school. That's maturity. You're telling the child, you're not ready yet to entertain. I just don't want to go to school, you know, as opposed to bartering with the child or negotiating. Well, there's nothing to negotiate. You know, they're not going to understand the fact that you got to go to work and all that. Now, you might turn around and say, yeah, but I don't like going to work. I said, okay, so you're going to use your child as an excuse why you've chosen not to go to work? You know, this is where people don't question themselves. Forget about questioning the outside world. Question oneself, whatever that may be to them. You know, when I go to sleep, you know, if people really wanted to control themselves and they say, I don't trust anybody. I said, well, then what about yourself? Why do you go to sleep then? How do you know you're not going to wake up? It's like, you know, I heard somebody the other day saying there, do no harm. That should include you first and foremost. If I become a diabetic, I've done harm to myself. If I have a heart attack, I've done harm to myself. You know, this is where, you know, we want to be kind, but kindness should always start with oneself. It's not about badgering the self or the ego. It's not about telling, you know, the ego, well, you're wrong. Whoever said there's a premise of right and wrong. You know, everything's a possibility. That's me sharing now, because what works for me, who's to say it's going to work for somebody else? You know, I'm trying to resist playing the dogma game, but I realize I'm in this form. I've been conditioned. It's languages that I don't play, that aren't so not play with. It's not mine to own. There's a good chance the frequency in the language itself will formulate dogmas. You know, there could be tonality to it. It's like if you want to play a different instrument or play with the same instrument, but I'm going to force a different note out of my guitar. Well, you can tweak it if you want with some of the little things on the side and all that. You can even play it differently. You can even play with a different, you could probably grab a stick or something and play with it. You're playing with the frequency. Now, a person might say, but it sounds different. I said, yes, you're right. It sounds different. But some people will just run and say, it doesn't sound right. I said, because you've determined one particular sound should be consistent. He's just showing you you're playing different instruments, or playing it with the same instrument, playing different notes out of it or different sounds out of it. You know, we put too much value. This is the D note, and that's the only way it should be. Well, we go to a different culture, and we tell the Indians, no, you're heathens. Why are we heathens? Well, because you're too close to nature. Oh, okay. You know, so what?
I have a question.
Please go ahead.
Why do you consider sentient
Say that again, Jay. You phased out, Jay.
Sanskrit, why do you consider Sanskrit a healing language versus English a meaningful language? What does it mean to be a healing language? Does it have to do with the frequencies and the consonants and the rhythm, things like that, and the pitch?
I can only go, and this would be like me trying to explain to somebody, well, you know, you don't read, Dom, you don't read books, but I look on YouTube. It's always hearsay, the information I'm getting. Some of it's intuitive, but it's still hearsay. So Sanskrit supposedly was one of the languages that was handed down to the human race because the immortal beings used to come into these human forms, and they wanted to live longer because immortals can live up to 1,000 years, but the mortal form can only live up to 120. A lot of them would age sooner than they should be. But if you would teach somebody to do mantras for long periods of time and do, you know, less breathing, these immortal beings can live in the vessel longer. So the sound that comes from Sanskrit, it heals the molecules. It was a very selfish reason why the gods handed, or the immortal gods, the demigods handed that language down. You know, our meaningful language is more about order and chaos. You confuse people with giving them a language that has many meanings. So it's, you know, Latin is that way, Germanic is that way, French is that way, Spanish is that way. It's not like certain languages, you say a certain way, everybody's going to know what it means. It's like looking at a tree. Certain trees, no matter where you go in a part of the world, regardless if you just call it an oak tree, you look at that tree, it looks like that tree. Now, the language you can use differently, but that object still looks the same. It's consistent. You can go to water, same ideal. So when we use language, it confuses us because it has many interpretations. So that's why I say it's a meaning language. You know, Greek is a comprehension language, so you're more understanding. It bypasses wisdom. So you go to understanding, the masculine side. So and you're closer to the crown, that's why it's understand. You know that you're under something, you're under a crown. You know, I'm not the crown, but I'm under a crown. You know, it's like it's an upside down triangle. This is why when you put the two triangles this way and the other way, and it's the Star of David. It's the intertwining of the lower and higher realms, the unknown and the known kind of ideal. Again, we're using objects to describe the undescribable. It's no different using language. So, but you had asked the question. It's a healing language, and if you do it enough times, with mantras, you chant it. It's like people that do rosaries. You're doing repetitive it over and over again. You know, ritual plays a role in all that, but what it really does, it shows the gods that, yeah, look at that piece of shit. He's mimicking us. He's doing exactly what we want. It's like talking to an unknown realm, an unknown being, and he's asking you as a witch or a sorcerer to go into the woods, get some chicken legs, get a twig, this and that. But meanwhile, they're giggling. You know, you can give him whatever he wants, whenever he wants. You go, yeah, I just want to see if he's loyal to me. So, you know, like you don't really need to practice meditation all the time if you truly become aware that it displays certain parts. But, you know, it's like anything else. Not everybody has to go to school, but a lot of people experience it, and a lot of people do it.
Join the meeting.
Who's back?
Hello.
Hey, Luis.
Hey, you guys are still there.
Yep.
Luis is back to part 3.
Right, so did we settle the
featuring Dominic definition? Is here, Jairo is here, and Joe in Canada is here. Justin left, and then Mike left. No, I think Mike left first, and then Justin. Some time ago.
Okay, so do we have concurrence on the definition of consciousness?
I don't know. We're learning from Dominic that the Sanskrit language was handed down from gods, and it was to or pseudo gods or aliens to us to help us maintain our longevity, so that when we practice mantras, it affects the molecules, and then it heals our cells, and so we are able to
well, we're vessels. We're all vessels, whether we know it or not. So
some things I've read about that we're living in a degenerate thousand years, even more farther back. So we're degenerating. We're in that's okay because we have the Buddha Dharma and all these wisdom schools that help us attain enlightenment. Maybe. What do you think, Luis?
Well, you're throwing a lot of stuff in there. Bam, 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 bam.
Yes, it's a little bit more complicated than zeros and ones. So you have to
I
think.
thought 0 and 1 was pretty simple. We are just
we're thinking about twos also.
yeah. So maybe not. Is it possible? Yes, everything is possible in reality. There could be a colorful unicorn on the other side of the moon. It's possible. What is the probability? I think very, very, very small. So, but it's still possible. So everything you just said is possible.
Oh, but you introduced the unicorn, suggesting that what we were talking about is highly improbable as a unicorn. How dare you insult our knowledge?
Everything's possible. Everything's possible and everything's a conjuring. If one chooses to conjure things.
Are you driving, Luis?
Yes, I am.
What do you think, Dominic? Did you I think you talked about consciousness, the way you sense it. How do you or maybe you didn't attempt to define it, but you did recognize that we have it. I don't know.
Well, we're in it. You know, everything's a part of consciousness. Awareness is part of it.
Oh, but I remember you mentioned something about breathing. That even breathing,
yes, has consciousness.
Has consciousness.
Well, we're aware. We're aware of parts of it. It's like being in a body. You're going to be aware of the fingers.
Or maybe we could say that a breathing supports consciousness, but it's hard for me to fathom that breathing has consciousness or is consciousness. That might be hard for me to grasp.
But yet everybody needs it. So it is a life force of some sort. You know, it's like people talk about my life, where they've never played with the ideal your existence within life. Death could actually be right here too. So, you know, prana chi could literally be a life force in its consciousness. We just don't know how it records things. So we can only use conjuring. You know, like I'm not aware of how an animal can pick up the frequency and vibration from the ground so that it knows to walk away or run away from somewhere because there's going to be an earthquake. That's another variation of consciousness. But from the mental mind, it's like I said with Justin, we're talking solely from the premise of a conditioned program. Regardless if we use numbers or we're using, alphabet. I was talking earlier, Luis, about this, where numbers is, when you use all the numbers and all the different combinations, that entertains the left hemisphere. There's sounds and frequency in it. If you use, in this case, the meaningful English language, where there's 26 letters, but there's many different words that comes from there, that entertains the right hemisphere. When a person unites them both together, they realize, does it matter whether I use numbers or let alone I use letters? You know, but of course we live in a society where most people lean towards their left hemisphere, so they think everything could be gauged numerically. So they'll say, you know, a tree could be gauged numerically. I say, well, you can also use language to describe it, but there's sounds and frequency when we use the number 9, say number 3 or 0, but that's very symmetric sound and frequency.
Are those hemispheres related to the left side of the brain and the right side of the brain? Is that
You can point
congruent.
to, well, it's kind of like more of an energy on either side. So there's the masculine and feminine side, and you can point towards the temple because that's closer to the crown. So, but yes, hemispheres, and they should be united in some way. But unfortunately, our schooling system teaches people to be very logical or very creative. Those are just another way of gauging that part of consciousness.
In neuropsychology, they do study that by looking at patients that have one side or the other defective or not working. And so they say, okay, what's happening there? Okay, so the left side is not working, so the right side is doing all this, but then it's not able to kind of control what it's doing or think linearly.
Well, even that, because we live in
the numbers are the sphere and the word hemisphere or something like that.
Well, like the concept of reading opposed to oracle teachings. Reading teaches the hemisphere to go from left to right or right to left. But what it really does is it ignores the fact that you have other receivers in your body that can engage. It's like talking to the king and queen, but he's ignoring all the other leaders inside that kingdom. So your kingdom all has to engage. This is why the ones that used to do a lot of oracle teachings and philosophy knew enough not to write things down. It's usually their scribes or some guy that's trying to, like Plato, trying to get some extra credit. But meanwhile, he knew fuck all about fuck all. And I only say that to challenge oneself. Now, somebody might say I'm arrogant, but the truth of the matter is, if there's a truth to be had here, is why would I put value to a guy that no longer is here? His teaching is very limiting. Meaning that if I start questioning it, and for a lot of people, they might turn around and say, but that brings no value to me in my life. So then it's limiting then, or it's of no use. I'll throw that out the door for you. But for other people, when they go around saying, well, Kant said this, or Socrates said this, I said, but what value does that bring for you? Unless you're going to take him and just be his little bitch, you're not going to question it because they're no longer going to be non-biased. To be non-biased means that you're going to question it. Both positive and negative. Both use the left and right hemisphere, your wisdom and your feminine and masculine side. Lewis talks about it ever so much, where he talks about zeros and ones. I could equate that to the yin and yang, positive and negative. But for a lot of people, they're not going to understand the numerical aspect of it.
Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, we could.
They might understand. Go ahead.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying when I say that reality is made of zeros and ones. They say, like, what do you mean by that? And they don't see any zeros and ones anywhere.
Now,
but it is true in quantum terms. Everything is made of either a little nothing and a little bit of energy or quantum. That's, reality is quantized. It appears. It appears. What do you call that? It appears analog. A car looks like a car. We don't see any zeros and ones in it, and yet it is made of a whole bunch of zeros and ones at the end of the day. So that's that dual perspective that I use in everything.
Well, if you say duality, they would, Louis, a lot of times you'll grasp it intuitively, where there's positive and negative, but there's also the grounding. Even with zeros and one, there's another triad.
Right. There's a 0 1. Both of them at the same time. Yeah.
But for a person that's very hemisphere, they're going to understand what you're saying. You're flexible enough that if somebody was going to talk to, say, a bunch of women that lead more intuitively, they might turn around and say, okay, let me lean towards feminine and masculine. Or somebody wants to know about the unknown and known. So this is kind of like, if you're using one type of lure to catch different kinds of fishes, you're going to probably not catch that many fishes. So what ends up happening is the zeros and ones it'd be no different. Some people say, listen, Dom, can you talk about black and white, yin and yang? Yeah. Can you talk about all this?
Yeah.
And duality is a good start. But the thing is, we're in duality, but there's variations to duality. So it's not always about order and chaos, zeros and ones. But for some people, for not a lot of people, they have to become aware of that before they even become the student.
Yeah.
I have a question.
I understand.
I have a question. I'm a student of Dominic and 407. 404
2888.
3/8. Yeah, for Luis Del Pino. I'm a student of Dominic Law and Luis Del Pino Law, or Guru Dominic and Guru Luis Del Pino. And I would like to, because Dominic, because Guru or Master Dominic, he was he made me realize something about that the king did not want the scribe to write down what he spoke.
We lost you there, Luis.
Ice they had, so they used arithmetic for that, but accounting. But for general conversations, maybe they didn't want it written down, and I was wondering why that is, or is it because they didn't want to get caught in contradictions or something like that? Because it seems like that also happened for the Buddha. He because they didn't write things down until 4th century. Another tsunami or something that wipe us out, and so the humanity might lose what we know. So they started writing down, and it came up to become the Pali Canon. So I was wondering, why did they prefer not to have things written down?
Well, I could share why, but whether it's a dumbed down version. That's what it is. It's a dumbed down version. Oral teachings is where you actually get comprehension. You could be well read, doesn't mean you comprehend things. But it might be able to educate, bring out when you're reading something, and then you can comprehend it. But it's no different. Somebody can say, listen, I've never read a thing in my life, but I've actually seen a bunch of pictures, and they can comprehend it. It's like some people can play an instrument without actually having to read any kind of instrument or read any kind of notes. That's very far between. But for most people, if they're actually being taught orally, they're going to engage their intuition, their insight. They're going to engage all their receivers in their bodies. Reading doesn't do that. That's like addressing the king and queen before you actually address everybody else in the community. So, and unfortunately, a lot of people have a kingship. Sorry, Luis. A lot of people have a kingship where the king and queen don't get along. So good luck with the rest of your kingdom.
Let me throw this at you as an answer, Jairo. What if the Buddha never exists? If he never existed, does that take away all the wisdom that is written in 100 volumes of the Tripitaka? Does it make any difference who wrote it and how? Is not the wisdom itself and what it does for you individually? Very good point, Dominic. What does it do? What is it to you? How does it feel to you? What does it do to your life? So let's say that the Dharma, which is that which puts everything together, the universal law, the natural flow of things, is written down in those books from a perspective of, dukkha and sukha, suffering and the cessation of suffering and everything that goes along with that. But at the end of the day, all the names are fake. Nobody ever existed. This is about Dharma and not the Buddha or the Sangha, for that matter. Well, does it make any difference? Does it take away any importance of the Four Noble Truths, the three characteristics, or the impermanent nature of any phenomena? So,
good question, because let's say that all the Buddhists in the world die or extinct or wiped out or forcefully become Muslims by a conquest or something. they renounce they renounce Buddha Dharma, but the website access to insight and things like that are still available. So a non-Buddhist, maybe Islamic, decides to read up on it and
actually in the Tripitaka, I don't know if I lost you guys, it's coming and going, but in the Tripitaka, there's a line in there that says, and it's assigned to the Buddha, and it says whether there is a Buddha or not, or were there ever a Buddha or not, the Dharma stands. So wisdom, pure wisdom or pure reason, to name Kant, stands. It's there, whether we know it or we don't know it, whether we talk about it or we don't. Whether there is an Einstein or not, E equals mc squared. So that takes away the importance of the author, whether, for example, Einstein existed or not. What's important is that matter is energy, and there's a relationship between the two of them, and it's observable, measurable, and verifiable for anyone that cares to look. So the Dharma is there, wisdom is there, whether you know it or not.
Well, the most gold is not actually in the books. If it's something was comprehended, if something was inspired to be written, therefore through inspiration, you'll be able to actually comprehend it, regardless if the book's been changed or not. It's almost like an insult to consciousness to think that for some reason we have to write down shit. I have no qualms with people writing things down, but I'm also here to share with people that if you're aware of all the different variation ways of taking information or bringing information out, writing is on the bottom of the list. Now, you can question writing if you want. What purpose did it serve for the Buddha to write this down, let alone if he wrote down anything? It's like no different than principles. If you're going to practice the principle, it has to be done when you're in a meditative state and you preach it. Both in action and basically by doing it. But writing it down, having scribes doing it, that's somebody being clever. And this is how we get stories, histories, rewritten all the time. That's why we have terminology. A person's well-read, but he's not really comprehending what he's reading. Because if you are comprehending what you're reading, you should be able to have a program that says, shouldn't I be able to question reason?
Right.
Should I question emotions?
We're going, I think we all agree that it is the let's put it this way, the knowledge and not the person that matters, whether it's written, spoken, whether it's a melody, because you can get a lot from music, from poetry, from a drawing or a painting. So it's all communication. It's all an exchange of information, of data. And what you get out of it is what you get out of it. That's why I always say reality sees itself through each consciousness with a certain degree of clarity.
Well, you do state, I was going to say, Luis, you do state something, and maybe in future this will help you because people can get very guarded. I value the concept, Luis, that me and you can't agree on things, let alone can we disagree. They're my own experience. So knowledge, like belief system, has its value, but knowledge has limitations. Wisdom and understanding are the parents to knowledge. So to know something is a good start. And that usually breaks away from the stumbling block called belief systems, which is all the dogmas. So now once you know something, then you have to say, do I stay stuck like I did for 40 years on belief systems, or do I actually bypass knowledge now and realize knowledge is going to be my limitation? So I only say this, Luis, because you do start it, you might even do this unconsciously. To premise the possibility, do we agree? It'll be like putting you on a pedestal, and then, a lot of people are going to try to put you on a cross the next moment, opposed to share. If a person says, Dominic, it resonates with me, I have similar experience. Because even that, when I see the sun, Luis, you're not going to see it through my senses. I realize the sun doesn't. Absolutely. Because this is where people like to do pleasantries. Oh, I feel good. I agree with them. But what's your particular detail? Like, I know you can explain yourself, Luis, but a lot of people, they don't realize this is kind of like high school. I'm too scared to put up my hand. I said, no, you have to have your own opinion. Like, I don't mind hearing people talk. Literally, I don't mind. I don't mind playing with the mind. When people say, Dom, this is what I feel about Kant, or I feel about Hegel. I said, but what's your view on all of that? Because to me, if I was with them, I'd be in there like throwing pebbles and say, Kant, who the fuck are you? Because I know I can stand on my own. Because to me, I'm like, Kant, was your intention to write a whole bunch of books? Well, kind of, yeah. I said, so do you understand reading? Well, not really, Dom. I said, so you're philosophizing from the premise. But even that, I'm guessing. You know what I mean? Like Plato, I don't know who he is. Socrates, I don't know. He could have been a pedophile, as far as I'm concerned. So this is where people they want to feel good. And then they say, well, I want this to be a safe zone. I said, no, forget about being a safe zone. Talk how you feel. If a person doesn't like it, change the channel. And if you were the first one there, then he leaves. Because Luis, you have a lot to share. but people are going to be very resistant, and not even myself, because there's no way I could agree with you, Luis, let alone disagree with you. That's the ego talking, because I realized, Luis spent 13 years to be a teacher. I'm like, okay, so he went to 13 years to get 1 degree. What does that mean when there's 360 degrees? It means fuck all to me. Right. Unless I come in and I say, listen, Luis, I value the concept of being a teacher. So do you. So then we have a biased view now.
Yes. There's a couple of things that I say about that. I agree completely with what you're saying. We all perceive things in our own different ways. So sometimes we understand, sometimes we don't. I always say that I share my worldview. I enjoy that. I'd rather talk about this than talk about, I don't know, soccer or football or the markets or politics, for example. I'd rather do politics than talk about politics. If I'm going to do politics, then I'm going to get involved. I'm going to say, hey, I want you to vote for me because this is my plan. I have this agenda. But in philosophy or metaphysics, it's just like the concept of time. How does time feel to you? And what is it? Is it a transcendent idea? Does it really exist? Does time exist if there's no mind anywhere to count the seconds, etc.? But I always talk about two kinds of knowledge. I think that is important, because one knowledge is what, like you say, the dogmatic, you know this, you know that, 2 and 2 is 4, and this is the way things work in the conventional material world. But there's this other kind of knowledge that is not really knowledge; it's more like a direct experience, and I add of reality regarding itself, which it's like the whole feeling itself as the whole, which is obviously metaphysical. Meta thinking is beyond the capability of the mind. The mind stops, and then a direct experience happens there. The numinous feeling, the mystic union, the peak moment or peak experience that Maslow talks about, or the Christian saints talk about, or the Buddha talks about in the moment of enlightenment with nirvana, moksha for the Hindus and stuff like that. So there is something there where there's a knowledge that you don't talk about. You talk about it, but you cannot talk it. So, and that is where everybody gets lost, because everybody is used to the conventional thinking. 2 + 2 = 4, a car is a car, and I can cut it into pieces, and it's not a car anymore.
So the Buddha, Luis del Pino, is attempting to talk about enlightenment, but we fail to comprehend it, because we're looking at the pointing finger. Luis is pointing at the moon, but we're looking at his finger.
I have it this time. Excuse me, guys. Hold on, just 1 second.
And when we look at the finger, then we see that the finger has got 2 fingers, a 0 finger and a 1 finger. No, what I'm saying is that.
I'm hearing you, Joe.
I took a phone call and it failed
because
I had to.
So
I would have had to get out of the car.
What do you think, Dominic?
I feel so much better today.
Thank you, man. I guess when I hear Luis mentioning it.
Hey guys, sorry about that.
Yeah, no problem. Apologies. I guess what I hear is, when I've heard people in past or other teachers talking about enlightenment, literally they're giving it away. They're enlightenment, but where are you coming from? You're coming from the unknown. You're coming from darkness. So the essence to light is the unknown. The yin
is darkness. We come from the point of nothingness, the ground of being, sunyata, which we were talking about earlier today.
Yeah. And this is where the esoterics, some people like Alice Bailey talks about, because she's channeling, not because she came that on her own awareness, where they basically talk about the essence.
Plastic and metal.
2 things.
Yep.
Well, for me, Buddha, when he's talking about enlightenment, he was supposedly the story that he had many rebirths.
Guys, let me disconnect for a second. I'm going to put you on mute, and I'll be right back.
No problem. So it's one of those things where it gives a person, if they want to value the concept of hope, that there's more to learn. But if for a lot of us, well, even myself, it's a clever way of trying to validate that I have the answer. Where if you question it, you realize you don't have the answer. You know, and this is where, you know, people figure, but if I do the ritual, if I wear the monk's robe, or I go to the Jewish and do the Wailing Wall, or I go to Mecca, that's not the answers. Now, if a person is willing to settle, you're revealing something about yourself, that you're willing to play one of the different customs, because that's not really seeking, that's confirming. Big difference. And unfortunately, we can fantasize about what we think the Buddha is, no different than a child that the father left when he was younger. He can fantasize about the one moment he had with his dad. But if he really investigated, he goes, really, my dad was neglectful. He was never there. I put too much pressure on my mother, the feminine side, opposed to the masculine side. You know, now that's me speculating because I never lived the Buddha. Now somebody could turn around and say, but I said, what are you going to tell me that you live with the Buddha? Are you going to tell me you're 1,000 years old? Because, you know, I hear their story. There is people that have lived 500 or 600 years and they're still living. I just never met one. It resonates with me that there is beings that are living longer. We just don't see them. You know what I mean? Because they could be circling among ourselves. But I couldn't prove it. And even if I did, who would I be proving it to? To me? And then if it already resonates with me, then who would I be proving it? I would need to justify, hey, Jay, I need you to be on board, because there's no way I'm going to believe this by myself if I don't get you. This is what belief system does. And if I know about this, and all of a sudden me and Jay saw aliens, but hey, Jay, did you ask the alien any question? No, but I know of them. I said, Jay, I was asking all kinds of questions because I wanted wisdom and understanding. Why did you just leave? Oh yeah, but now I'm gonna go around and tell them a whole bunch of my friends I have aliens. I said, if you had asked enough questions, you would have came to peace with yourself. They would have told you, no matter what you say, we're not going to show ourselves to anybody else. We came to you, but I'm glad you're asking questions. You know, to ask another human being a question, to me, is kind of fruitless effort. And now, if somebody shares something and it sounds like a gold nugget, it's few and far between. A person can talk for 5 hours and I can say, geez, I got 2 gold nuggets out of the deal. Thank you very much. But I didn't anticipate him doing that to me. It's when a guy that tells me, he said, listen, but I'm going to be your teacher. I'm the guy that'll say, fuck off. I have no interest to me. Why? Because my teacher, I'm not going to leave within me, so you can be my teacher. Unless I've done something wrong, I've ignored myself, then it has to show himself through somebody else. Then I have an issue to deal with now, because it's going to say, but wait a second here. You mean I've been ignoring my own skill set within myself? Yes, that's why at nighttime I've been trying to go through dreams to talk to you. You know, now there is jinns out there. So yeah, let's confuse him. Let him write books, because we want to reveal to him it's all about his ego. Hey, look, Tom, I was the best New York sales time. You know, I sold the most books. I said, no, you sold 5 books, and it was only book that was being sold during that time in New York. So you got the best New York. That's all that is. You know, not to say that the information is not of value, but if the person puts himself in front of it, I know that's their ego. And if I like that, that means I'm being triggered with my own ego. But if I'm questioning it and he doesn't want to be questioned it, I'm like, you're not worthy to hear anything from you. Yeah, but Dominic, I have 1 million people. There's 1 billion people that follow religion, both Muslims and Catholics. Could they be wrong? Probably. You know how you prove a religion strong? Randomly take anybody and then question them, what do you believe in? Well, I believe in Father Francis. He's dead. Why would you believe in him? You know, but hey, that's their choice. That's their choice, you know, and all that's consciousness. So this could all be one major experience with variations of points to it. And it's each individual person. But when somebody tries to convince somebody else by saying, you're wrong, I'm right, I don't believe in you, I have a degree, this and that, I'm like, okay, I know who I'm talking to. I'm talking to the child. I'm talking to the one that's never going to be ready to be a student in one lifespan. Not one lifespan, there's many. You know, my wife's gifted me by saying, Dominic, recently you're able to become the student. Wow. So what I've been doing for the last 10 or 15 years, getting ready. Now, those guys that say, listen, Dominic, I'm a monk, I'm doing all this, I'd like to have a conversation with each individual one. But why would I go to them? I'd rather just talk to the Dalai Lama. I said, you know, you're full of shit, right? And then watch how he reacts. Now, he could turn around and say, Dominic, I'm calm, I'm one. Fuck off. I would tell him like my dad, fuck off, get out of here. You mean to tell me that's going to, you want the whole world? The pharmaceutical are actually sedating people with Prozac. Oh my goodness, I just did all, you know, something. And no offense to him. I know I'm being very stupid right now, but at the same time, we should be able to challenge anything. I challenge myself on a regular basis. You know, the shit I say to myself, Jay, is nothing compared to what I say about other people. I'm like, Dominic, you're playing this game with yourself? You know, like what are you going to learn in one lifespan? You know, that's me being the student. And the student's allowed.
Vinci is back. Joel,
I'm back,
but you
guys.
can call him Joel is back.
Hey, Joel.
And Luis Del Pino is back by phone.
How we see parallel.
Dr. Del Pino.
Mr. Joe, Dr. Joe, if I may
Dr.
say,
Del
my
Pino,
colleague.
it's nice to see you. I'm just in another meeting about racism in Toronto, but I saw another number come up and I haven't seen or spoken to you in a while, so I thought I'd come and say hello.
Well, there you are, Joe. It's good to talk to you.
Joe, what did you learn about racism in Toronto?
The meeting is just starting. I didn't even realize I'd forgotten to turn this computer off, so I'm glad I did, so at least I got to speak to Luis.
Joe, what did you learn about the meeting at that time?
I didn't catch it, Jairo.
What did you learn about consciousness in the consciousness meeting that started at 9?
They weren't very conscious. They spent half an hour trying to decide on what subject they were going to cover. I was sorry I left your meeting, but I didn't want to be rude and just leave them. So I struggled with it until this meeting started, which I had scheduled for 11. So it was a mistake. They were not very well organized. They didn't know how to use the Zoom software.
They were even more organized than us.
Yeah, they were less organized.
Disorganized than us. Wow.
They were less conscious. Anyway, I'm going to leave you guys in peace and go back to, I can't concentrate on 2 things at once because I've only got one consciousness.
Only women can do that.
Exactly.
Good to talk to you, Joe.
Nice to talk to you guys. Take care.
Or maybe,
all right, so back to the 2 knowledges.
Maybe we, even women can't do that. Maybe they just
they
switch,
fake it.
They switch.
They fake it to make us paranoid.
They switch tasks very fast at a higher rate. Like they focus on one thing, then the other thing, and then the other thing, and they do that 10 times a second, and it looks like they're doing 3 or 4 things at a time. But we can only focus on one thing at a time for 1 second, and then when we go to the other thing, we forget about the previous thing. I don't know.
That's rebirth for you. We're born every second.
Or maybe it could have to do with the left and right hemisphere.
Are you guys still there?
Yep.
Dom, I wanted to go back to what you just said, which was a beautiful thing. Which was that when we talk, we are liable to agree or disagree. The beauty is to talk, right? You know, whether you agree or disagree, as long as you can be talking and maybe agree to disagree politely and humanly or humanistically, that's what matters. And I understand every time you... Thank you, ma'am. Hello? Hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, I was talking about what Dom said before, which is in every conversation, and it doesn't have to be esoteric or metaphysical or transcendental. Every conversation, when two or more are talking, there is the possibility of agreement, concurrence, or disagreement, or neither. You know, just agnostic feedback is like, I really don't know. I'll tell you the truth, I don't know if I agree or disagree with you because I don't know. But the beauty of this is precisely the exchange. Earlier today, I was talking about consciousness as an exchange of information. You know, input, processing, output. And yes, you can talk to yourself, but you know, it's always nice to talk to other people because you can learn from other people as much as you can learn from yourself. And this is always the same thing for me. Is like I can't get enough conversation going anymore. It's just a beautiful thing. I almost feel at ease when I'm verbalizing ideas. And typically, I don't talk about soccer or football or stuff like that. I talk about precisely how things are look one way, but they are another, and of course that makes this stereoscopic way of looking at reality, which is looking at things, looking at what things are made of, the essence of things. And that to me is the most beautiful perspective I've ever been able to put together. And it feels wonderful to me. And that's where I agree with you again, Dom, that you can ask me, so what the hell are you talking about? And I say, well, I talk about what I talk about. And if you ask me, what does it do to you? How do you feel about it? I will say I am ataraxic. I have peace of mind, quiet, happy, contented mind, and I feel nirvanic. I feel liberated from myself, from my own mind and any phenomena. I am transcended of any phenomena. Any
are
thought.
you ataraxic all the time, even
Yes.
when it's hectic at work, and
That is correct.
and
That
somebody
is correct.
is showing
Oh, yeah.
anger, and
Yeah,
then
I butt
maybe
heads with my
that
boss.
anger is kind of it catches, or it make
Yes, you
might
react to
make
it.
you angry.
Yeah, you react to it, but deep down inside is just a game. Actually, it's like playing soccer. It looks very violent, but it's a game where all you want to do is score a goal. So deep down inside, I am as cool as a Buddha, and on the surface, somebody might look at me and say, "Man, this guy is really mad, or he's really willful, or he's having a big argument." This in the Tao, the Asians talked about Wu Wei, that concept of doing without doing and not doing while doing. It's exactly that. So on the surface, you are having an argument, a heated argument, whether should we discount this product, or are you going to give me a raise, or I'm going to quit on you. But inside, in my own consciousness, I'm as cool as 0 Kelvin.
But is it affecting your body, or is
Okay, that's a very good question. It affects me wholly.
Does it what is the does it cause a drug to be leaked?
If I had to describe how I feel about my worldview, I would say that I'm cool. I am not stressed out. I don't have any anxiety. I don't have any fears. I'm not afraid of anything or anyone. So I am the moment. I am the moment, just looking at itself happening. So it's like a movie where every a square of the movie, I think there's a name for that. Every frame, it just happens, and I am there in that frame, be in the frame. So it's a beautiful feeling of harmonious coherence with the natural order of things. No matter what happens, no matter if there's a dramatic moment in the movie, or I'm looking at a tree. And
then do you evaluate what happened like 20 minutes later, and you say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I said that. Maybe I should apologize"? Or do you say,
that thought,
"No,
that thought doesn't occur anymore.
Said or did is what."
That is correct.
So all your actions are pretty wise for the moment. Like there's very rarely any moments that you say, "Oh, I shouldn't have said that." Oh,
See, that is not in the logic anymore, because
back with apologize.
Yeah, the what if disappears from this worldview. There is no what if. There's only what is, what happens, and what happened happened. So if something happened, nothing else could have happened. If I said you're an idiot, I could not have said that, because I said you're an idiot. But if I say I disagree with you, that's what I said, and there's no going back saying I could have or I should have, because that is an invention of the mind that doesn't exist.
Does
If
that
I
mean
take a
that,
right, if I take,
that your actions are pure reasonable, or and yet when you act, you don't use reason, you don't use thinking, you just act like a Zen samurai or something.
in a sense, that's another good, comparison. Yes, you just do. You just do. So you just do. You are. And when you do, you do. If you don't do, you don't. But it's not doing something is doing something. Not saying something is saying something. So, but the idea that you could have done something or you should have done something is an invention of the mind, because reality is deterministic. What happens, happens. And because it happened, it could not have not happened. Unless you believe in another reality. But since I say there's only one reality, because if there were 25 realities, I would be thinking, so which one is real? And then I would be paranoid schizophrenic. So I would not know what's real and what's not. So in my worldview, there's only one reality. And what happens in reality has happened. The arrow of time always goes in the same direction because of
Luis, those are your truths. I don't know, you're using the word reality. I have to intercede for a second here because both the mind and your senses are being pulled by your emotions. Most people will never come to that out. A lot of people aren't going to come to that awareness. They're branches from the emotions.
Right.
So when a person's intellectually, I was going to say,
I agree with you that this
when you become calm of the mind, that could actually be your emotions doing mind fuck on you.
It feels good, that's for sure.
Well, you're attached then. So what happens is questioning reason is to really say to the mind, who the fuck's been pulling your string the whole time? The emotion doesn't want you to see that. You see, most people are I forget how they use the terminology, but you have to develop both the mind and the emotion, but the emotion actually is the one that plays on your senses. But then there's the observer of both, but you have to develop those. You have to develop both of those. But if your mind is calm, but yet you're not realizing anger is an emotion and needs to be expressed, there might be a reason for that. Now, you can use reason to explain it. There could be something else. It could be intuitively, and then you don't need to read books on that kind of stuff. So what happens is we use words to describe things, but that's just, again, another front, because the emotion never wants to reveal that what comes from the emotion, which comes from the heart, which comes from the blood, comes from the memory that's stored in the blood. So this is how, people talk about parasites that can get into your body. Once they get into your blood system, you're fucked to no end. Now, you might think you're being pulled. I'm very calm. I'm very upset. But if you start questioning it, you're getting closer to the onion. Forget about peeling the onion. You're going to get right to the fucking core. Don't waste any time. Forget about all that meditation shit and all that kind of stuff, because that's the emotion saying, as long as he keeps distracted. So now, the mind has never been challenged. And if you don't challenge the mind, you're not going to see who's been pulling it the whole fucking time. Now, a lot of that has to do with underdeveloped emotions. A lot of it has to do with lack of critical thinking, because even with critical thinking, you're going to be able to look inwards and say, so then why am I playing this game with myself? Who am I playing this game with? Who's the observer of this? These are all possibilities. I can't give you an answer. I would never.
What are the answers? You're asking questions, but you're not giving me any answers.
Because it's a perpetual cycle. I know that. I'm going it from the premise that I'm trying to avoid being biased. If I think there's an answer, then I'm biased. So for me, I realize I don't use words.
So I'm biased. I'm very biased.
Very much so. Very much so. Very much so. And that's fine. If you're okay with that, Luis, and then that's your mantra, all the power to you.
You're okay. You're okay. I'm okay. That's what I say.
I've told you before, I struggle with things, Luis, just because I realize it's not even that. It's the collective humanity. The world itself live with or without us. When people talk about the world, I said, no, talk about the human race. The world exists with or without you. So in this particular case, I don't say words like reality, belief systems. I use it only ever so lightly so that the person I'm talking to, I'm considering them in their program and realize you value that stuff. I still do practice them, but I just don't value them. So when a person uses the word reality, it's their way of saying their interpretation. When a person says, I agree or disagree, they're playing a defense and attack game. They just don't realize that. That's a perpetual game that's in oneself. Once you become aware of the defense and attack, you'll realize this because you're not going to hear yourself saying anymore, whether before you even say it out loud, you won't be saying I agree or disagree. Because if you actually did question it, you would say, what would I be agreeing with? I don't know Dom's story. I don't know all his storylines. So what am I agreeing upon? The language that he's using, it feels good. That's what, and this is where the emotions is. It feels good. So when people say, Dom, I love my food, I say, but is it healthy? Most people aren't going to use reason behind that. I know that because I'm my own hypocrite. So I'm not eating my foods because I understand it's healthy. My wife understands that. I'm eating it because of my likes and dislikes. There's duality. Now, in duality, is there other dimensions around it? Yes. You know, and when I say other dimensions, I'm talking about many possibilities. You know, when people talk about free will, that's just one of many, many choices that the mind can use. But the mind's always been pulled by something else. You know, we're not created to read books from birth. So that was an afterthought. Who played that game on us? You can question it. We can go back and, the Chinese invented 500 years. Well, hey, look at a baby today. Let me throw a book at a baby as soon as it's born. It's not going to read the fucking thing. Now, can you talk to the child verbally when it's in the womb? Yes, you can. Will that child become more developed? Well, will it prove the child's more developed, or will it just prove that humanity's underdeveloped? It'll probably prove humanity's underdeveloped. That's all it'll prove. It's like gold. Gold hasn't gone up in value. The American currency is just useless. That's the game that's played on us. So for you, Louise, you enjoy the ideal of being calm. Like a guy like Osho would be talking like that. And I thought he was an idiot anyway, but because he was too busy using that as an excuse to have sex. I would have honored him more. So listen, you want to sleep with that guy's wife, call it for what it is. Don't go around playing this game. Everything's calm and mantra and this and that. I said, no, you're just a poser. If you're truly seeking, then seek, search, whatever. But if other people are seeking and you're not seeking, step aside. You know, this is where, when I hear you talk, Louise, when you say, can we agree? Where's that coming from? Are you trying to do it in ministry? Now, if you agree with that, then share. That's all you need to say. I'm sharing out loud, guys.
That's all I do, yeah.
Whether you agree or not, but you don't have to bang it home. No different than me telling people, you don't see this piece of paper. I'm sharing with somebody my awareness. I don't see the piece of paper. If that triggers them, and that's a gold nugget, and Luis, I'm the kind of guy, I'll listen to people talk for 10 hours, I might get one gold nugget out of the fucking conversation. Because I realize most of my gold nuggets within me. So when I hear other people talking about the Buddha, I say, okay, so where would the Buddha be if he wasn't fucking Bill Gates today? What attachments would he have? Most of us aren't going to be rich like he had. So for us to be a prince, then talk about giving up your attachment, that's a different can of worms. Most of us would gladly give up the unhealthy parts, but would they give up their wealth? You know, and then supposedly the story is, if people value the concept of reincarnation, he had to do it 13 fucking times. So what honor was that on him? You know, it's like telling a drug addict, you know something, I'm an alcoholic. It took me 2 times to become a non-alcoholic, but I have my 15th year chip. I say, you're still an alcoholic. Or the guy that does crack cocaine and he has to do it 13 times before he gives up that, because that heightens the brain. Probably, unfortunately, with them, like schizophrenic and all these different characters, nobody's ever harnessed those gifts that they got. We just think it's a punishment. No, it's a gift. Could be a curse too, but it's a gift. It's like listening to a child that's, he thinks differently than most people. That should question humanity as a whole. Then why do we think very commonly when it doesn't show that none of us really create anything here? So this is where, if you're at peace with yourself and you're sharing with other people, it's like you said out loud, you don't like talking about soccer. I have no problem talking about sports. I have no problem hearing other people talk about, because I like to listen. I like to hear people. It's not all about me. If it was always about me, fuck, I would have many books written, but I'm not interested in writing books. I listen to thousands of hours of people talking because I realize there might be a nugget out of it. But the fact that I'm honoring them by them sharing with me, Dominic, I really like soccer. Okay, what do you like about soccer? Because if it's all about me, then it wouldn't be about that. It would be about philosophy. It would be psychart. It would be about psychology. It would be about esoteric stuff. And we'd be talking about sounds and frequency. But I know I would lose most people because I realize I only have to be considerate of them. I already know what they're chasing. I gave up working a long time ago because I just didn't want the same rewards over and over again. Did I know there was a consequence? Yes, there it is. But I realized it was some attachments I had to give up because I had to learn about attachments. What am I going to wait for? My parents to die? That'll be a different kind of experience. And if I was attached to them, that means I wasn't at peace with them.
Go ahead.
I like what you say. I like what you said about gifts. Like when people have what psychologists would call a disorder, you suggest that we could think of them as gifts.
They're very much gifted.
So when a person is going through some kind of addiction, or well, maybe it could harm them, but there may be gifts that will in the end bring them some knowledge. I don't know, but like in that have epilepsy or things like that, or certain parts of their brain stop working, then it allows other parts to be developed, and maybe that's a opportunity. Maybe instead of using the word gifts, we could call them opportunities.
There's no sukha without dukkha, Jairo.
Very true, Luis. Very, very true. Yeah. You can always bypass knowledge with awareness. You know, this whole thing is like fake it till you make it. Awareness trumps knowledge. Doesn't mean you have to do anything about it. You know, this is way comes in it. We think just because we're material beings, we're human beings, not human fucking doing. I don't know where these people get this fucking concept. The human part's the animal part, but the being part's the observer. To do things, and if we are going to do things, are we doing it collectively? Is Luis, Dominic, and Jay, are we creating fucking steel? Are we creating cars? No. There's a good chance human race doesn't do any of that shit. I can talk to anybody. I said, listen, I'll give you all the elements. I'll give you a couple extra elements that haven't been discovered yet. I'll put you on a fucking island, scientist. Tell me if you can create fucking steel. I guarantee you I get zero out of the fucking deal. Because we don't realize we've been given things. The old alchemists were women. Why? Because they were sleeping with other beings from other planes. That's the only reason why they're alchemists. It wasn't fucking men. M-E-N, not M-A-N. That's a different species all by itself. And this is why when people say, I want to become aware, Dom, I say, are you prepared to question things? They'll question me, but they won't question themselves. That's an oxymoron. The person that should be debating themselves always should be them. The one that should be challenging themselves should be them. And that should be challenging the self, the knower and the self. Who's the knower and who's the self? When a person says self-love opposed to love self, they're two different things. Self-love is actually the ego in disguise. That's pride. You know, self-absorbed, self-centered. Those are two different things. You know, until people start questioning that, they'll probably never come to peace, but they'll be happy, they'll be content. It feels good. And that's fine. If that's a feel-good thing, then the person is going to say, well, then I'm going to do everything to hang on to it because I don't want to not feel good. I said, well, so then at least you learned the wonderful world of attachments. Attachment, attached to the mind. But what's fucking pulling the mind? That's a question that one should ask each other. What's pulling the mind? What creates the mind? What creates language?
The body is
itself.
The body is pulling.
The mind is its own trap.
It could be. It could be, Luis. It could be a trap.
My dear friends, I'm going to have to let you go a second time.
Luis, we'll be here at pop 6.
I may be able to call you in a couple of hours. You'll still be there?
Probably not.
All right, guys. Enjoy.
Ciao, Luis. Enjoy yourself.
Bye.
Go ahead.
Cool. Don't get mad.
Well, it's okay to be mad too, Luis. I mean, Jay, it's good to be mad. You know, especially if you have a reason to be mad. Like, you know, like say somebody hurt your mother. You have all the right in the world to be your own personal rights to be upset. And you might even feel propelled to do something about it. You know, there's too much of this cushioning other people that aren't developed emotionally. You know, it's a safe zone. Well, for who? I didn't agree upon that. You know, it should be a conversation. We talk. Some people will get passionate. Some people will get upset. Some people will not say nothing, and that's their choice. You know, it wouldn't be fair for somebody to say, Dominic, I need you to talk. Why I talk freely. You don't have to tell me what to do.
Yes,
you know,
I get it. Yes, that's a good point. That there's a tendency to say that getting angry or getting mad is bad, and when you have it starting to arise, you have to cut it down or suppress it or think about something else.
Sure.
But yes, in a way, perhaps that, like you're saying, that may work for people that maybe have what you say is underdeveloped emotionally.
Yeah, and use it as a weapon.
That maybe they don't have enough mental control, and so they need to at least start to become aware of when they get mad or angry,
right. Mm-hmm.
and then maybe analyze where does it come from, and then maybe see, oh, okay, maybe if I change my habits, then I won't get so angry.
They won't, Jay.
Often.
Most people, they're just not saying the word out loud. It's my way or the highway, not realizing it's coming from the highway. It's like a person saying to me, Dominic, how would I put this? Oh, a lot of people forgot their boundaries. So whether a person has been crying for 2 hours or a person's been laughing for 2 hours, if you feel as though you didn't want to be there anymore, then question yourself, why didn't you leave? You can't tell somebody else to stop crying. If that's what they want to do, let them be. You know what I mean? Now, if they're chasing you around, then you can say something, okay, you want to cry, but I'm leaving. You know what I mean? So this is where people put too much value on, yeah, but it was a nice laugh. I said, but why don't you remove yourself? You got to practice when times are good, not just when times are bad. So, you know, I challenge myself and I challenge other people because I do see the plight of humanity. Humanity is not struggling with just poverty and greed. They're struggling with ignorance. Fear is another form of ignorance. That's all that is. There's nothing to fear. You know, and if there is fear, well, Dominic, I don't know what death is. Well, fuck, you don't even know what life is. What do you mean? Well, you're existent within it. You don't know what life is. What is prana chi? I don't know. You say the word, but we don't know what it is. You know, we say the word hell, but we will think, oh, I don't think I'm in hell. Well, then why do we say hell? You know, it's games that we play with ourselves. Or a person says, I'm going to die. I'm going to go to heaven. I said, okay, so what are you going to go to heaven? Where is it? Are we talking about the clouds? Are we talking about when you die, you're going to die at 80 years old? Are you going to look like you're 80 years old? Or are you going to die like you're 30 years old? Like, it's a game that we play because most people never question. Because what they're really doing is the reason why they don't want to question the reason, I'm a skip record right now, but I apologize, is because they don't want to find the underlying emotion that's not developed. And once they realize that, oh, I've been led by my child the whole fucking time. I'm not here to kill my child, but I'm here to teach it something. Whoever you are, you know, now you could be the observer saying, okay, I have this faulty program running and I have another program that's developing, but it's being led by this faulty program. When is it going to listen to me? It's not my responsibility to vote for Donald Trump. I'm supposed to be me. It's not my responsibility to worry about Bill Gates. Those are just proving that the world has already gone array. It's my responsibility for me. Now, until people realize that for themselves, it's not a hard observation. That's why the world's going the way it is. They're expecting GM to run the show. They're expecting the king to run the world. But then they bitch and complain about them. I said, you've given up your rights a long time ago. When I drive a Honda, who am I favoring? Now, if I'm going to say, thank you very much, God, for this food I have, I'm also do the same fucking thing on my knees and say, thank you very much, Honda, for giving me my car. That lasted me 25 years. You know, I have no harps whatsoever. I know a lot of people think people that are handicapped, that they have a problem or they're distant. No, they could be actually more of a gift to you than you can imagine. You know, a lot of the kids that are born some sort of handicap, they say mentally, but meanwhile, they know how to work with numbers quicker than most people. Because we don't realize a schizophrenic, nobody's ever taught them to communicate with those beings. You know, what we deemed as correct is what we call normal, but nobody questioned what's normal. If everybody's going around killing everybody else because the Germans said that was right, well, then that would have been normal. But that doesn't mean it's right. Especially if you're on the other side. It's like when they talked the last 10 years about reducing the population. There's too many people. People were agreeing, but nobody was putting up their hands. And then they were talking about Saddam Hussein, chemical warfare. What do you fucking think the vaccine is all about? It's chemical warfare. They don't do wars anymore. They don't do the wars because they know it's devastating, sending a whole bunch of people there. You gotta kill people. They're gonna be mentally disturbed, and then you gotta feed their family. No, just let them all just fucking die. Why? Because they've been saying, we've broken people to a point now. We don't want to feed them anymore. It's like when you break something in a China state, you own it now. And the elites know this. We don't want to feed all these people anymore because most people don't want to teach their kids to grow crops anymore.
So you mentioned that the problem in the world is not fear, but ignorance.
Unaware, yes.
And yet do you see a relationship between fear and ignorance? Like, is the cause of fear ignorance? I guess so.
Well, I'll give you an example. Jay, me and you are walking. We're visualizing your head. We're going to go into this really dark, dark cave. Okay. Let's say you say, Dominic, you know something, Jay? Dominic, I'm very fearful of the dark. I said, walk with me, Jay. Trust me this time, please. I'm asking you to trust me one time. Okay. This scenario. So you're fearful because you don't know what's in the darkness. So we walk further into the darkness, and all of a sudden now you see these two big humongous eyes. Now you've all of a sudden forgot about being fearful of the dark, but now you've transferred your fear to those two big eyes. Okay, so Jay, walk with me a little bit more. We start walking a little bit more. Now all of a sudden you see on those two big eyes this big creature you've never seen before. Oh my God, Dominic. So you're no longer fearful of the dark. You're no longer fearful of the two big eyes. Now you're fearful of this big creature with these big eyes. Come with me, Jay. We go a little bit closer and further down. All of a sudden the creature starts speaking in a language that you understand. He talks like Goofy. Hey, Jay, how's it going? Were you ever fearful? It's just because it wasn't familiar. That's what fear is, ignorance. You're unaware of your situation. A person's not fearful of jumping out of a plane if he's practiced how to parachute. You know, this is where what we call fear, ignorant. Most people are fearful to take the vaccine or not because they're not informed. Listen to the word, informed, whether or not I should or shouldn't take it. It's not externally formed, informed. You go inwards. A dream came to me last night. Got to go here. Why? Because that's the place you don't need to take the vaccine, or that's the place where you take that particular vaccine. These are all a test. That's why they're doing all these different variations and all that, because eventually they're going to give you different kinds of vaccines that are going to do different things. Now, they're not here to kill everybody. They're here to sterilize most people because they're trying to reduce the population, which they've been doing for the last 40 years, giving women pregnant, abortions. They've been giving all this kind of stuff. The United Nations forcing China to have one child per family. In Canada, they're only having 1.3 or 1.6 child for every two person. That's called population reduction.
I got an idea. What do you think of this? That the moment that a society improves their standard of living, then there's a correlation or something. I don't know if it's related or it must be that then the want to reproduce decreases, because it seems like in the poorer countries, the ones that are desperate and not just live paycheck to paycheck, but they live piece of food to piece of food, then they tend to reproduce more. Maybe it's because they figure if they have more kids, then maybe those kids could go out and work in the field for them and bring them food or something. Well, so what do you think of that? That if we can increase the standard of living of the poorer countries, then the population would naturally go down, because the families would want to have less kids, because they find out that, oh, we don't need to have kids to be taken care of. We can just take care of ourselves, and if having kids, it makes us poorer. So they realize, oh, if I could control my desire to have kids, or with birth control, then so you can see that societies with higher standards of living, like in Europe and North America, they have less kids, and then maybe South America, Africa, Asia, well, the poorer Asian areas.
I'll share with you that. I will share with you, Jay. Take it for whatever you want, but I'm going to share information with you. It wouldn't work. Part and parcel of the reason why it won't work is because it's the masses that feed the few. And when I say the masses, we're talking about the billions that feed them, maybe 200 or 300 million people throughout Europe and America and all that. Maybe we'll even say a billion. We'll say 6 billion feeds the 1 billion. What happens is, in the last 10 or 15, 20 years, in major cities throughout the world, they've overly increased the price of houses by using the media, because they realize humans aren't voluntarily going to have less children. just for other reasons. They will do it for luxuries. So if they make the houses too expensive, a person will make a conscious choice because they've already put out birth control. Most people aren't voluntarily going to take it unless they know economically, the me mentality. So the reason why we have a population of poor people is because most people don't want to look at the other side. The mass, the few, which is maybe a billion people, are living gluttony. So now I'm going to share something else with you. In the 1400s, there were certain beings that were tapped into, and humans were able to tap in, and this is why they have certain things where they used to have fireplaces and certain electronics and all that. And this is why they have the Vatican, when they're doing the Lucifer, that big machine or whatever, they're trying to get into different realms. They're trying to bring beings from a different realm to this realm. Now, again, let's take it with a grain of salt. They were able to explain that we want to know how the known comes from the unknown. Well, we'll have to do it backwards. So they've been showing in the last, maybe 600-700 years how to basically formulate from the unknown, the known, because the material to the non-material. So they've had to have a population growth. So they had to get all these ant workers. That's what we are. We're ant workers, so we can build all these devices. Once they get to a certain point where they get computers to run it, then they can get rid of the human race and then they can continue their project. Because human races are always going to be interfering, meaning that humans are always going to want to be hypocrites. We want to be under a king, but we want to live like a king. This is the contradiction, where the king, we should never have kingships here because we know humans are always going to be destructive. But we aren't the ones that created the structure. It was created by another entity. These entities realize as long as they fight among themselves, they're never going to realize we're behind the scene. It's like the Romans. They were taught that this is how we keep our kingdoms and our empires together. We'll have all these little pretend fights within the kingdom, and it's usually their captains. Like think about Black Lives Matter and all these other stuff. The Israelites fighting with the Palestine, but meanwhile Israel is the fourth largest military in the world. Why? Because America, Russia, Israel are all being fueled by the same federal banks. So to think that they're going to reduce the population, that was inevitable. The system was never set up so that people could live. Like America, the only reason why America is doing the way they are is because they're the empire from Rome. And they've been running a deficit from the very time it was created. Like America's broke, Jay. When Detroit talked about maybe 10 years ago when they went bankrupt, it's because 26 other cities in America are already bankrupt. And borrowing more money just proves how much more they're bankrupt. America's currency is useless. So, but the fact that they're holding the rest of the world hostage, not the American people, but the empire. So now this is why China and all these, they play this game, but the guys that are in these clubs are running all those countries. So they pretend like they're two wrestlers, but they're really on the same team. So back to a little bit about the vaccine. This is one of their ways of doing this. It's like I was saying to you on one of our chats before on Facebook. Most people didn't realize that they didn't realize they were going to the gas chamber. They were basically going for a shower, but eventually some of them did realize they were going to get to their death. But at that point, they were already used as an example, because people don't realize the reason why the Jews were being gassed is because the nation called Israel, they got reformulated, not by God, but by men. Basically, the Rothschilds said, listen, after the war, we're going to want to reunite and call a new state called Israel. We want all our people to come back. Well, they didn't want to leave Germany and all those countries because they're living good. So what they did, they rounded them all up and killed them. And that's the Zionist. So, but meanwhile, during that time, 300 million Russians died. Why did they die? Because it was the Tsar's family. When they were forming the United Nations, they wanted no part of it, not because they cared about humanity, because they already had a good gig. So what they did was they used Germany, Hitler, and they used Stalin as an excuse to destroy the Tsar's family. This is where people don't understand history. They repeat it because they never examine history. They never say to themselves inwards, what purpose is humanity? Our purpose, we're basically like ants. We're here to work. We're here to gather gold. For our own purpose? No, not really. You could sell it if you want, but eventually it'll go to a certain people. So there's too many of us right now, only because there's technology that can replace us. Now, if we were considerate for one another as a race, we would probably put up some sort of temporary fight against some other species that is probably few in numbers, and they would be. because it's like humanity. If they had all the technology like the way we're getting, they're not going to need 7 billion people. Even now, we should be technically at 12 billion people. But because they've reduced the population with birth control, day after pill, United Nations mandating 1 child per family, in exchange to sell it to your people, will make China the capital of where they've built everything. But did they really build everything in China? We see boats coming from there, but we really don't know where everything's being built from. So it's kind of like stats. So, you know, I say this openly, Jay, because it is chemical warfare, and it's always been chemical warfare. So, you know, whether we take the vaccine, I know why I will take it, for commerce reason. That's the #1 religion. If I want to go shopping, I'm going to have to take the vaccine. If I want to go buy groceries, I'm going to have to take the vaccine. If I had a pension, I would have to take the vaccine. I'm going to have an ID. Now, from a person that's non-biased, as best as I can, I see the advantages. Because today we have birth certificate, we have driver's license. You could put all that on an app. No different from me and you today. We have a cell phone. Would you want to carry around what you call it, a flashlight, a calculator, a palm organizer, a phone, all those different devices, or would you rather just have the cell phone? It's the same idea with a tracking device. So eventually, that's the way it's going to be. Now, my biggest concern is, what happens if we do come back? Is this what we're leaving ourselves? This is why I try to make it a point for myself. I don't want to come back. Now, it doesn't mean just because I say it, doesn't mean, so what do I need to learn this time so I can break the cycle, if it's breakable? Because I already have a really bad disdain towards humanity. We're a weak fucking species, very weak. Disgustingly weak, if I may say so. Now, there is few people that are very kind, and there's few people that are very destructive. But as a collective, we're pretty fucking weak as a race, like really weak. Now, that sounds very harsh on my part, but hey, I would have to ignore the fact that we had many wars then if I'm going to start thinking differently. We have human beings now that, because somebody tells us to wear a mask, we all fucking wear a mask. If your mom got sick and she goes in the hospital, would you even be able to see her? Probably not. So that tells us a lot as a collective. It's easy for somebody to say individually, I would care for my family. Yeah, but wouldn't the queen do the same thing? She just has more power. What comes with more power, or more power, is more responsibility. But it never works that way. If you want to be a king, you got to be the biggest server. I would never want to be a fucking king, especially to a race that's fucking disgusting and fucking ignorant. And I say that because I know myself. I've done some shit that is stupid, and even the way I talk. Now, somebody could turn and say, well, Dom, I want to feel good. I said, why don't you just take fucking Prozac and fuck off? You know, because I realize we need to show among ourselves individually that I'm not going to take this anymore. My own bullshit. Forget about everybody else. Jay, you're going to do what you do. I think you're a nice human being. I'm glad you challenged me. I think it's humorous when you're saying about, enemies and all that, because you're posing possibilities. Can we be cruel? Yes, we can be. Like wars, what? You know what I mean? Like, you think they built all those guns for what purpose? Because there's an animal out there we got to shoot? They're building tanks and submarines for what purpose? Unless there's another species that I'm not aware of, what purpose would we have all this military in the world? And when somebody says when they're in the military, I said, you can't be biased. You can't be non-biased anymore. Why? Your industry spends $600 billion a year on military. Science, do you spend million dollars, or no, hundreds of millions of dollars every year. So you're trying to tell me you're going to be neutral and say that we did or didn't go to the moon? No, you've already picked a side. If I'm a politician and somebody's going to give me millions and millions of dollars for my campaign, guess who I'm actually kissing ass to? This is where humanity has lost its way a long time ago. This is way back, probably even during the Babylon time. So for me, I'm just becoming aware. I could be on the back end or the beginning of my process. And maybe next time around, I'll do a little bit more work. But if it means helping humanity, I hope I'm in a small convent. Because really,
thank you, Dominic, for helping humanity, because you have made me aware of something interesting that you said about the Rothschild. And because we were talking about something about what causes this population trend to decrease. So one possibility that I suggested was when a nation or society gets developed enough, then its people will tend towards not wanting to have as many kids as if it was totally poor. But you suggested something else, maybe it does involve partly the rule that China had when it turned communist to only have one child per family, and they were pretty strict on that. Maybe they started loosening up on that, but that might have helped cut down the population of another billion. Who knows? But anyway, that was interesting what you said about what the history of how Israel got its state, and why did they had to do the genocide of the Holocaust was because those Jews didn't want to move into that little piece of land in
They didn't want to come back. Yeah,
they wouldn't have fit anyway. So maybe they did.
No, they would have. No, they would have. But they would have took Palestine. But the thing is, they're making fun of old scriptures. The thing is, when they didn't, it's like you're in a mafia, and all of a sudden now you don't want to hear them because you're living comfortable. They'll destroy you, and that's what they did. Now, the thing is, it's not about the elite families. It's us. We're the ones that actually become military, become police officers. It's the chemists that actually say, listen, I'm going to make millions of dollars, even though it's at the expense of my own race. They're not the ones that are doing nothing. They're just printing the fucking money. And even that, they're not even printing the money. They're paying somebody to do all that. You know, it wasn't the elites killing all these people. It wasn't Hitler. It was our own race doing it to ourselves. Now, there could be some people that are pretty hideous. It's like saying, well, Hitler told me to kill this person. No, you did the killing. Not Hitler. You did the killing. And you're lucky we're in the illusion, meaning that you're in the play. But imagine if that was real and you did kill that human being, you still got to be punished. That's why when they make laws saying, listen, we're going to give you 2 life sentences. Well, why do you think they're saying that? Because they understand the concept with the Dalai Lama. We know you're going to come back. Consciousness, you're going to come back again. And you're going to pay your own price, positive or negative, because I don't know, Jay, if it's, maybe this is destined that we're supposed to be wiped off. Because really, when I look at us as a species, we don't create plastic. But we, as a collective, fucking drink bottled water and then throw plastic everywhere. And then we just look at animals, animals, poor turtles. We don't give a shit about them. Or they throw chemical shit into the oceans, this and that. We're a very destructive creature on this plane, almost to a point. I think we're the aliens on this plane. We're very destructive. We tear down redwood trees and then we complain about, well, the paper, this and that. But meanwhile, we bitch and complain when COVID happened and everybody shut down. It actually helped the environment. Because how many people are going to voluntarily stop driving their cars, including me? How many of us? And that's part of the reason, because we're taking so much from Gaia, from Earth. We're destructive creatures. Now, this is me talking passionately, not because I have the answer, because I'm only one person. I'm only a voice. And that's all maybe we need is a voice. Maybe enough voices, maybe something that actually been interfering or will interfere will eventually say, listen, okay, you guys cried enough. I'll come down here. Okay, you guys can't rule over each other because your communism and democracy shit doesn't work. Communism would work. It's the best system of all the systems. But the reason why none of the systems will work, because of human factor. Democracy will never work. Republican way will never work. It's a selfish fucking endeavor. Communism will, because
what if we installed a communism and it's run by a computer that's very
who would compute
very
it?
well balanced and unbiased?
Who would compute it?
Have it be open source so you can look at the code and have it so it's very just and fair and balanced and doesn't protect the elites and then so everybody has to turn in all their wealth and give it to the Commonwealth and then have a communism, but I guess it'd have to be done slowly and gradually, not accept it, because when changing harshly, it could cause a lot of riots. Maybe the reason why communism failed was because they tried to do it too fast.
Well, the reason why it failed is because one country decided to take off the gold reserve and put their currency on it. When did America have the rights to? No, right, America. When did America, not America, the people? When did the Federal Reserve have the right to determine during the '69 when they used the fucking moon landing as an excuse for Nixon to say, listen, we're taking the gold reserve off and we're going to put use American currency? When did everybody have a vote on that? Why wasn't it not Chinese currency? See, once you put an American currency, or in this case, federal notes, you have no more ceiling. Because they knew in 1933 we're going to get rid of gold. So now when people look at gold and say it's expensive, no, because American currency is useless. You have to base it on something that's useless. So if everybody buys Bitcoin and they're basing on American currency, if tomorrow they get rid of American currency, all that Bitcoin's useless. You see how the game works?
So what about making Bitcoin the currency?
And who runs Bitcoin? It's the same. It's the same family.
So okay, start another kind of Bitcoin, but make it the world Bitcoin, and base the currency for the world on that, and instead of calling it the euro or the dollar, call it the Gaia.
You know, Jay, you know what the number one currency is our energy.
Okay, base it on oil. No,
hear me out.
We might go into wind or solar.
Okay, but hear me out.
Base it on energy itself.
No, hear me out. I'm talking about, you know, when you move your arm, that's energy.
Okay, base it on the calorie, the kilocalorie.
No, so hear me out. So we exchange our energy for a piece of paper. It could be rice, but let's say a piece of paper. That piece of paper is useless. The energy can do many things. So now when people say they barter, we always are bartering. That's why we have free trade in the world, because the elites don't play with money. And I'm talking about people that own land. I'm not talking about the Rothschilds that are worth $500 trillion. I'm talking about people that own land. If you can own the people on the land by convincing them to sign a birth certificate, then you're playing a different game. Now, should any human being own any land? No. But once you do own land and you have allodial rights, then you can play this other game. Now you can start charging people to use the land, but then you have to create money. But if we got rid of all that, hypothetically, I'm talking theoretical, even the word theoretical, there's the word theo and then re. It just means, theo means God, and ry means risen sun, God's risen sun. That's what theory means. But unfortunately, people don't get that because they're too busy caught up in conspiracy theories, where conspiracy is one word and theory is another word. So now, you got people working for energy. I work with nature. Nature has its energy. I have my energy. We'll exchange each other. That's bartering. We were never meant to barter with each other. We were meant to barter with nature. It's untamed. It doesn't need it has its own laws, boundaries, land, air, water, and space. It has its own boundaries. The only reason why we have certain places of the world where the water goes over the shore is because we're polluting it and it's repelling. It's like going to a dog and you bug it enough time, it'll eventually bite you back to teach you a lesson. So now we're being taught lesson, but we're too busy still being fucking ignorant. So now I know we're recording this, so I need to state this. So now when people thinking that, well, but I care about humanity, I said, do you? Because what about the being part? Humanity's failed itself many times over. Now, how has it failed ourselves? Well, back in the biblical times when the women you get impregnated by the angels, they were the custodians. They were here to be the custodians of this planet. They weren't supposed to come here and fuck our girls. But then the women were actually having children inside of them. And then that's why they were able to understand about certain things, how to do steel. But now the thing is, it wasn't just the custodians were just males. There were also females. The problem is when a man screws a woman, the baby stays here. When a man screws an angel woman, the baby goes there. That's why we see the sons of gods here. We don't see the daughters of gods here, their children here. That's the difference. So we think for some reason God is what? Do they marry? Probably not. Because that's the man-made laws, state and religion. I got married in a church. No, I really got married in state. That's state and religion again, Roman Catholic, Greek Orthodox. That's state and religion. So now, if people aren't going to question that, and only then they can decipher, well, I don't agree with it, Dominic. Okay, but until you question it, how can anybody pick a position? It's like when people talk about Black Lives Matter. If they don't realize you're not the color black, then what lives matter then? You're fighting for the unknown. Black lives matter. Black lives matter. Black, unknown, lives, life itself, and matter. Matters the physical. But they don't realize it's a big game that they're playing on us. They're saying it openly because they know they're not here to lie to us. It's not their role.
Black, unknown, lives,
life,
the mind, or maybe the breath, and matter is the material world.
That's right.
So out of the unknown comes the material world, and out of that comes life.
Life is within that too. Like we're within life. Like for example, me and you, I use the word existence. My existence within life. Life is not mine. Because if it was mine, Jay, that means when I die, life comes with me. No, life will continue with or without me. Same with, I don't wish that upon me or my cats. When my cat no longer is here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be caught up in memories, attachments. Those moments where I had a creature that only spoke to me ever so lightly, but meanwhile I could be attached to it. So that tells me a lot. Then it's not really about language then, because I could be attached to a creature that hardly speaks to me at all. It's because I was able to share with it, and it shared with me unconditionally, more times than not. Sometimes it is conditional. It'll meow to me because it's hungry, but more times than not. And that creature there, my cat, it has to be domestified. That means I had to be domestified. I'm a domestic animal. Because if I lived in the wilderness, Jay, me and you wouldn't be on the internet. We'd be probably spending a lot of our time either sleeping one day and the next day go hunting. But we no longer want to be in nature's way, meaning that it's too harsh. Unless something came along and put consciousness in us, which could have been the what they call the reptilian brain on us, and maybe this is a prison for us. I can only pose it as a possibility because I know I hear people talk about it's a prison planet, it's a matrix. It could be all kinds of things. It could be flat, it could be round. I don't know. Everything's a possibility. But it's when somebody says to me, well, Dominic, but I need an answer. I said, so you're going to bring in that old program that you think everything has to be an answer. Just because 1 + 1 = 2 doesn't mean you can understand what the moon and sun is. You could pose it as possibilities. But even if it made sense to them and they can explain it, it goes back to if me and you met aliens, how would we explain that to Louise or to Mike or Joel? How would we? Just because me and you do it, we can write 1 million books. But still, how would that prove it? We can manipulate people to think that for some reason there is aliens or there isn't. Now they're talking about America's finally going to reveal there's UFOs. Well, UFO just means unidentified flying object. That's all it means. So that means Russia and America play this game with each other, and they have everything under radar. So if they don't know what it is, then they'll call that an unidentified flying object. Now, an alien is different than a UFO. So if I saw an alien, meaning that it could be a Mexican living in America, but we use science fiction to think there literally could be creatures from another plane. But what we call aliens is just people that don't belong. They don't have a passport here. Listen to the word passport. You're a citizen of a country, and you've got to get permission to pass from one port to another. Hence, passport. I would advise you, if you never listened to this stuff, there's lots of guys that talk about birth certificate, blood over intent, and all this kind of stuff. Those are all possibilities, Jay. I could never confirm that's the answer. Wouldn't know what that is. I'm always trying to be non-biased, even though I know I'm very biased in a lot of areas. I'm struggling with that ideal. When I tell people you hate Donald Trump, but yet you say you're open-minded. Okay, so tell me all the things you hate about Donald Trump. Okay, so now tell me all the good things you like about Donald Trump. Well, I can't think of that. Well, then you can't say you're open-minded then. It's a game that we play with each other, and even that they're not getting to a conversation. Well, who's pulling the string for Donald Trump? Because people think that for some reason Donald Trump, who was the president, or George Bush, who's been in power for the last 40 years? The military in America.
So what did we learn today, kids? So we learned that in the late 60s, the United States of America, the government, through Nixon, was able to get the currency on the dollar and off the gold. Yep. And they managed to do that by maybe putting the country under the spell of landing on the moon. And they said, wow, our government is awesome. It can do what it can do anything it wants. Yep. And so then Nixon said, now we're going to go to the US dollar for the whole world. And anybody that doesn't follow us, we're going to beat them up. And that's what they're trying to do with Iran, and what they try to do with Venezuela, and countries that want to have their own dollar, their own form of. I guess they did that with Germany. Germany wanted to have its own currency, but Europe wanted to, no, you're going to follow us.
But meanwhile, England didn't have to. Go figure that one out.
And so the Rothschild said, we'll have to put down Germany somehow.
Well, remember the Rothschilds, they used to be called the Barons. They're just one of many families. So if I can elaborate a little bit here, Jay. The moon landing, when they did the moon landing, they didn't wave the American flag first. It was actually the Mason flag they waved first. So, and even that, there was bubbles. So we can always speculate whether or not they went to the moon or not. But what happened was Russia was playing this other game with America, saying that they knew the CIA and the KGB, they're always infiltrating each other. Actually, they're working on the same team sometimes. They had like spies on spies. So America knew that there was KGBs involved and vice versa. And Russia showed technology that they found out, actually no, America showed technology that Russia thought they had and they didn't have, where they were showing a plane that was being shot down from some sort of satellite, laser technology, and America spent all their natural resources and all their wealth to chase down a technology that never existed. So what happens is satellites don't even work the way they say it does. You never see a satellite going across the moon. The reason why is because they do air balloon recovery. The military does in the North Pole. They basically have all these air balloons with 7,000 pounds? Yeah, 7,000 pounds of satellites up there. And every so often wind will take them. And then they have to get the military to recover some of these balloons. And they have hundreds of these things. That's why when you go over certain parts of the body of water, the GPS is turned off. We think that I lean towards this, the moon could be one big satellite. It could be. That could be a big possibility. But the way they say everything, I don't see anything going across the moon. So these satellites that they're talking about, that's a story. It's like when people will see the art renditions of landing on Mars. That's art renditions. When they show pictures of the Earth, that's art renditions. People get paid a lot of money to do all this kind of stuff. So we've always been misled. That's the best word, like the word sin just means misled. Humanity is very deceitful. Now, I lean towards there could be another species that interferes with us, because I don't think humans that smart. I don't think we're that smart, Jay. So it's, unless somebody can say to me, Dominic, I know how to make steel. I say, come to my house. I want to see how you do it. You know what I mean? Now,
I don't know how to make steel. I know that I guess it's an alloy. It includes iron, because iron by itself is not very good. But when you make steel, then it has better properties.
But you need this gradual machinery hand down from other people. It's like how did all the alchemy of language come to be? We can go back and say Babylon, the Egyptians, and all that, but where did it initially come from? We might not ever get to know that source. So I know it's a endless search. For a person that's looking for an answer, he'll pick a spot.
And you mentioned that women tended to have better psychic abilities with if not aliens, then either demons or gods or spirits with the technology and the gnosis and the knowledge of to bring about alchemy and all these other sciences that eventually it became chemistry and physics.
Well, they bear children, so they can always bring another being in through there. This is why you and Lewis were talking about women. We all multitask. The only difference is women are more, because they're childbearing, a lot of the receivers near the gut. So that's where they're intuitive and all that. Most guys are leaning maybe towards the groin area, and then they quickly go to the mind. Where women have many other parts in that area. So because they're childbearing, they have a different way of receiving information than us. Not all women, but most women. So for some women, some men are gifted, but they're few and far between. It's like some women are not nurturing and some men are, but overall women are more nurturing than men. It's just designed that no different. Men were designed to be protector, but from who? That's the whole idea. What are we protecting ourselves from? Nature? Are we protecting ourselves from some other being? Like, has it been planted in us that we've always been hunted down? Like how many children go missing every year in all parts of the world? Why? You know what I mean? Like back in the day when they used to take a bunch of kids they would import all these people to different camps. This is how they used to do slavery. They would bring their father to another camp or mother to another camp. They would be forced to have sex with all these other people, and then they would take their kids. They would bring a lot of them to the Vatican, to the nunneries. They would change all their kids' last names, so you wouldn't even know. A lot of the old Italian people's names, those are names that the nuns give them. Like, we don't realize that we go based on the premise that your siblings and all that, but a lot of places where the people that are dark skinned were forced to sleep with white, light-skinned women and vice versa, because that was their way of doing better stock. Like when you get a goat and a sheep, we've always been treated like cattle, Jay. We always have. You know what I mean? Like I question the whole ideal of McDonald's, 10 billion served. How do we not know we're not doing what the farmers do with the animals by feeding the cows their bones of other cows? We could be eating humans. We don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
do you feel like you were more intuitive when you were younger, but then you lost it? Maybe at 3 or 4 or 5, you had you functioned more intuitively, and then as you went through schooling, then you started functioning more linearly.
Yes, I agree with that. Yep. I lost it for a while there, and then I got depressed, and I had a divorce. And then because sometimes depression could be a reawakening for some people, and it was for me. I can say this now, but at the time it was miserable. Because I knew I never fitted in. I never fit in, not to the human race, but to the dumbed down version of it. And when I say dumbed down, the part where I'm not being fully told everything. Like, let me choose. Like, it's like me, you, Jay. I will share anything with you and let you decipher how you want to take that information. It's not my responsibility to withhold things back from you, and vice versa. But unfortunately, we live in a system where, industries like real estate, that's a manipulation industry. Because really, how would you be able to sit there with a straight face and tell somebody, yeah, that house is not worth $1 million. I'll reduce it's a manipulation game. Most games are, we gotta pay to be born. We gotta pay to die. That's manipulation. It's so, but to answer, yeah, I can relate to that. My wife was saying that she used to communicate with elderly people when she was younger. Back in the days, when Mexicans used to do the Day of the Dead. You get an opportunity to communicate with your ancestors, the ones that haven't come back yet, but they've made it into like Halloween, where you're talking to ghosts. Or I was talking to a bunch of guys listened to a bunch of guys the other day there. They've given a bad name to spiders, where spiders are actually something you should embrace. Like, I don't know, Jay, maybe a long time ago, I was a redwood tree. That's the best way to meditate. I've been there for 100 years. But maybe you can share. Did you feel like as though you lost intuitively as you got older, or did you hang on to it?
Yes. Well, when I was young and before going to kindergarten and stuff, maybe I acted out things that I would see. And maybe I was because maybe my language skill was very minimal, and so maybe I like to pretend and do things that I saw, and maybe I was more visual, and I would draw more. Like I would draw the wall of things that and so there developed a talent in drawing things, and then in high school I started painting more. But I don't know if but I don't feel like I'm into painting or drawing things that come out of me. I'm more try to paint or draw things that are out there. So maybe I should try to draw things that come from in me more, or it's a mixture of both.
But you might draw.
But then what's it like to live with a woman who has all these things going on, like the paintings in the background, or the tarot cards collections and things like that, and the Reiki, all these modalities.
With Jude, she's picked up on the cards. We're very we complement each other a lot, meaning that I know I can be very left hemisphere, and Jude's. I'm also intuitive too, but I think part of being with her, I was able to reawaken. It's like you choose certain families to be in, right? So Jude, when she reads tarot cards or she does singing bowls or fasting and fermenting foods, I'm seeing if I have to come back and if there's that possibilities, that I always had a teacher around me, somebody to be an example, because I admire all of the skills that she learns. I'm limited in a lot of areas of my life, but I do share on what I do. I am aware, it's Sometimes it might sound overwhelming, but I take it in small doses when my wife shares certain things with me, so, but to live with her, I've had my struggles for me, because I had to realize for myself, and even to this day, I have my own opinions, and sometimes they can be very strong. And I used to tell Judith, so what do you think? And she knew enough to say to me, Dom, what do you think? That's who it should matter. How do you think about it? Because I was always caught up in approval seeking. Didn't realize that was one of my roles, and it serves a purpose, but sometimes it could be very, it could be harmful. So.
And those paintings in the background, when she created them, did she say, give them a title and this is what this is about? Or did you just create them and let you think whatever comes to mind? Like,
I see squares. I sometimes I'll stay on this side of the bed and I'll look at it, and I look for places where some of the squares aren't touching each other. Now, knowing Judith, I can share a little bit. She learned how to write years past from her right hand to her left hand. So she uses both hands. So she learned that with different hands, different thoughts come out. Different expression comes in. Oh, it'd be no different you playing with your left hand, right hand with your guitar. You know what I mean? Like it's a practice to learn. And I admire her for doing that. It's, auto writing. She used to even do auto writing and all that. So
wow.
As far as her artwork, it's just one of her many gifts. Like Jay, I'll have to do it. There's only 2 cactuses here, but outside she loves to garden. Like she got like another 8 more fruit trees. And I like to do my part. I get to be the digger, so I get to do grounding. I get to touch ground and all. We'll go around the community. People throw away all their leaves, so we gather the leaves. She went to get some hay. So like we live in an apartment, right? So, and then we have live beings. We have our animals, our cats. If Ju could have it her way, we would have chickens and horses and all that kind of stuff. So in a way, I think I've kind of deprived her in that area. I said, Judah, I'm not that kind of person, but if you ever decided we go there, I will struggle because I like to socialize with people. But I realize we live in an age where there's the internet and all that kind of stuff, right? So, but if I can share one story with you, Jay. My parents decided when I was younger, me and my brother, they wanted to move back to Italy. I was 9 years old. We went back to live in Italy when I was 9 years old, so I got pulled out of grade 3, I think it was. We went there for like a half year to almost a year, 3/4 of a year. I didn't know how to speak Italian when I went to Italy, and when I came back, I didn't know how to speak English.
Wow.
It was one of those things that maybe because that 9 years old, that's when a lot of children learn a lot of languages. And honestly, and my mom used to say, she used to joke with me. She said, yeah, Dom, you didn't know how to speak. You spent so much time trying to fit in because I went to school in Italy and I didn't know how to speak the language. And then when I came back, I didn't know how to speak English. So it was quite interesting.
Amazing.
Yeah. It was
interesting. Amazing how one can learn another language when you start with one and go to another. But then you kind of I'm back in the U.S. or back in Canada, so I don't see anybody to talk Italian with except maybe my parents a little bit. Yep. So it kind of was abandoned.
Well, with me my mom and my dad were very young when they first came here. So I think my dad was like maybe 18 and my mom was 16 when they had me. And my mom used to tell me when my brother's like 6 years younger than me. And then my mom said, yeah, I used to watch Sesame Street with you. I go, why, Mom? She goes, I wanted to learn the language. So she'd watch it with us, right? So my mom speaks English very fluently. My dad, he speaks it, but he speaks more fluently in Italian. So, yeah. But again, my dad's one of my biggest gifts my parents gave, more my dad. He never really try to pound it in me. Dom, you're going to do what you're going to do and try to enjoy sweet and sour of life. He understood me. My brother's a little bit different than me. My brother, if I say something to him, he might get very sensitive and it might be a week before he talks to me. But meanwhile, I'm the kind of person you can go upside of me, downside of me, and I would ask questions. Okay, so what did you get out of that? Now, sometimes I have to realize that's how I am. And this is why when I talk with my foul mouth, I'm being disrespectful because I realize not everybody works the way I do. I get it. Some people, they want pleasantries. No different. There's other people, they want to hear the word, the big F word once in a while. You know what I mean? I get a chuck.
In Canada, do you have opportunities to mix with Italian ethnic groups and practice Italian, or What about the French groups?
For me, I was never good at French. I only spoke mostly English. And most of my friends when I was growing up, Jay, because I played basketball, tennis, I had a lot of friends who were Filipinos, Jamaicans, Barbados. When I played soccer, it was a combination of Scottish and Italians, but I never really hung around the Italians. So I really got to experience being when I go to different countries, I love them going to major city where it's multicultural. Now don't get me wrong. I was younger. I was older than most of the Italian people that I did know because most of them were younger, like 5 years, like they were my brother's age. I know of them, but I thought it was disrespectful if it was a bunch of my Jamaican friends and Barbados friends and they'd be talking to me in Italian. I said, they don't speak Italian. It'd be no different than talking really with a really strong Jamaican accent, but they know how to speak English. You know what I mean? I thought it was very disrespectful. If me and you were talking with a bunch of other people, Jamaican, I would want to use the common language. Because I always want everybody to be included, right? But I do have some Italian acquaintances, but we speak English. But yes, to answer your question,
do you have any kids?
No, my Judith has a 30-year-old daughter, Megan, but me no.
3-year-old?
30.
30. Wow.
30-year-old, yeah.
Wow.
I think she wants to become a lawyer. She studied women's studies. I think she wants to be a lawyer, like to represent women. I said, good for you, Megan.
But did you have her around in the house as a family unit, that 30-year-old or kind of
when I started dating Jude, Megan was 9 years old.
Wow.
And her dad plays a major role. I like her dad. He's a good guy. It just didn't work out between her and Judith. And he plays a major role. Megan a lot of times stayed with Lou and his mother. And Megan lived with us for a bit. And then Megan went to university, so she stayed on campus for like 5 or 6 years. So no. I had the luxury, whether she wants to admit it or not, and that's your choice. I never value the concept. I was never designed to be a stepfather. If anything, I hope maybe in years to come, she'll probably acknowledge me just as a friend. Parents never get that till later on in life, where Lou's a good guy. And I like him. We're buddies, actually. I have no qualms with him. I wasn't the reason why Jude and them didn't work out. I never had a marriage with my wife. Lost a dog out of the deal, but it was in a better situation. So, but no.
Well, Megan, so you had a wife before this one, 20-some years ago.
Yeah, I was 25 years old. I was pretty young, Jay. I was pretty young and naive. Diane was 20. She was Yugoslavian. At the time, she was Yugoslavian, but then she's from Serbia. That's when Yugoslavia at the time was breaking up.
Oh.
Yeah, so she ended up having 4 kids. I'm happy for her. I haven't talked to her ever since. I saw her maybe once. Some things are meant to be. You know what I mean? Like I don't look at things as a bad thing. But you've heard my view on human race. We can be very disgusting. You know what I mean? Like one of my disgusting moves would have been probably should have never married her not because I didn't like her. I was too young. It's not about people when they say, well, they got a divorce. No, it shouldn't be about they should have never got married. But it's one of those things, Jay. And you're asking me, and hopefully knowing that you're asking me, next time I'll ask you a lot of questions.
Well, yes, I asked because I was wondering if you had kids, then what languages would they be speaking, and would you have wanted them to learn other languages and go see the world, or just get a job?
Well, something
like,
with me, Jay?
Like, I guess it depends on where you live. Like maybe like if you lived in Europe, you would need to learn several languages, including English. But in the United States or Canada, you can get by with English and maybe some French. That's about it.
Wow. Isn't Spanish the second language in America?
and now Spanish. Now people are wanting to learn Spanish, especially in Florida. And I come across people that said, my Spanish is not good, but I took it in high school and a few years, and or maybe they took some German. Or maybe they took some French, but that's about it. They don't have much opportunity to practice it, except maybe in in certain areas in Florida.
Knowing Judith, and if we had children or a child, she's learned many languages. She's had many careers. I probably wouldn't
Wow.
interfere. I would just realize if that child, because it's like having twins or having different children. Like even you with your siblings, everybody's different in their own way. We try to force everybody. It's like, trying to get twins that dress the very alike. Some of them will, only that's conditioning. But if a lot of twins use different hemispheres. So best thing we could do as a species is monitor them, make sure they're not in harm's way, but try to reduce the amount of, and this is me talking theoretically or idealistically, try not to interfere with them that much. You know what I mean? Like maybe question where they're going to go. If they're going to have to go to a formal schooling system, it's our responsibility to make sure that we put them in a safe environment and a learning environment. But unfortunately, most of us, we just do it. We just react. That's the public school. I got to send them there, or I make a lot of money, so I'll send them to a private school. We're very neglectful in how we raise our kids. And we wonder why the next generation becomes that much more neglectful. And it's a challenge, like I never had the honor. I've had this conversation with some of my buddies when they'll get very defensive. Say, well, you never had a kid. And I get really pissed off. I said, and what the fuck do you think I am? You don't think I was a kid? You don't think I had to re-raise myself? I love my parents. They were both young when they had me. This is not to blame them. I said, regardless, even my parents were the best parents in the world. The reward they would have gave me, my dad said, listen, I'm going to teach you how to be a really kind person, but your reward now is you're going to be with a bunch of people that don't care about each other. That could have been another gift I would have to learn. So it's too much bragging rights. Parents think that they do so much for their kids, but meanwhile, their schooling system teaches them everything. They send them to a piano teacher. They send them to a soccer coach. So what part do the parents really do?
Wow.
And even that, do our parents even grow their own foods anymore? So we're very interdependent with each other, and we should be very grateful, where people say, well, we shouldn't let our kids be around strangers. Well, you're sending them to a school. You don't know who the teachers are.
Wow.
It's like, back in the days.
Yeah, it's hard to homeschool a kid.
Oh, it's
but
challenging.
But when you do, well, at least they might they might come out pretty unique. Like this kid, I guess now she must be 18. She got into music with her brother and wrote a lot of songs, and now she makes a living in the music business. A girl named Billie Eilish. So she has a pretty creative mind, and she's pretty outstanding compared to other kids her age.
Well, something, when you homeschool your kids, there is industries, if you find out your kid's more introvert opposed to extrovert, that could be some advantage and disadvantage. But like say me and you, Jay, you're raising your kid at home, homeschooling him. And all of a sudden you find out your kid, at best, he's going to probably be just an average worker or whatever. Well, now he's already behind the 8 ball. Now, if you're going to raise your kid to be homeschooling and teach them business and all that, and they can be their own business person, okay, you can slowly mesh into society. But now, if you want to go to high school or public or university, and now you've been homeschooled, it's kind of like coming from a foreign country to become a doctor, and now you're going to come here. Well, they're not going to make you the same equivalent. They're going to start to say, listen, unless you relearn our system here, you're not going to be classified as a doctor here. So, there is few cases. Yes, there is people that get homeschool and you hear those good stories, but there's a lot of them, they get disheveled. It's like going to school as a student of 30 students. There's a good chance half of them are going to be on welfare system, half of them are going to be average workers, and the other half, maybe at best, a third and a third. The other third might end up becoming teachers or entrepreneurs. It's always hit and miss. The schooling system is exactly what it is. It's not an education system. It's a schooling system. It doesn't really teach you to become aware of the gifts that you have, and the teacher will bring it out. It's like if you're good at music and all of a sudden you have a good music teacher and he said, Jay, you're really good at music. I'm going to take you to the next level. But unfortunately, what most people end up doing is, I used to be in a band, and now I'm just teaching these kids because they just saw somebody playing on TV and they just want to learn how to play the bass guitar. So they're no longer, every so often they might get an Excel student, but outside of that, you're just filling in a job. And most teachers, my brother's a teacher, his wife is a teacher, and I've heard their stories. They almost have to rebel against the system because the people that are putting their criteria aren't even in the system anymore. So it's tough, it's challenging. It's like a specialty store opposed to just a domestic store. Homeschooling.
Yes. Imagine what it was like for for our friend Mike Taylor, the mathematician. He was a teacher.
Yeah.
And he wanted to teach his students to think, but that didn't fit well with the academy of the state university. So he was retired. Well, maybe he doesn't say that was his cause, but maybe that influenced him retiring or getting to retire. Well, that's okay though. But he's at that retirement age anyway.
Think about Socrates. He was trying to educate the students about certain things, and then he did something that was taboo. So they said, "Listen, what's your choice of death?" Because they put it in the system that if anybody here in our system wants to make these children aware, it's death a penalty. So this whole thing, at least here, Mike had a choice. He could leave, maybe, and if he's able to retire. But in some places, if he was younger and he pushed it too far, he would have been black booked. You know, this is where the schooling system, it's designed to turn out what we have. You know, it's usually the ones that go through all the grunting and then you realize, okay, I did my dues, now I can really be me. You know, and that's few and far between, Jay. You know what I mean? It's it'll be like being in the music industry. You know, bands like Kiss and all these other old bands, right? Most of them didn't write their own songs, let alone do their own album covers. That's all industry. Their job is to learn how to play the instrument. So when they used to go on tour, there's only certain family members that own all the tours. So basically, it was colored by numbers. So, you know, guys like Prince wrote a lot of songs, and a lot of people, and because he belongs to a label, all those songs are property of the industry. How ironic when Michael Jackson and Prince finally have rights to certain industries, they both end up dying. You know what I mean? You know, it's one of those things where, you know, even Bill Cosby, he had certain rights to certain things, and all of a sudden now they started slandering him with things that everybody knew he was doing for a long, not everybody, but a lot of people knew he was doing for a long time ago. Having sex, everybody, you know, that's in a common industry. You know what I mean? Like women will be groupies, no different men will be groupies. You know, it's called prostitution. Me and you, if you go to work, we're prostituting ourselves. You know what I mean? In one way or another, whether or not it's for sex, for commerce, or for doing a computer. You told me a while back you did a program for a computer. You fix you're prostituting yourself. That's work. You know, it's just that people make it hard by saying, but he's not selling sex. I said, last time I remember, sex is the #1 business in the world. How would we have more children? You know, it's been planted in us as a program, and it's beyond our comprehension to change it. Now, we can alter it a little bit by having birth control pills, do certain semen retention, but ultimately, if you're designed to have a child, you're going to have a child. It's like when a person's body gets unhealthy. If it's designed to reheal itself, it will. If not, it is. You know, but we think the mind can figure itself out of all these different loopholes, which maybe it can, but from my experience, it's like, no, it's just a perpetual game I'm playing with myself. You know, and I call it
the idea of celibacy is I wonder where it came from. Well, the monks in Buddhism are celibate, but they fail at that, as we saw in that story that we shared on Facebook, or we commented about. That monk is like a rock star in the Tibetan Buddhist field, very popular all over the world because his previous incarnation was very beloved by the hippies that went from America and Europe through Yugoslavia on a train, and then got on a van in Istanbul and went all the way across the Middle East and Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, and go through the Khyber Pass into India and land in Nepal in seeking of an enlightened master. And they found one in the 16th Karmapa, and then